canceled its classes for the day. Now, the Red Cross is operating on high alert. Officials say if you would like to help, you can call the Red Cross and make a donation at 831-1100. If you need to have help coping in this time of tragedy, you might call the Tulsa Mental Health Association at 585-1213. Now, earlier this morning, the News on 6 contacted former President Gerald Ford for his reaction to today's tragic events. He told the News on 6, quote, "The United States must react strongly against this unconscionable terrorist attack. America should move aggressively to retaliate. Our governments must do everything possible to protect our citizens," end quote. We're going to return to the network coverage, and we will keep you updated on local developments throughout the afternoon. We'll be right back.
We don't know. There were some injured because we saw them at the Pentagon. Then the South Tower incredibly collapsed. Then the North Tower, the Twin Towers, the World Trade Center collapsed. And one pauses after you say that because, you know, it's almost unbelievable. And then there was a plane crash in Somerset County, Pennsylvania. That's in the Pittsburgh area. Now, Pentagon spokesman Glenn Flood is just now quoted as saying, and I quote him directly, that there have been extensive casualties and an unknown number of fatalities at the Defense Department. That's the first time they've confirmed that there have been casualties. We go to CBS News Pentagon correspondent David Martin, our national security correspondent. David?
Dan, over my shoulder, you can see the fire engine still trying to put out the fire that began when the plane hit the building. If you were at a different location, you would be able to see that that plane cut into that building just like an axe into a birthday cake. This is the west side of the building. People who were working on the east side of the building say they had their windows blown out and they saw a fireball. This for the largest office building in the world. So this plane caused extensive damage. Now, eyewitnesses have described a plane which the FBI decided was a description of a commercial 767 airliner or a 757, which would be consistent with the report of the airliner being hijacked, the American Airlines airliner being hijacked as it was taking off from Dulles bound for the West Coast. No confirmation that that is what happened. As to extensive casualties, certainly anybody that was on board that plane could not have survived that crash, and anybody who was in the direct path of that plane when it hit the building could not have survived. From a different perspective, you can see that floors 2, 3, 4, and 5 have all collapsed in on each other. It is a sight which I'm sure nobody in their wildest imagination thought they would ever see.
David Martin at the Pentagon, our national security correspondent. Jim Stewart, one of the best reporters in America when it comes to this kind of situation, has been working this story from the very beginning in Washington, and has new information about the early reports of a plane crashing at or near Camp David, the presidential retreat outside of Maryland. Jim?
Dan, the FBI now is trying to sort together what has actually happened here and what they still don't understand. And what they do know has happened is, of course, 3 separate terrorist attacks in the United States: the World Trade Center, at the Pentagon, and some event that has occurred in Pennsylvania, including that affected a commercial airliner. Because of the proximity of that crash of the commercial airline in Pennsylvania to Camp David, there is a presumption by some in law enforcement that Camp David may have been the target of that attack. That, of course, was a hijacked commercial aircraft that we are told did not respond to repeated attempts to communicate with it either by the military or the FAA. Now, other things that the government is confirming at this hour: number one, they received no warnings. They had no hint of any attack against domestic targets in the United States. Number two, they have not received any claim for any of these attacks from anyone. And number three, although they have no evidence that this is the case, they are assuming and presuming that there could be additional attacks within the United States and are reacting appropriately. To do so, they have set up command posts, we are told, in Washington, in Phoenix, and in Los Angeles. Moments ago, the Attorney General of the United States returned from out of town. He was taken by an armored car convoy to the FBI headquarters. Would you ask him, please? Excuse me, Dan, we have a little bit of confusion here in our newsroom at the moment. I can also say that the intelligence community is now saying officially that they do believe that these attacks have the signature, as one official put it, of the Al-Qaeda organization. That, of course, is the terrorist organization that is under the control of Osama bin Laden. They said that is, quote, our lead theory. Dan?
Jim Stewart in Washington. Now at Barksdale Air Force Base in Shreveport, Louisiana, President Bush is about to come out. We believe this is live, although we've been told earlier that it'd be played on videotape. Here is the president. Well, folks, it's live television in a situation like this. I know you understand that mistakes happen. To err is to human, but to really foul out requires a computer, and we've had some computer difficulty. We're going to once again try to bring you, and we now believe, I know this is confusing, but let's face it, it's a confusing situation, that the president flew from Florida, apparently to Barksdale Air Force Base outside Shreveport, Louisiana. We were told that he would appear, make a statement on videotape. Then we thought it was live. Now we're going to the videotape. We're having some difficulty, but here is the president, we hope, speaking on videotape from Barksdale Air Force Base in Shreveport. We're going to try again to show you the videotape of the president speaking here.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested. But make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
President Bush on videotape from Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. Where the president is at this moment, we do not know. The president said freedom itself was attacked by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. With us here at our CBS News World headquarters in New York is one of the world's outstanding experts on terrorism, Jerry Hauer, who's the former commissioner of the mayor's office here in New York City of emergency management. He's now a terrorist expert with Kroll Associates. Jerry Hauer, thanks for being with us.
Sure, Dan.
A lot of talk about rage and revenge. It's being said in Washington, this quote bears the signature of Osama bin Laden. What is the workaday American to think about what has happened in our country today?
Well, I think the first focus right now has to be on the victims and the families of this horrific event, and on the work of the rescue workers that both here and in Washington. Certainly our prayers go out to them. And we've seen just a devastating event today. At the same time, we have to recognize that this was a cowardly act. This was an attack on the United States. I'm sure that the good work of the FBI in time, they will track down. Certainly this has the signature of bin Laden, but I think it's premature to point fingers. I think that we need to let the FBI do their work and try and point the finger as time goes on. Right now, the focus has to be on the response here in New York and in Washington.
Well, let's talk about that. What is happening at the city, state, and federal level as we speak?
Well, clearly, as we've heard from the mayor, there's an enormous response. The New York City Fire Department and Police Department have mobilized every bit of manpower. They've recalled all firefighters, police officers back to work. There are hundreds and hundreds of police officers, firefighters, ambulances coming from around the state, from New Jersey. The governor has mobilized the National Guard to assist New York City, and there will be federal assets coming in, both from a law enforcement perspective to assist the New York office of the FBI, but more importantly to assist the response. FEMA urban search and rescue teams. A collapse of this magnitude that is still burning, more than likely as a result of both the jet fuel and the gas that was in the building. I've been told that there's a gas leak in the building from the natural gas lines that feed the building. This could burn for quite some time, could burn for hours or even days. The recovery from this will take months and years.
A couple of questions. First of all, if we can get it up on videotape, I want to show you as well as viewers, because additional people are coming in front of their sets as the day goes along. If we can get the videotape up of three key events this morning, and the question is whether the collapse, this is not a graphic, this is an actual picture of the plane coming into one of the World Trade Center towers, and then those flames shooting out the other side.
Right.
And then we'll follow on the videotape. This happened around 9 a.m. this morning.
Right.
And then not too long after that, in the 9 to 10 period, one of the towers began collapsing. We had hoped against hope it was partial collapsing. Some people leaped out of the building or were forced out by the flames and the explosion. They would gasp on the ground. My question is, we watch this first one tower collapse. That's what you're going to see on the videotape. Right. Then another tower collapse. Is this massive destruction of the World Trade Center, based on what you know, and I recognize we're dealing with so few facts, is it possible that just a plane crash could have collapsed these buildings, or would it have required the sort of prior positioning of other explosives in the building? What do you think?
No, my sense is that just one, the velocity of the plane and the fact that you have a plane filled with fuel hitting that building that burned, the velocity of the plane certainly had an impact on the structure itself. And then the fact that it burned and you had that intense heat probably weakened the structure as well. And I think it was simply the planes hitting the buildings and causing the collapse. As you can see, the impact on the rescue workers. I mean, these people who are heroes in this building that have been impacted by this, the number of people that have been injured, the number of police and fire officers, firefighters that have been injured is just, it's incalculable at this point.
And the mayor said within the last hour, I think, that there were indications that some people might still be alive in the debris of the building. That's reasonable to accept that.
Oh, it's this early into an incident, you have to assume that some people are alive. I know that after all the years I've worked with the New York City Fire Department and Police Department, they will make every effort to do everything humanly possible to get in there to find any potential victims that might still be alive, recognizing that additional collapses of these buildings and the buildings, I'm told, in the area, there's a potential for a collapse of another building next door. They are going to do everything humanly possible to search that rubble.
Well, I'm recalling the terrible events when the federal building in Oklahoma City was, in effect, destroyed. It took days, and there were days, in fact, when people sniffing dogs, it's not an elegant phrase, were brought into play. That scene, it seems to me, is very likely to be played on a greater scale in the days to come.
A much greater scale. When you've got, it took days and weeks to get through the Murrah building. You've now got 2 buildings that have literally been destroyed. The biggest problem in going through and doing any kind of search and rescue at this point is the potential for additional collapse and the potential for putting additional people in jeopardy. And the New York City Fire Department, New York City Police Department will try and do rescues, but they will have to recognize, and it's a difficult call, that there could be additional collapses. This scene will play out, the search and rescue effort will play out over not days, but weeks, and body recovery could play out over a period of many, many weeks.
Let me pause and say the U.S. Federal Reserve says it is open and operating, the Federal Reserve, and its discount window will provide liquidity to financial markets as needed. That, of course, is to be reassuring to the financial markets in this country and around the world. Mika Brzezinski is on the telephone down in Lower Manhattan. I want to bring her in a moment, but just before I do so, we may want to come back to this a time or two. You know, you served as the commissioner for Mayor Giuliani's Office of Emergency Management. Were you privy to intelligence reports at any level at that time from federal intelligence agencies? And if so, what perspective can you give us? I mean, there have been these repeated reports that, well, yes, Osama bin Laden, but some think he's been overemphasized as responsible for these kinds of events. I know many intelligence people at very high levels who say, listen, you can't have these kinds of attacks without having some state, Iraq, Iran, Libya, Syria, somebody involved. Put that into perspective for us.
Well, I'm not sure I agree that this is necessarily state-sponsored. It, as I mentioned earlier, certainly has the fingerprints of somebody like bin Laden, but I think we have to wait and see. I think it's, you know, we saw during the during the Murrah building bombing, everybody jumped to conclusions early on about who was responsible for that. I think it's very premature. I think that we certainly know that based on what's gone on around the world, what's gone on in the Mideast, that we have been on, that things have been very tense. I'm not aware at this point of any specific threats against New York City, but that's something that both the intelligence gathering organizations and the FBI will be looking at very closely in the days to come.
One of the most experienced intelligence people I know, a man who was responsible for tracking down terrorists, once said to me, revenge is best served cold. Mm-hmm. What he meant by that was that you can have your rage, but if it's a counterpunch you intend to take, better to have patience, wait, bide your time. Is that generally accepted now in the upper reaches of the U.S. government?
Well, I think there's a balance you have to strike because of the outrage that we will see as a result of these horrific events. There will be a call for action, but clearly, and I have every confidence that President Bush will do whatever is necessary to go after the people that have caused this, and if in fact the groups are found, and if it's bin Laden, I'm sure that the right retaliation will be swift. It will be forthcoming. But you don't want to have a knee-jerk reaction and find out that, in fact, at the end of the day, that you've retaliated against the wrong people. And so I think that clearly the focus right now has to be on what's going on here and in Washington, on the rescue efforts. And at the same time, there is a parallel track going on where they are looking, the FBI is going to be mobilizing massive resources to bring in here and into Washington. And they will be looking to try and track down the cowards that did this to our country.
Jerry Hauer of Kroll & Associates, the former commissioner of Mayor Giuliani's Office for Emergency Management here in New York. I hope you can stick around with us, Jerry. You've been very helpful, and I appreciate it. Quickly, Israel has closed its airspace to foreign carriers. Airlines in Europe have ordered flights bound for the U.S. to do U-turns and come back or find alternate landing points outside the United States. The European Union foreign ministers are to hold an emergency meeting on tomorrow. And we go to Mika Brzezinski, who is in Lower Manhattan. Mika?
Well, Dan, I'm with Larry Rosen. We're at PS 89, where his son goes to school. This school has been evacuated, and he's looking for his son. Larry is also looking for his daughter. She's 3 years old, and her babysitter. Larry, tell me exactly where they were, where your apartment is.
Well, I live in Gateway Plaza, which is directly across the street in Battery Park City. I was uptown. Actually in the subways when I heard the explosion. I didn't think much of it, went uptown to a client's and then heard the news. And
you went to your apartment. Did you get close, and what did you see?
Well, I went back to my apartment from uptown, and the windows were blown in, and there was soot all over. Barney doll was laying in the bed.
Is that your child's doll?
Yeah. I have a 3-year-old who was probably sleeping and a 7-year-old who's in the school that we're standing in right now.
Would they let you into your apartment?
They would not, but I was able to get in.
Is there a possibility they could be elsewhere?
I'm hopeful that they are elsewhere.
Okay. You're looking for your son, and I'm told that the children who are in this school have been taken to PS3 and PS41. The children in this school are all fine, according to the head custodian here. A lot of parents like you are coming and looking for the children. What did you want to say?
Tell my wife, Sherry, that I love her and I'm okay, and we'll get together and everything will be all right. I love you.
Larry Rosen, a father looking for his son, and I know you want to go now to the next schools, and those men over there through those doors can tell you where to go to find your son. Write down where they are. Okay, we'll find out for you. Ask the guys through the door. Can you help him, Mary? Dan, this is a story that's been repeated all morning here. Parents are coming, and they just want to see their kids when they hear of something like this happening literally 3 blocks from where their children were at school, a place that should be safe in their minds. It is, I think, a sense that you can only remotely imagine if you were a parent yourself. Dan, over to you now.
Mika Brzezinski in Lower New York. By the way, it was mentioned earlier that the border between the United States and Mexico was being closed, and it may have been mentioned at that time, if so erroneously, that the border with Canada was being closed. The border with the United States and Canada is the longest unguarded frontier in the world. And we're now told that the U.S.-Canadian border remains open. I underscore the word open in case there was any misunderstanding about that. Now, it's happened today. We've had, and I have in front of me just notes because such a confusing situation, the attack on the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center here in New York. The Pentagon hit, and there have been fatalities at the Pentagon. We're not sure how many, but the Defense Department has, after a while, acknowledged that there have been some fatalities and some injured at the Pentagon. Then at Somerset, Pennsylvania, that's in the Pittsburgh area, an air crash there. And then a mysterious air crash in and around the Camp David, Maryland retreat. The president was not there. You know, he was in Florida earlier. That latter one, the Camp David area crash of a plane reported by an FBI official earlier remains a mystery at this moment. But that's what's been happening today. There's no getting around it, a tremendous loss of life at the World Trade Center on the tip of Manhattan. 50,000 people work in the Twin Towers and in the immediate surrounding area, and thousands of more people visit it. Authorities had been trying to evacuate those who work in the World Trade Center when the glass and steel skyscrapers, first one, then the other, came down. with thunderous roars. That happened within about 90 minutes of first one plane hitting one tower and then another plane hitting another tower. Deborah Bryant, a CBS News employee, saw both explosions. She's back from the scene and with us now in the studio. Deborah, tell us what you saw.
Well, it was early this morning, and I was exercising, and I felt that huge wave of sound wave crash. It sounded like a supersonic, when planes go supersonic, and the building shook, and we had no idea what it was. And then there was a plume of smoke that went right up the World Trade Center, and then it started showering us with papers, debris, and not so much smoke. The second plane crash, we were standing at the window of our apartment and looking at the trade tower, and the plane went flying right into the side of it.
Did you see the aircraft?
Yes.
Describe the plane to me. Two-motored, two-engine, four-engine?
It was impossible to tell. It was so unusual to even see a plane that large.
You're looking out your apartment window.
Right.
And a large airplane is headed straight for the World Trade Center.
It had come around the back. We're on the east side of the street, so we didn't see the approach around the World Trade Tower, but we saw it as it smashed into the side.
What did you say to one another? What did you think?
We basically said we're getting out of here and ran downstairs. We couldn't get out the front door because of the smoke. By that time, the smoke was, it's like a very, very fine ash, and it was black outside. You couldn't see, and there was a lot of debris coming down. So we decided to go back in the building, sit on the interior wall and wait, which we did. We cleared, and we tried to make our way out and around the corner to the East River where we could see some blue sky. And then we heard another loud crash, and I guess that's, it was, my impression, it was a bomb. And then we saw...
Good afternoon, everyone. We continue to monitor the situation on the national level, but certainly want to take a couple of moments to bring you up to speed on what's happening with local reaction to the attack on America. We understand that we have a viewer, a family member of one of employees, Bonnie Brewster, who lives near the scene of where the crash took place this morning in New York City, and she is joining us now live on the phone. Bonnie, what's the situation there now?
Well, I'm about 10 blocks away looking out actually at the Empire State Building, and just on the other side of that, I can see huge plumes of smoke. This has been continuous since 9 o'clock, and it's now 1:32 or 3 New York time. It seemed to die down a little bit a couple of times, but it's built back up, and it's just huge plumes of smoke.
What was the situation this morning? Where were you, and how did you find out about the crash?
Well, I'm here, I live in Tulsa. I'm here for our National Girl Scout meeting, and as we came up the steps to the 11th floor of the National Girl Scout headquarters, these huge plumes of smoke were right in front of us in these big glass windows, and all of a sudden we began getting the news that a plane had hit the World Trade Center, and then we got the news that another plane had hit. Now,
What did
we
they...
cannot see, I cannot see the building. All we can see are these huge plumes of smoke.
What did they, has the building that you're in, have they evacuated that? Or you being 10 blocks away, I would imagine there's still, there have been concern?
We have not evacuated this building, and apparently there are some buildings around us that have been evacuated. However, there are people walking up and down the streets. I can look down from this 11th floor, and there are people, you know, kind of casually walking up and down the streets. Not a lot of traffic except for emergency traffic that I have seen or heard.
When you see the pictures, or certainly looking out and seeing the billows of smoke, a reaction, I would imagine, utter shock.
Oh, everybody in this building, and in fact, of the national staff that live here in the New York area, several of them we have found out had relatives working in that building, in the World Trade Center. It's been a very somber attitude here, naturally, and almost, you know, just total shock. How can this possibly happen?
Not in America.
That's right.
Bonnie, obviously the airports are shut down. Your plans there in New York, what kind of itinerary? I mean, obviously the whole world's pretty much shut down.
Well, our meeting was not to conclude until Friday morning, so hopefully by Friday afternoon we can all fly out. And we are all at a hotel about 5 blocks away. We just walk up to the National Girl Scout headquarters, and so we don't feel we'll have any trouble walking back to our hotel.
Sure. We are so glad that you were able to take a few moments to visit with us, and I'm sure people back here in Tulsa are grateful that everything is fine with you and yours there in New York City.
Well, thanks, Leanne. Nice to visit with you.
All right, Bonnie Brewster.
Sorry about these conditions.
Unfortunately, certainly the situation in New York as two planes crash into the Twin Towers. Now, this obviously has taken the entire country in shock when terrorists hijacked 4 different planes and made attacks on 3 different sites. 2 were American Airlines passenger jets, and as you can imagine, reaction to the attack was swift, with the FAA shutting down airports across the country. We'll remind you, Tulsa International Airport closed shortly after the attack this morning. Several planes even had to be diverted into Tulsa, planes that were on their way to other destinations. Authorities say, though, the entire airport, as they are across the country, are on heightened alert. As is the military across the country, today's attack has put Tulsa's Air National Guard on what's called Force Protection Delta. It is highest level of alert. News on 6 anchor Paul Sorrell is live at the base, and he talks more about the lockdown. Paul?
Leanne, since we last spoke with you about 30 minutes ago, we had heard the whine of some jet engines here at the Oklahoma Air National Guard, but we did not see any F-16s taking off. Perhaps they were just being moved on the tarmac. The base does remain on virtual lockdown. All vehicles going in are being searched by armed guards. Civilians are being turned away from the base. Military police are patrolling the grounds, looking for anything out of the ordinary, anything suspicious. And the airmen we talked with are by no means panicked. They are coolly going about their jobs, making sure the 300 people working out here are safe and secure. Leanne, we know of no specific threat against the Oklahoma Air National Guard, but in times like these, no one at this base is willing to take any chances. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Paul Sorrell. Now, here's a look at what buildings and businesses are open and which are closed as a result. We mentioned the Tulsa International Airport grounded all flights. Many of the shops inside the airport are closed for business. Also, late this morning outside the courthouse in downtown Tulsa, deputies surrounded the building this morning with cars as a safety measure. And of course, Governor Keating has ordered all state office buildings closed following the attacks in New York and Washington. He does say employees considered essential will remain and continue to perform essential functions for state government. Public schools around town are still open. However, Tulsa Community College has canceled its classes for the days, and we understand Tulsa Promenade Mall has also closed as well. Now, we do have some new information about 6 Tulsans with Morgan Stanley who were actually at the Trade Center towers this morning when those planes crashed into them. Now, our understanding from the mother of one of them is that they are okay. We understand they were actually on the 61st floor of the tower that was not hit. They began to evacuate, made it to the 29th floor when that second plane hit their building, and then they made it out safely. They were at the Trade Center building for specific training. They made it back to their hotel and contacted us, and they are all okay. We will continue to monitor the situation. Obviously, the story is happening on the network level, but there's many, many reactions here locally, and we'll keep you posted throughout the afternoon. Stay with us.
Mayor, you've just pointed out something that we were not aware of, that because of when you have the 2 tremendous buildings, 110 stories high, both these buildings collapsed, then there are buildings around these 2 twin towers that have collapsed.
And I was in one of them, 75 Barclay Street, and when the first tower collapsed, it created a tremendous smoke condition. It hit our building. We were trapped in our building for maybe 10, 15 minutes. So there are other buildings there that are affected by this, and there's no question that there are people, many people, still trapped there that we can't save. So that's what the police department and the fire department and the emergency services people are working on furiously. And the governor has deployed, I think it's about 1,700 National Guard that will be ready to relieve our people later this afternoon.
What are the chances, Mayor, now everybody knows we're in the early stages of this, what are the chances that you're going to need help and support from outside the city, perhaps even outside the state, of fire departments, police departments, as was the case in Oklahoma City?
We have already received offers of help, and the urban search and rescue teams, I think at least 2 of them, if not 3, have been tasked by FEMA to come here. And they'll probably be here later today or tomorrow. So yes, we are going to need that help. We've already used hospitals outside the city of New York, in Westchester, in Nassau, in northern New Jersey, Rockland County, and we're working with fire personnel there to come into the city later today, tomorrow, and the next day to relieve our fire department, because this is going to be a terrible strain on them. Not only the people who are injured and hurt and worse, but rescue efforts like this really drain you. So we're going to need as much help as we can get. We've had excellent coordination from Governor Pataki and from President Bush.
Mayor, we have reports from all over the city that hospitals in this city, and everybody knows New York has better hospitals than any other single place in the world, but that the hospitals are actually being overwhelmed.
The hospitals are absolutely overwhelmed. I was just on the phone with the director of St. Vincent's Hospital, which is the hospital that is the closest to where the attack took place. In fact, when I was rushing down there after the first plane hit, they were already deploying people, getting ready for triage, and they're overwhelmed. All the hospitals in the metropolitan area are overwhelmed, and we're getting a lot of help, as I said, from northern New Jersey, Nassau, Westchester. We'll move people there, and we are now, in order to take some of the pressure off the New York hospitals. That we are blessed with, 170 hospitals in New York City. So in that sense, at least we have 170 that we can call on, plus a surrounding area with another 200 hospitals that we can utilize.
Mayor, as the mayor of New York City, had you received information from intelligence agencies to be on any kind of special alert?
No,
or special
no specific information of any kind, right up to the moment that it happened.
Didn't have anybody saying, listen, be on some kind of special alert because Osama bin Laden or somebody else may be striking?
Not other than what the situation has been for the last 3 or 4 years, where, obviously, given the tensions in the world, there's almost a continued alert, but nothing, no specific information, no warning of any kind. And I've checked both with the police department and the FBI, and they had no warning.
Mayor Rudolph Giuliani, I appreciate you speaking to us live on the telephone as we played some video.
I would just like to say to the people of New York and to the people of America that this country, the city of New York and the United States of America is much bigger and greater than this, and we're going to overcome this. We're going to get through it. We're going to overcome it, and we're going to prove that democracy and law is our future, not this kind of vicious, horrible, inhumane kind of terrorism.
Mayor Giuliani,
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan.
Dateline's Freeport, Louisiana, Barksdale Air Force Base. Air Force One is reported to have taken off from Barksdale Air Force Base, where we played a videotape of what the President had to say there a short while ago, for, we're told, points unknown. Now, to bring you up to date quickly on what's happened, particularly for those of you who may be joining us late or just tuning in, plane crashed into one of the World Trade Center towers in Lower Manhattan shortly before 9 a.m. this morning. Second plane crashed into the second tower of the World Trade Center shortly after 9 a.m. President Bush was in Sarasota, Florida, called the crashes at that time an apparent terrorist attack and a, quote, national tragedy. Then an aircraft of some kind crashed into a helicopter pad at the Pentagon, damage, including some fatalities there. The Pentagon, of course, just outside Washington, D.C. in Northern Virginia. That was about an hour after the first planes, plural, crashed into the first towers here in New York. The Federal Aviation Administration shut down all aircraft takeoffs nationwide. One World Trade Center tower then collapsed shortly after 10 a.m., about an hour after being hit by the plane. American Airlines said one of its planes that crashed into the World Trade Center was American Airlines Flight 11, hijacked from after takeoff from Boston en route to Los Angeles. Senior law enforcement officials said a car bomb exploded outside the State Department. Then later, senior federal officials said, well, no, that they might have been wrong about that. There was a report of a plane crash in the area of Camp David, the presidential retreat in rural Maryland. The facts on that have never been quite squared. And then there was what was described as a big plane crash, a strange one, near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. All those have been the events of this day so far. No one doubts that the casualties are extremely high in the collapse of the World Trade Center buildings. You just heard live on the telephone, Mayor Giuliani did not even want to speculate how many, but when the thousands were mentioned, he just said he didn't want to contemplate that the loss of life has to be high. How high, no one knows in the crash of these World Trade Center buildings. So that's the situation at this hour. We have with us in our CBS News World News headquarters in New York, R.P. Eddy, former official of the National Security Council. Thanks for being with us. What government, quote, continuity issues went into effect today? I'm puzzled, I think a lot of people are, about what's happened with the president. Put this in some context. Give us some perspective, Mr. Eddy.
Well, the U.S. government has a plan called continuity of government that has been in place since the beginning of the Cold War to protect the constitutionally mandated succession of the executive. And when an event of this magnitude or this sort of threat appears, those programs go into effect and take the different principles that would potentially be in line of succession and put them in secure locations. So there's proximity issues and there's also protection issues. The president would, as he has here, quickly move to Air Force One, which is a mobile command center that allows him a certain amount of protection and mobility, and other officials are moved to other secure locations throughout the country.
Why would the president not want to go directly to the White House and be seen in the center of the executive branch of government and in command there? Why not go directly back to the White House?
Well, the White House is the symbol of U.S. government, and it's the home of the U.S. president, but it's also not the most secure location that one can imagine. Living in a democracy like we do, we expose ourselves to certain vulnerabilities, and we don't have our executive housed in armored cars. So the White House isn't an armored vessel. So the most secure location for him and the place he needs to be is wherever he is safe, and that doesn't tend to be the White House in a situation like this.
Was or was not the top levels of the government, were they not concerned today about a possible chemical or biological attack?
Well, I think when you have an event like this occurring, you have to recognize the psychology of the terrorists, if in fact it is a terrorist attack, and I can't imagine it's anything else, would be the same psychology that would drive them to do a chemical and biological attack. So if they were to undertake this kind of event, then you could suppose they would also be willing to do a chemical and biological attack. Although it should be noted that this kind of attack is much easier to pull off than an effective chemical or biological attack. This isn't a highly sophisticated terrorist attack. A chemical and biological attack takes a lot more planning and preparation.
On the basis of your experience in government as a former official with the National Security Council, would this kind of attack require some kind of state support for this act of terrorism?
I wouldn't want to make a guess on that question if it did or didn't actually have state sponsorship, but I don't think so. The reality is that a lot of the groups that would pull something like this would be ones that do have state sponsorship, and we know that. And I would bet dollars to donuts that we're going to find that whoever did do this did have state sponsorship of one degree or another.
R.P. Eddy, if you could stick with us here for a minute, we want to go to Elizabeth Caledon, one of our CBS News correspondents who's at Bellevue Hospital, one of the world's best-known hospitals here in New York. Elizabeth?
I'm standing by outside two of New York City hospitals, NYU Medical Center and Bellevue Hospital just down the street. The only way to describe it here is it's a scene of, I would say, organized chaos. There are hundreds of people lining up to give blood. Blood is going to be a big need in this situation, and also doctors rushing into work and family members looking for their loved ones. Now, Bellevue is one of the biggest trauma centers in New York City, so the majority of the most seriously injured patients will be taken here. The deputy director of emergency services here at Bellevue did tell me they have quadrupled the size of the emergency room. They have hundreds of doctors coming in from their days off, getting here any way they can to help with the situation. The way it's working is there is an emergency medical services team down at the site of the World Trade Towers. They are doing triage, determining which patients are the most severely injured and should be sent on to the hospital. And the doctors say so far they have no idea how many injured there will be. They are expecting thousands. They are prepared for thousands. They've gone through drills preparing them for this day many times, they say, and are also trying to cope with the psychological trauma of this situation. I'm Elizabeth Caledon, CBS News, reporting from NYU Medical Center and Bellevue Hospital.
This was videotape that Liz Caledon made a very short while ago. Now, the mayor of Washington, D.C. has declared a state of emergency there. According to the FAA, all U.S. commercial flights now have been accounted for, keeping in mind that the airlines have confirmed that at least 4 aircraft, commercial airplanes, were hijacked earlier in the day. American Airlines says that 2 of theirs, 1 each, hit the World Trade Center towers. So American Airlines says it was their hijacked planes, hijacked aircraft. What an incredible story this is. hijacked planes crashed into the World Trade Center. Now, David Martin reports from the Pentagon. Remember, the Pentagon, an aircraft of some sort was crashed into a helipad. It caused damage and some fatalities and injured the Pentagon. David Martin now reports the aircraft carriers USS George Washington and John F. Kennedy have been deployed to New York with the amphibious ships, cruisers, and destroyers that are part of their normal battle groups. Keep in mind that aircraft carriers do not sail alone. Of course, they have very large battle groups with them, and that the battle groups centered around the George Washington and John F. Kennedy have now been deployed toward New York City. Some of those ships also coming up the Chesapeake Bay to Washington. That is, that some of the battle carrier groups from these two battle carrier groups apparently going to be sent up Chesapeake Bay to Washington. The ships will provide hospital beds, humanitarian assistance, and of course defense for those two cities. Both the Washington and the Kennedy are out of Norfolk, Virginia. Now, R.P. Eddy, formerly of the National Security Council staff, I know that there's a scenario that a state enemy of the United States might want to have an attack at or about the same time that some terrorist attack. What would the U.S. military as a whole be doing today under the plan?
Well, as soon as this attack was reported, a coordinating subgroup of the White House was immediately called to effect, and all the cabinet officials that were involved with that met via secure teleconference to discuss the intelligence about the attack and the preparations to deal with further attacks and to deal with the catastrophic effects of this. And then the final thing they would probably discuss is if they could establish culpability and what kind of response would be necessary if they are able to figure out, who is behind this, if it's a state sponsor or not. And that usually takes a little while, though.
And our State Department, which has been responsible for trying to pressure the Taliban government of Afghanistan to give up Osama bin Laden unsuccessfully so far, where would they be in all of this at the moment?
Well, the State Department will be responsible for all international diplomacy that we do vis-a-vis this attack, including talking to the Taliban, which we do through certain channels, actually here in New York, to explain to them that, and we have previously, that we hold them responsible for any attack that occurs against U.S. citizens by the Taliban, by the Osama bin Laden. So that message has gone out again. I'm sure that we've insisted that they give us any cooperation that they might be able to, and we've asked that of our allies and other countries around the world. Part of that will be intelligence sharing, and part of that would be deploying of resources.
R.P. Eddy, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
James Kelson, who was formerly head of the New York City FBI office and was the assistant director of the FBI, and is on the, not just on the telephone, he's with us now, former director of the FBI office in New York. Jim, it's good to see you again. Put this in context and perspective for us, and let our viewers and listeners know you were in charge of the investigation of the TWA-800 crash investigation. Have a lot of experience with this kind of thing. Give us some context.
Dan, it's a huge event. It's a black day. In my view, it's a bigger event than Pearl Harbor. It's war. It's declared war, and we need to now pull together as a nation and accomplish a bunch of things.
Well, nearly everybody's been talking today about the FBI's role, and obviously the FBI has a large role, but the FBI alone cannot possibly investigate something such as this. What other agencies, what other resources the U.S. government pulled in to find out who's responsible for this?
Well, all the intelligence agencies, the CIA, NSA, law enforcement at every level, work together on a daily basis as a team now. The idea, though, that we can know everything, and obviously we didn't know everything. When I say we, I'm talking about that team that I used to be a part of. This event happened, so we did not stop it from happening. It's terribly difficult in a free society with open borders, and on any given day, people land at Kennedy Airport and other gateways undocumented. It's very difficult, and particularly with Middle East terrorism, these cells are not joined together. The only thing that joins them together is their hatred for us, our way of life, our foreign policy.
But Jim Kelson, you say that these various terrorist organizations are not necessarily as well connected as we sometimes might imagine them to be. Give us some perspective on who among the world's states helps them with what they do. I'm not suggesting that we know anything about who did this today, but the questions just tumble out. Well, can someone do this without some state support from someone like Iraq or Iran?
Well, you know, Dan, whether or not this is state supported, there has been state support over the years, and you know, if this was 1% or 10% or 100% state supported, I don't know. I'm a civilian now. I'm sure that the FBI and the agency and all the other intelligence apparatus of the free world, for that matter, is trying to figure out exactly who's behind this, and we need to act with massive power, in my view, without a lot of collateral damage, and that's difficult to do. But this is an act of war, and we need to act accordingly. Now is the time to step up to the plate and do the things that we need to do here as a country.
Jim Kellstrom, when you were still active with the FBI, true or untrue, that there were a number of terrorist acts in which the threads of evidence led back to certain states, but that for reasons, perhaps understandable reasons of diplomacy and what we call geopolitics, there was a tendency to say, well, we may know that, but we don't want to deal with it. True or untrue?
No, I think that's true, Dan. I think that obviously there has to be balance in actions that we take. I mean, these events look very clear once they happen. I mean, now that this horrific act has happened, and then we have untold dead people in New York and Washington and some airplane in Pittsburgh, it's crystal clear that we need massive, effective, high morale law enforcement intelligence. We need to act as a unified country. We need to stop the hypocrisy. Not that hypocrisy got us to this day. I'm not saying it did. But this is serious business. And those of us in law enforcement over the years, and intelligence work over the years, didn't know what day this would happen, hoped it would never happen, but thought surely someday it might happen. I mean, we saw the World Trade Center bombing. We saw in the United States. Then we saw events, the Blind Sheikh going to blow up the Holland Tunnel, the Lincoln Tunnel, the United Nations building, the FBI building. We saw Ramzi Youssef plot in the Philippines, well, after he escaped the United States, to blow up 9 or 10 jumbo jets simultaneously. We saw the bombing of the Cole. We saw the bombing of the barracks in Saudi Arabia. We saw the bombing of our embassies in Africa. There's plenty of evidence that people hate us for who we are, what our foreign policy is. And we need to act. And we need to act together as a country.
James Kellstrom, formerly head of the FBI office in New York and a man who helped run the FBI for a long while. Thanks for being with us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Dan.
Rulers of the Taliban have rejected all suggestions that Osama bin Laden could be behind these attacks. We mentioned earlier that some leaders of the Taliban got out early to disassociate themselves from this whole thing. And the background of this is that by last reports, Osama bin Laden was in Afghanistan. There's been some pressure to get him out of there. The Taliban is responding today. The Taliban condemned the attacks, and they said that bin Laden had nothing to do with it. Tony Blair, the Prime Minister of Great Britain, is speaking. We go to him live.
The utter carnage and terror which has engulfed so many innocent people. We've offered President Bush and the American people our solidarity, our profound sympathy, and our prayers. But it is plain that citizens of many countries around the world, including Britain, will have been caught up in this terror. I have just chaired an emergency meeting of the British Government Civil Contingencies Committee, and I would like to explain some of the measures that we have agreed to take here. There are a range of precautionary measures. We have stepped up security at airports to the highest levels. No flights will take off from the United Kingdom for which we cannot apply the highest standards of security for aircrew and passengers. Private flights have been stopped except where specifically authorized. Flight paths into London have been changed so there will be no civil overflights of central London. Security has been increased across the full range of government buildings and military premises. The police across the whole of the UK are on full alert. All our defence facilities around the world have been moved to high alert to ensure the protection of British service personnel. Advice has been given to major financial and business institutions about appropriate security measures. A number of other security measures have been taken, and of course we are in close touch with US, European and other allies, and are cooperating with them on issues of security. All relevant ministers remain in communication, and the committee, the Civil Contingencies Committee, will meet again tomorrow at 8 a.m. Obviously, some of these measures, not least the effect upon airports, will lead to some disruption, and I hope people understand that. But other than the specific measures we have taken, or that we have advised others to take, business and everyday life can continue as normal. As for those that carried out these attacks, there are no adequate words of condemnation. Their barbarism will stand as their shame for all eternity. As I said earlier, this mass terrorism is the new evil in our world. The people who perpetrate it have no regard whatever for the sanctity or value of human life. And we, the democracies of the world, must come together to defeat it and eradicate it. This is not a battle between the United States of America and terrorism, but between the free and democratic world and terrorism. We therefore here in Britain stand shoulder to shoulder with our American friends in this hour of tragedy, and we, like them, will not rest until this evil is driven from our world.
Live from Great Britain, Tony Blair, the British Prime Minister, with his response and comments on what have happened today in one of the most horrifying attacks ever on U.S. soil. Terrorists crashed 2 airliners into the World Trade Centers today. This is a photograph taken at the time of one of the planes. American Airlines says it was one of their commercial airliners, crashes into one of the towers. This was around 9 a.m. Eastern Time this morning, about 5 hours ago. Another plane crashed into another tower. One of the towers began collapsing. The hope was that it would only be a partial collapse. It turned out to be a total collapse. Debris, including concrete and steel, raining down on a wide area around that building. And then incredibly, almost unbelievably, a short time later, the other tower began to creak and wobble and then collapse. Other buildings in the vicinity, as reported by Mayor Rudolph Giuliani in a live television report to CBS News a short while ago, also began to collapse. This was the scene just after the collapse of the buildings, New York City high school students being evacuated. Teachers and others counseling them, be careful as you flee.
Just dust, don't run.
At the World Trade Centers, some people jumped, were forced out of windows at high up. 110 stories were those buildings. This was the scene. Horrified spectators cried aloud.
Good afternoon. We continue to bring you local reaction to what's happening on the national scene. We understand that a couple of moments we'll just break away and talk about the attack on America. Of course, when the attack happened, the World Trade Center destroyed this morning when terrorists hijacked 4 different planes. 2 of them went into the Twin Towers, another at the Pentagon, and possibly another near Camp David. 2 of those planes were American Airlines passenger jets. Reaction, as you can imagine, to the situation was swift across the country, including activity by the FAA, with the FAA shutting down airports across the country. That, of course, does include Tulsa International Airport. They closed shortly after the attack this morning. Several planes, in fact, about 11, 12, 13, have been diverted to Tulsa, who were scheduled for other locations, other destinations. Those people have since made their way to Tulsa and have arrived safely. And, of course, authorities are trying to make sure that they get proper care while they are staying in Tulsa during this situation. Authorities say, though, the airport is on heightened alert and security, and once again, national ground stop across the country. No commercial airline is flying in the airways across the United States. As with the military around the country, today's attack has certainly put Tulsa's Air National Guard on what's called Force Protection Delta. It is the highest level of alert. There's been a lot of activity out at the Air National Guard Center in near the Tulsa International Airport. Many of the cars that were potentially in that area have been moved away. Many of the non-essential personnel have been let go, while others are making their way to the base. They are on full alert. We will continue to monitor the situation. Many of the areas around town, including gas stations, grocery stores, banks, ATMs, very busy as uncertainty is setting in across the city and certainly across the country. Many people topping off the tank, going to the grocery store, getting out extra money should there be an emergency situation. Officials say, though, there is no need to panic. We're going to return to network. We will continue to keep you posted on local reaction throughout the afternoon.
What happened today. And you may want to note that on previous occasions, first reports about who was responsible for what turned out to be erroneous. It will be many hours, perhaps days and weeks, before it can be sorted out who, in fact, is responsible for these actions today. John Roberts is at our Washington Bureau. John?
Well, Dan, let's first of all speak to the issue of whether there was or there was not any kind of a crash in the Camp David area. I spoke with Secret Service sources just a few minutes ago, Dan, who say that they have no evidence that there was any kind of a crash or an explosion or fire or anything near Camp David in the Catoctin Mountains of Maryland. They say that there was this aircraft that went down in the Pittsburgh area, which is still some distance from Camp David, but there was nothing, at least, probably I would think within a number of miles radius of Camp David, and nothing to suggest that Camp David may have been specifically targeted either. However, they do not know at this point where that aircraft that crashed in Pittsburgh was headed, whether it was indeed headed to Pittsburgh, whether it might have been trying to overfly the northern area of Maryland near Camp David. Perhaps it might have been headed for downtown Washington, D.C. as well, because there, of course, is that other aircraft that crashed into the Pentagon. And there appeared to be, at least from my perspective, Dan, upon arrival at the White House this morning, that when that aircraft went into the Pentagon, what had been a fairly mild state of alarm at the White House suddenly went to an enormously high state of alert. They evacuated the building within 5 minutes, and they cordoned off a number of blocks around the White House, not letting anyone back in. And as well, they evacuated the Vice President and his staff. He is in charge of the Situation Room right now, off campus, not at the White House, though by all accounts still in Washington, D.C. He is there with his National Security Advisor and his Chief of Staff at his side. Lynn Cheney, his wife, also said to be in the same area as the Vice President. But Dan, a development within the last 45 minutes that I certainly don't want to begin to appear to speculate on, but we understand, Dan, that the congressional leadership this morning, after the attacks, was taken from Capitol Hill. They were taken to a secure location for a while under the protection of the Capitol Hill police, and then they dispersed and were operating out of private offices. Well, CBS News has learned from congressional sources just recently that the leadership of Congress, the congressional leadership, has been gathered together and is being ferried by helicopter individually, not together, individually to a location outside of Washington, D.C. Now, of course, the big area that has been designated for Congress to go to in the event of a big national emergency, war, nuclear attack, is Weather Mountain in the western part of Virginia, Dan, but we can't say that that's where they've been taken. President Bush, after leaving Sarasota, Florida today, went to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, where he made his first statement after receiving a full debriefing of what had taken place in New York and Washington. Here's what the president had to say.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested, but make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
Strong words this morning from President Bush, or this afternoon from President Bush at Barksdale Air Force Base, where Air Force One touched down after the president left Sarasota, Florida, where he'd been holding an education event earlier today. Those strong words backed up not too long ago by British Prime Minister Tony Blair, who said, "This barbarism will stand as their shame for all eternity," speaking of the people who perpetrated this act. He also went on to say, Prime Minister Blair of Britain, "This is not a battle between the United States and terrorism, but between the free world and terrorism," and that Britain will stand shoulder to shoulder with the United States. Now, shortly after President Bush made that statement, Air Force One took off from Barksdale Air Force Base. Destination unknown, but something curious and unusual happened just prior to Air Force One's departure. The normal, what's called tight pool that follows the president around, usually neighboring in the area between 13 and 14 people, was whittled down to 5 people. There were a number of people from the media who were left behind at Barksdale Air Force Base, which may be a suggestion that Air Force One is not headed back for Washington, because there would be no reason to leave those people if indeed it were headed back to Andrews Air Force Base, but that indeed Air Force One may be headed for another location. At this point, the president is being kept under tight wraps. No one is talking about his destination or his whereabouts, though we do understand that the vice president is still in Washington, D.C. But again, to reiterate, a change with the leadership of Congress. They have been gathered together and are being helicoptered, ferried individually out of Washington, D.C. to an undisclosed location. And again, as far as any explosion near Camp David, Dan, the Secret Service saying that they have no information about that. It doesn't appear to have happened. Dan?
Roberts, we know that Vice President Dick Cheney is in charge in the White House Situation Room with able assistance from Condoleezza Rice of the National Security Council. Do you know who is with President Bush? Who would be the expert, if you will, helping President Bush as he is in transit from Florida to Shreveport, Louisiana, and then to wherever else he's going?
Well, Dan, when the president left for this trip to Florida, it really was more of a political and an issues trip. So he took his top advisors. Karl Rove is with him. Karen Hughes is with him, as are many of his top political and issue advisors. General Powell was in South America. He is headed back to Washington. Condoleezza Rice stayed here. I do not know if Stephen Hadley, who is the Deputy National Security Advisor, might have been traveling with the president, But Dan, as it was just a quick overnight to Florida, there's no reason for Mr. Hadley to be there. So it may be that the president does not have one of his senior national security staff with him. There's probably a minor staff member, but certainly, Dan, they are doing everything they possibly can to hustle out to the president all of the expertise that he would need. But certainly, Dan, his closest cadre of advisors have been with him since he left on Monday afternoon.
Our White House correspondent John Roberts in Washington. We go to Scott Pelley in downtown on the tip of Manhattan where the Twin Towers collapsed. Scott?
Dan, I'm just a block from one of the World Trade Center buildings. There's another large building that's a short distance from where the aircraft impacted. It is burning above me now. There are flames shooting out of several stories of this building. Firefighters have told us there is some concern that the building might collapse because apparently the opposite face of the building has been blown away. There is towering black smoke, as you've seen from your live cameras, still rising over the tip of Manhattan. I just spoke a moment ago with some firefighters from the 3rd Aviation Battalion out of the Bronx. They told me they got here right after the first airplane impacted. They were getting their tools off their truck when the building began to collapse, and they described diving into a subway station and hearing all of the World Trade Center tower falling all around them. Apparently their tools are still buried under the rubble, and one of the firefighters said that if the subway station had not been right there, they would certainly all be dead. They also described from the center of this scene a New York City police lieutenant who was telling them to be careful to get back, and as he was waving his arms in the air, a piece of debris apparently fell from the World Trade Center building and severely wounded this officer who was trying to help the firefighters stay safe. Dan, I'm at the corner of West Broadway and Murray Street, and it is an unbelievable scene here. There are huge drips of paper. This is all the office paper that was so carefully filed in all the hundreds and hundreds of offices in the World Trade Center. It's now scattered everywhere, drifting around like snow. I've seen letters from law schools. I've seen Christmas cards, all kinds of correspondence from what were all the neat, orderly offices and orderly lives in the World Trade Center now blowing around the street here in Lower Manhattan. And finally, couldn't help but notice for the last several hours, there have been several flights of U.S. Air Force F-15 fighter planes flying overhead. One might presume that they are flying combat air patrol over Manhattan to make sure that no other unauthorized aircraft get anywhere close to here. Flying combat air patrol over the soil of the United States. Dan?
Scott Pelley in Lower Manhattan. Rocky Pasafaro is a chauffeur who was waiting for a client at Broadway and Chambers here in New York City, about a half mile from the World Trade Center buildings. Mr. Pasafaro, you saw one of the planes do what?
Well, you know, I was outside my car reading the paper, and 2 women walked by me, and they looked up and they says, "Look at that!" And as soon as I looked up, the plane entered the first building with the antenna, and just blew up in tremendous explosion and paper and smoke and everything. And it was just like chaos. And then like 15 minutes later, I see the other plane coming northbound, hit the South Tower, and a big ball of flame. Everything was blown all over the place. It was terrible. I spent a lot of time in Nam, and I seen a lot of action, and this was scary. I seen people jumping off the buildings. I seen people getting they were running out in the streets, getting hit by cars. It was just ugly. It was just terrible.
Terrible indeed. Did you get a look? You said you saw first one plane. Did you get a look at that plane?
Yeah, it looked like a big passenger liner, yeah.
Well, American Airlines says it was one of their passenger airlines that hijacked. Did you get a look at the second plane?
Yeah, it looked like a small jet, double engine maybe, you know, one of those corporate jets, I guess, and it looked like that. It hit so fast.
American Airlines says it was another one of their commercial jets, but a smaller jet.
Version, yeah.
Now, tell us about, in the case of the first plane, about how high up on that tower did it hit?
It hit at least 20, anywhere between 20 to 25 stories below the top.
So it's a 110-story building, so you'd
say
say
about 90, maybe
85, 90 stories?
and it made a gigantic hole.
And the second plane?
Hit a lot lower, like in midsection of the building, like around floor 50, 60, around there.
Now, as terrible as it is, you said that you saw some people jump from the buildings.
I thought it was debris, but you seen people jumping off that building. It was ugly. It was terrible. I've seen a lot of things in my lifetime, but I just can't imagine jumping off a building 110 stories high. I mean, it was terrible. I mean, it was just chaos everywhere. The explosion, the floors were shaking. I mean, that second plane that hit, it was a ball of flames, no exaggeration, 150 by 200 each way. That's how big it was. It was rocking, debris everywhere.
The ground shook?
Yeah, I got stuff all over my car, too.
Was there a great rumble, or was it just one huge boom?
Yeah, one big boom.
That was the first plane?
The first one was, yeah, it had a loud sound. I thought it went inside the building. I thought it looked like it was gonna hit the building, then like fall down. It didn't. It went right through, it looked like a rocket. Went right through the building. Then it exploded inside, and there was debris, paper, smoke. It was just ugly.
Rocky Pescafaro, thank you for coming in. We appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
We go to Washington and Jim Stewart. Jim?
Dan, federal authorities are beginning to piece together a timeline which will assist them in their investigation, but quite frankly, at this point, don't answer as many questions as they raise. Let me run through with you what they report to be the sequence of events. The first explosion took place at 8:48 a.m., and this was the American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles. It crashed into the World Trade Center. At 9:04, the picture that we have seen now many times is the United Flight 175, also from Boston to Los Angeles, it too crashing into the World Trade Center, the second tower. The next explosion occurred at 9:38. That was in Washington, D.C., and involved American Airlines Flight 77, which was traveling from Dulles International Airport in Washington to Los Angeles. That plane crashed into the Pentagon. The fourth plane remains the big mystery. That was United Flight 93, Dan, which was departing Newark for San Francisco. It did not crash until a full hour after the Pentagon explosion. It went down at 10:20 a.m., according to the FBI, in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. And the sequence of events there was that this flight abruptly changed course en route from Newark to San Francisco, somewhere over Pennsylvania, and headed directly toward the Washington, D.C. area. According to senior officials who were in the command centers at FBI headquarters, there was literally a moment of great panic. They anticipated that this aircraft was headed toward the Washington area. The FAA informed the FBI that the flight path of that aircraft would take it over Camp David. An attempt was made, we are told, to communicate with that aircraft, and there was no response. Now, we are also told that there was a response. There was some sort of communication with the other aircraft, so that part of this mystery is unclear, but apparently someone on these aircraft did communicate back to the ground. Whether it was the pilots signaling distress or whether it was the people who had hijacked them is not known at this time. But the confusion over the Camp David is clearly that. This aircraft, United Aircraft Flight 93 from Newark to San Francisco, changed course abruptly and was on a flight path that was taking it over Camp David, headed directly toward the Washington area, when it mysteriously crashed. What caused that crash is entirely unclear at this point. Finally, intelligence officials say officially that they are attributing this, that has the, quote, signature of al-Qaeda, which is the terrorist organization belonging to Osama bin Laden, but they go on to say, and I quote, "It is our leading theory, but it is only that. It is a theory. It has his signature. It fits with his past pattern of terrorist events against the United States." Dan?
Jim Stewart in Washington. The Federal Aviation Agency, the FAA, confirms now that all U.S. domestic flights have landed safely. Airports around the country, as they were directed to do, have shut down, some for the first time in their history. This is obviously an unprecedented situation. The situation being many people, how many we do not know, but many people have lost their lives in the collapse of the World Trade Centers here in New York after each of the Trade Center buildings, 110 stories high, was hit by an aircraft. There have been fatalities at the Pentagon when a plane was crashed into the U.S. Defense Department there. And in this situation, there's much that is known already, but there's so much more that is unknown. The Walt Disney Company has shut down its U.S. parks and has begun what it calls assessing global operations. Disneyland in Tokyo and Paris are still open. It's this kind of thing that a lot of corporations are going to have to be making some decisions as the hours go by here. The Emmy Awards scheduled for Sunday have been canceled. Pope John Paul II condemned what he called the unspeakable horror of today's inhumane terrorist attacks, unquote, the Pope. Now, President Bush has spoken twice today, once in just after the first attacks became clear on the World Trade Centers. He was in Florida doing some work there with school children. Also, we mentioned earlier his brother's in a gubernatorial re-election situation there. The president was on a domestic trip to Florida. He spoke there, said he was going back to Washington, but he didn't. He was next reported at Barksdale Air Force Base outside Shreveport, Louisiana. There he made a videotape, somewhat more extensive statement, the president saying, one, that these were in effect cowardly acts and that they would at least eventually be punished. That was the essence of his remarks. He also called for calm and for the American people to know that their government was continuing to work, continuing to operate. All this is a paraphrase of the president, and the president on both occasions asked for the prayers of those families most directly affected by the death and destruction wrought today. Now, the situation at the moment is here in New York, hospitals are absolutely overwhelmed. Keep in mind how many hospitals there are in New York. The mayor told us, I think it's something like 150 or 60 hospitals. But the hospital situation is being stabilized now. Obviously, in the early going, they had to triage out, triage meaning, make decisions on who gets immediate treatment and who does not. The situation in the hospitals is, what last report was beginning to stabilize some because there is so much hospital help available in New York and in the surrounding areas. Some of the casualties were taken to hospitals outside New York into the suburban areas. Some elements of the National Guard have been called into service in New York to back up New York's outstanding police and fire departments. The police and fire departments here, of course, in this large city being very large, some 40,000 plus police when you count the transit police available here, very large fire department, but no city anywhere in the world could count only on its own resources when attacked in this way. Now, police say no one is going to the World Trade Center until the fire is out, and the fire is definitely not out. There are people believed trapped inside the debris of the now totally collapsed World Trade Centers. Both of the World Trade Centers have collapsed. Mayor Rudolph Giuliani told us in our CBS News interview that some of the people bound to have been trapped. Others leaped from the building in terror, in effect forced out by the fire and explosions. And one pauses almost every time you see these scenes, because if you didn't know that this was real and this videotape was taken as it happened, and you see some debris and in some cases people coming down the side of the building, you would say it must be from a horror movie. It is horrible. It is not a movie. John Serra, forgive me, is on the telephone. He was on the 47th floor of one of the World Trade Center buildings when the plane hit. Mr. Serra, thank you for being with us. What was it like?
It was very scary. We thought it was a bomb at first. The whole building shook. I was in number 1 World Trade Center, 47th floor, and I work in the securities area. And first we thought it was a bomb. Then we all ran towards the main door away from the windows. And we saw debris flying outside and everything. And then out in the hallways, there was a lot of smoke. So we stayed in the office. We didn't go out into the hallway. We tried to get in touch with people to find out what was going on. Someone's relative called and said that it was on CNN that a plane had crashed into the building. And another person I work with called and spoke to a friend she knew down in security, and he confirmed that, and they told us to stay put, not to leave yet. A few minutes later, we were told it was okay to start going down the stairs, and we all, it was about 45 of us. We waited till everybody got out, and then we started down the stairs, and there was not that much smoke in the stairways, and we all had wet rags and kept it in front of our face. And when we got out into the stairs, people were coming down from the 70th and 80th floors, and later on we saw some injured people. People would yell down, "Stay to your right," and people that had burns and some were cut up or whatever. We went down first, and also some pregnant women shut down. Everybody was very helpful and orderly in the stairs, and then we started seeing firemen after we got down to the, I think, third. Firemen were coming up, walking up, carrying equipment, and at one floor, people were passing out bottles of water from a water machine, so we could, pour the water on our heads and keep the rags wet. And the smoke was not that bad, We were able to get down slowly, and I think it was 10 o'clock when I got out of the building, and that's when some debris fell down, and I was across the street, and we ran down into like a subway entrance. At that point, I became covered with the soot and the ash and everything. And then I just walked up north as far as I could, up Broadway. My sister works at Spring Street in the Village, and I went to her office. She wasn't at work, but the people in the office helped me clean up, and then I walked across the Williamsburg Bridge and came to my sister's house in Greenpoint. And I was able to contact my wife and children, let them know I was okay, and friends. It was horrible. It was unbelievable. I cannot fathom that the buildings collapsed. I can't.
John Serra.
Yes.
Eyewitness who was on the 47th floor of one of the World Trade Center buildings. Thank you.
Thank you.
For your moving eyewitness account.
Thank
We go to Los Angeles. Brian Jenkins of the RAND Corporation, one of the world's ranking experts on terrorism. Mr. Jenkins, thank you for being with us. This is unprecedented today. Give us some context for it.
It is unprecedented in terms of the enormity of scale of this attack. It has long been feared by those who analyze terrorism, who look at these things, that we could see a major attack on U.S. soil. And certainly there have been many scenarios that have been tested in the various exercises that have been conducted in cities across the United States. But there is nothing in the exercises that prepares you for the stunning images that we have seen today that will take us years to digest.
Mr. Jenkins, there's never been a similar occasion, but on other occasions there's been a lot of conclusion jumping, and a lot of the conclusion jumping has been wrong. Now, there is a sort of center of gravity building around the belief that this is the work somehow, some way, of Osama bin Laden and his organization. Give us some perspective on that.
Certainly, the Osama bin Laden organization would have to be included in any short list of suspects, but it is really too early to jump to any conclusions. Keep in mind that it has been less than 6 hours since the first attack. Now, clearly, in terms of the enormity of the attack, the kind of an organization that would be required, the resources that would be required to carry this out, the style of the attack, that is consistent with some of the modus operandi that we've seen come out of the Middle East in the past. But let's wait for the evidence to take us to the conclusion as to who is responsible. Right now we know what has happened. It will take some hours, some days, potentially even some weeks to figure out who did it and exactly why they did it, if they needed a why.
Brian Jenkins in Los Angeles from the RAND Corporation. Scott Pelley is in Lower Manhattan. Scott?
Dan, thank you, officer. Dan, I've made it down nearly to the base of the World Trade Center. I can see the building here. It is Dan, it's very difficult to describe. What I see left of one of the World Trade Center towers looks to be about 10 or 15 stories tall. There is black smoke rising over the hulk, the sun behind it. Police officers are moving. The smoke is coming out. There's a building there are two buildings next to the World Trade Center. Both of them are involved in fire. There's fire shooting out of the windows of those two buildings. Large pieces of glass and pieces of these buildings to the street. Dan, the scene here on West Broadway is astonishing. New York City traffic was stopped and incinerated right here in the street. I see a number of New York City police cars that were obviously the first responders to the catastrophe that have been blasted to pieces, thrown over on their sides, and burned. There are a number of U.S. postal vehicles in the street that have literally, Dan, just melted. U.S. postal trucks that have melted in the street. There is a large bus, could be a city bus, might be a kind of a Greyhound bus. Impossible to tell because it has been completely burned away, and is sitting just in the middle of West Broadway. As I reported to you earlier, the street is thick with several inches of muck that is made of construction material and files and paperwork, all sorts of things that were in the World Trade Center building. But, Dan, the site of the building itself, the site of the World Trade Center tower that I can see here is a hulk about 15 stories tall, shattered, broken at the top, with huge columns of smoke rising in front of the sun. Sorry, it's very smoky down here. And the smoke has turned bright orange as it rises over Manhattan because of the backlight from the sun. Dan?
Scott Pelley, live from Lower Manhattan. Now, as part of our CBS News continuing coverage of the events of this day, I want to point out to you that every half hour, on the half hour and on the hour mark, we'll try to give you a summation of late information and what's happened during the day. So, if you're not riveted to the television screen, just know that at or about the half-hour mark and the hour mark, we'll try to bring you up to date. Now, no suburban service in Manhattan. The only train service is leaving the city. NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, has called what's called an emergency meeting for 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That'd be about 25 minutes from now. New York City hospitals now report themselves to be in, quote, desperate need of blood. We mentioned earlier that this was inevitable. It has happened. The American Red Cross is keeping New York City donor stations open. Now, if you're saying to yourself, what can I do? One of the things you can do is arrange to give blood if you're in an area, especially if you're in an area of New York City away from the downtown area where all the emergency work is being done. And let us note that on a national basis, there's a shortage of blood supplies, and when you have a catastrophic event such as this, and it's no good describing it as any other way, you have a catastrophic event such as this, there are bound to be shortages of blood. So if you want to know something you can do to help in this situation and in general, one would be to give blood. The Pennsylvania Medical Society has been asked to begin collecting names of volunteer doctors to travel to New York City and to the District of Columbia. Remember that the Pentagon was hit. To what extent the damage there, we do not know. What we do know is that there have been some fatalities at the Pentagon. How many? We do not know. There's absolutely no way to know what the casualties are, but mark well. This is a scene of the Pentagon where the smoke still bellows along the flats of the Potomac. The Pentagon in Northern Virginia, of course, just across the Potomac from the District of Columbia itself. But the casualties are expected to be very high from the World Trade Center collapse. Some people are said to be trapped in the debris. They're trying to organize to get those people out. But it's no good ducking or dodging around the facts that particularly in the World Trade Center, the casualties are going to be high. Senator John McCain, United States Senator from Arizona, is on the telephone with us now. Senator McCain, thank you for being with us. Tell us what you know.
And I don't know much more than what you do. I think it's been very well covered. I can only say that This is a great nation. We can overcome this. We'll rally behind the president. We will find out who perpetrated this outrage. We will punish them, and we will ensure that it doesn't happen again. And I want Americans, if I could add my small voice, we should remain calm. We're a great nation. We can overcome this. And the best way that the great nation acts is that we get through this tragedy and we make sure that it never happens again.
Senator McCain, if you can stay with us for just a moment, we're going to switch to New York Mayor Giuliani live. He's holding a statement. Hold on for us now. Thank you.
Send a message that the city of New York and the United States of America is much stronger than any group of barbaric terrorists, that our democracy, that our rule of law, that our strength and our willingness to defend ourselves will ultimately prevail. And I'd ask the people of New York City to do everything that they can to cooperate, not to be frightened, to go about their lives as normal. Everything is safe right now in the city, and the people who are doing the relief effort need all the help they can get. And then, Governor, thank you very much for your assistance and your help and your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership through this crisis. This is a vicious attack upon New York. It's an attack upon America. It's an attack upon the whole concept of freedom and our way of life. And we cannot let these attacks succeed. The first step has to be to make sure we do everything in our power to protect the people and to save the lives of those whose lives are still at risk, and to help those who have been injured. And I want to commend the mayor, and I want to thank my colleagues from Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and the federal government have all offered and made ready support to help us deal with this ongoing crisis. The people of New York are not only the freest and most diverse people in the world, we're also, I believe, the most capable of rising to meet the challenges of this type of attack. And right now, we want New Yorkers to remain calm, to go about their business, to appreciate the fact that everything to provide for their safety is being done, to appreciate that everything that can be done to provide for the health and the needs of the people who are still at risk is being done, and that we will continue to work to make sure that we get through this as strongly and quickly as possible. I want to thank the federal administration. Secretary Thompson has been on the phone with me a number of times, as well as the president, for what they are offering and prepared to do. And we're just confident that, well, this is a horrible attack, and one that is despicable and really unthinkable in its magnitude. We will get through this, and we will continue to have a great and free
Governor Pataki of New York, standing at the side of New York City Mayor Giuliani. On the phone with us, Senator John McCain. Senator, you're speaking to us from where?
I'm on Capitol Hill, Dan.
Senator, this is a time for assessing what has happened to us today, as well as extending what we can in the way of help and our prayers to the families of those who've been most directly affected. But the question hangs out there that we pride ourselves on the defense of the United States of America, and we spend hundreds of billions of dollars preparing for, the eventuality of war. But how much thinking has gone into the new kind of war? This is something we haven't faced before.
Well, something that you and I have discussed in the past. We went from a very dangerous world to, during the Cold War, where we faced the threat of nuclear incineration, to a very dangerous world where we face these kinds of terrorist threats, including proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. And I think the reality is that we'll have to assess our intelligence capabilities. I don't think there's any doubt that we have superb technical intelligence capability. We abandoned to a large degree the human intelligence capabilities back in the late 1970s, and we may have to. I've always said that we needed to do more in that direction. I think that it is remarkable, some of the things already that we know, including the fact that these hijackers must have known how to fly an airplane. That's a pretty your average terrorist doesn't have that capability. The sophistication of this operation is mind-boggling, and obviously we're going to want to know why our intelligence capabilities were not what we wanted them to be.
Senator, true or untrue that there have been occasions over the last, let us say, decade, when the evidence pointed clearly to some sort of state-sponsored terrorism. I'm not suggesting that this was state-sponsored terrorism. I'm saying clearly we don't know what this is.
Yep.
But is it true or untrue that in the past, over the last decade, there have been those occasions when the evidence pointed to certain states, and that for one reason or another, neither the executive nor legislative branch of our U.S. government wanted to attend to that, that just the decision was made to look the other way?
I don't know if the intention, if the action was to just look the other way, but I think there were indications. Whether there was conclusive proof or not was a judgment that was made by our leaders, both in the executive and legislative branch. I have felt that there's been involvement, but I'll be honest with you, Dan, I never thought that an operation of this sophistication and size would take place. I just never did. But I don't think there's any doubt that there are countries, Iraq, Iran, Libya, North Korea, and others, who we know engage in proliferation of capabilities and have from time to time involved themselves in state-sponsored terrorism. But never did we imagine on a scale such as this.
Senator John McCain, thanks for being with us.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
The earliest the FAA says it would consider lifting ground stoppages, this has to do with air traffic in this country, will be 12 noon tomorrow. Again, as we have so often, we need to pause and absorb that. This has never happened in the history of the country. The FAA early in the day said it wanted all flights in the country stopped. Just shut it down, given the situation. Now the FAA says that it will consider lifting the ground stoppages at or about 12 noon tomorrow. Obviously, that could be subject to change, but that's what the FAA says at the moment. Sandra Hughes, CBS News correspondent, is at LAX, the Los Angeles International Airport, where some of the flights involved in the hijacked suicide missions, as it turned out today, were headed. Sandra?
The last few hours inside, excuse me, I'm just going to have to take this out of my ear because I can hear myself and it's very distracting. I've just spent the last few hours inside the LA International Airport. It has now been evacuated and closed down. I spent most of my time at the American Terminal, and we saw some family members, what appeared to be very grieving family members arriving. They were surrounded by police and whisked up the stairs to a private room. We're assuming that those were family members of some of the folks who were on those two American flights that crashed. But most of what we saw was chaos, confusion with the passengers there, people trying to book flights, most people just being told, go home, call us later. We then walked down to the United Terminal, a much different scene down there, Dan. It was a heightened state of security. Police tape was all around the terminal. It was completely closed down. We saw the Los Angeles Police Department bomb squad suiting up and going inside the United Terminal. We tried to get a little bit closer, and we were pushed back. Just as we've been standing here a little bit a ways from the airport, we have seen many police cars with their lights and sirens on, many emergency vehicles rushing in that direction. So what appears to be a heightened state of alert. Right now, they are just continuing to evacuate everyone from the Los Angeles airport who is an essential personnel. Also, just around California, Disneyland, the major attractions, they've all been closed down. The Bay Bridge up in San Francisco, any major bridge like that in the state of California, a heightened state of alert. Many state buildings have been closed down and evacuated. That's what's going on here in California, Dan.
Sandra Hughes at Los Angeles International Airport. We go to Mika Brzezinski, who is live now in Lower Manhattan. Mika?
Yeah, Dan, I've just moved up from PS 89, which is 3 blocks from the scene, Dan, because what they've told me is that we had to get out. They were going to try and get rid of what's left of Tower 1, and I was in the line of fire, so I ran 10 blocks up to our SAT truck here on Canal and West, and I've had a first chance to take a look at what is behind me, and I can't believe it. This is Midtown Manhattan. This is New York, and the heart of it is a scene of terror and hate. I've also caught up with some families here. Dan, I don't know if you remember, I was speaking earlier at the school with a frantic father who was trying to find his son who went to PS 89. Those children who were evacuated to nearby schools. He couldn't find his son. He also couldn't find his wife, who was in Gateway Plaza, the apartments right across from the World Financial Center when all this happened. His wife and his 3-year-old child were in there. He could only get close enough to see that the windows were blown out. And now I have with me Michael Gashler and Julie Brown and their 2.5-year-old son. I take it you live there as well. What can you tell me about the scene from what you know?
Well, it's Gateway Plaza right now is evacuated, basically. And what's happening is that there's another building that's about to come down. They called it Building 80. But what I understand for that father, that the kids in school are safe. As we walked up,
The kids in all of the local schools, Stuyvesant High School, PS 89, which is right at the scene of the disaster, they have been transferred to nearby schools. PS 3 is one of them. They are all okay, but a lot of parents like you trying to find their families. And Gateway Plaza, it appears the apartments were not unscathed in this.
no, especially the ones facing the World Trade Center, they were blasted out, and we were lucky being in the apartment and not evacuating like they asked us to, because we were safe inside. We were able to close the windows, and we didn't then suffocate when the debris came down, when the buildings collapsed.
I take it as this happened, you were actually about to bring your son to a daycare center inside the World Trade Center?
Five World Trade Center, yeah. On the plaza level. That's where we have it at the Children's Discovery Center. We don't know whatever happened to that, but I got to believe it's buried by now with the debris. Right. But we normally would be there at 8:30, and we just got up late, you know, so we got lucky.
What is your reaction, Julie, to what you're hearing so far about this being an act of terror and seeing this literally at your home?
Well, having been down here when the bomb went off back in the early 90s, you know, I don't know what to say about that. I'm still in shock over it all happening, and that time I was lucky enough not even to be at home. I was in Midtown, and this time being at home, I have to say that my first concern really was to get my son out of there.
Like many families who are right now struggling to be reunited, some of them will be lucky enough to have that happen. I also have with me Michael Ingbar, who was sleeping with earplugs on when the plane began to fly toward, one of the planes began to fly toward the World Trade Center. Tell me what happened after that.
I was just on my roof. I had my binoculars and I'm looking at it, and I thought it was a Superman movie or something, or a science fiction movie. And then I saw a huge explosion. I saw people falling out of windows, and I couldn't tell whether they were jumping or they were just falling. It looked like were pieces of metal. And then I put my binoculars on and I saw it was actual people just jumping out of the buildings or falling out of the buildings. And just a big explosion, like it was explosion with fire. It was like a movie set. It didn't look real. I still believe I'm in a dream or something, or a nightmare.
I think a lot of us do. A lot of us even covering the story. I was frantically at one point trying to get in touch with my husband, who's also a reporter. Everybody in some way, shape, or form is connected to this in some way, with so many people working inside the World Trade Towers, 50,000 people at height level, Dan. It is going to be an act of terror with reverberations across the country. And of course, this morning we are still picking up the pieces and trying to figure out exactly what happened, and there are people trying to figure out where to go. They're literally walking up the West Side Highway, which is usually crowded with cars trying to get in the middle of the morning, and right now it is literally a walking path. The only thing you see coming through here right now are literally hundreds of fire trucks and EMS crews. When I was down there, I was close to the scene, at the scene, literally, when the towers came down. Byron Pitts and I were actually standing at the corner of Murray and West, where you heard Scott Pelley reporting from, and we were there when the towers went down. We literally ran from the roll of thick debris and smoke to the point when we ran into PS 89 to get as far quickly escaped from this sort of toxic cloud. Literally, when we got inside the school went black. It was like night, because when the cloud came over us and the debris started to hit, when you literally went back outside again, where we were standing was only crushed cars, debris, and cement. Dan.
Mika Brzezinski, live reporting from Lower Manhattan, although the picture you're seeing at this particular moment is videotape of the collapse of the World Trade Centers. Yes, both of the 110-story World Trade Centers have collapsed. All U.S. security markets have closed. A conference call is scheduled tonight to decide whether to reopen tomorrow. Bellevue Hospital medical director, quote, "This is a catastrophe of unparalleled proportions," unquote. And the reason it is a result of what you're seeing on videotape. First one of the World Trade Center towers collapsed. Yes, collapsed. It looks like one of those scenes of an old building being, purposely dynamited and blown up. In this case, hijacked airliners, two, both of them American Airlines planes apparently, were crashed, first one, then another, into the World Trade Center. And then first one tower and then the other collapsed, completely collapsed, and buildings around them collapsed. People were seen jumping, being forced out of the building on high floors. People on the street gasped as each person was seen coming out of a window. Abraham Lincoln, 1864. Let not him who is houseless pull down the house of another, but let him work diligently and build one for himself, thus by his example, assuring that his own shall be safe from violence when built. Yes, it's a long quote, but something to ponder on this day, when America has much to ponder, including the fact, and it is the fact, that we've been taught since we were school children that the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. Clearly, our vigilance has not been what it could have, should have been in the days preceding this catastrophe today. And if you think the word catastrophe is an overstatement, then perhaps you want to rethink it. Because many, many people have died on this day. Some at the Pentagon, we hope a few, we don't know how many at the Pentagon when a plane crashed there. But the mayor of New York, police officials, everybody says when the death toll is finally counted from the total collapse of both of these towers of the World Trade Center, there will be a high loss of life. Some people have believed trapped in the remains as we speak, and operations are being mounted to try to get to them. You remember those scenes from Oklahoma City. Remember Oklahoma City, one federal building, terrible as it was, how long it took to get organized, to get those people who were trapped in the remains, as was the case in Oklahoma City. Many heroic deeds this day, most of those deeds we do not yet know, but police, firemen, ordinary citizens have performed their heroic deeds this day, and while many lives have been lost, many lives have been saved. And it's a day that will, as was the case with Pearl Harbor, live in infamy in American history. We go to John Roberts in Washington. John, perhaps bring people up to date on where the president is and where he isn't at this hour.
Well, Dan, as we try to grasp the enormity of this tragedy, and as many times as you see the pictures, they still hit you afresh, an assault against all your senses. It is just impossible to understand the exact magnitude of all of this. The White House is trying to put the pieces back together here so that they can show that they are in control, to show America that they have a leader who is in command here and a person who is going to lead this country against the scourge of terrorism nationwide. Our what's called in-town travel pool was activated just a little while ago, been taken over to what we'll only describe as a government building in downtown Washington, D.C., for fear that people may be watching this broadcast in order to determine where the leaders of government are for a briefing about what the government does next. As best we can ascertain, Dan, the president most recently was at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, where he made the address that you played the videotape of just a short while ago, and is now somewhere in transit over the United States, whereabouts and destination classified at this point. We understand that the vice president is still in Washington, D.C., though the congressional leadership has been ferried separately via separate helicopters to a location outside. But Dan, I think, and this has now been corroborated by two different sources now, there is a move by the White House to try to get the president back to the White House today. Dan, you mentioned a couple of hours ago now, at least, that the president want to get back to the White House today as a show of force against these terrorists. I believe that the administration is of the same mind, and they are in negotiations now with the Secret Service to make sure that they can adequately assure the safety of the president so they can get him back to the White House. Speaking against that, Dan, though, might be this idea that when the president on Air Force One left Barksdale Air Force Base, they trimmed down the number of media personnel, the White House press corps, who was following him from about 14 to 5, which may indicate that they were going to a smaller location, Dan. So still the information somewhat up in the air, all of this again classified because they do not want to reveal where the president or the vice president are at this point, but we should know more very soon. We'll get back to you on that.
Our White House correspondent John Roberts emphasizing that whenever the President of the United States traveled, and he's on Air Force One, he has an incredibly sophisticated communication system aboard that aircraft. And while, as John Roberts mentioned, from all appearances and all reports, Vice President Dick Cheney, a very experienced elected and appointed official, is in charge at the White House itself in a secure position below ground in the White House, we believe. and Condoleezza Rice, head of the National Security Council, while on a minute-by-minute, hour-by-hour basis, at some point, it appears that they were very much, at least in partial charge. Let no one, no matter how you feel politically, misunderstand. The President of the United States is in charge. He is the commander-in-chief. And whatever anybody thinks of him or doesn't think of him in the moment, he's the commander-in-chief. He's the leader of the nation. He is in Air Force One. He is in instantaneous communication when he wants to be any place in the world, and there should not be any misunderstanding about that. There'll be plenty of time later in the days and weeks to follow about whether he and his White House operation deported themselves as they could have and should have today. But as of this moment, no one should have any misunderstanding about the president being in charge. And with that in mind, we go to Bob Schieffer in Washington. Bob?
Well, Dan, very much in line with what John Roberts was saying about members of the White House staff wanting to get the president back to Washington because they believe that is a way to show the terrorists that they are not giving in. There is very much that same spirit up at the Capitol at this point. The Capitol Police Chief told us just a while ago that congressional leaders are going to make a decision later today about reopening the Capitol tomorrow, because they think that is the way to show that this government is still working. Joe Biden, who's the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, said earlier this afternoon, this Congress ought to be in session. When we're not in session, we're saying to the terrorists that they are winning at this point, and we don't want them to say that. So that is the mood. But of course, as John Roberts also pointed out, there are these tremendous security precautions and considerations that have to be taken at this point. So at this point, all we know is that the vice president, for example, is in a secure place. That is the only clue that members of his staff will give us as to where he is at this point. He's with his chief of staff, Louis Libby. His wife, Lynn Cheney, is also with him. But the White House staff tells us only the vice president is in a secure place. One other point, intelligence sources at this point have really not given members of Congress a great deal of information. Either they don't know or they're holding back on that. We are told that there will be substantive intelligence briefings for members of the intelligence committees later this afternoon, but at this point about all they know is that these were well-coordinated attacks, well-coordinated, well-planned out. At this point, it's our understanding that members of Congress have been given no information as to who specifically might be behind these attacks. We should also add, and these intelligence sources pointed out to us, that security forces, American forces around the world, have been on a considerably high state of alert in recent weeks, almost since the bombing of the USS Cole some months ago. Everybody has been expecting something. Nobody really expected anything of this gravity. Certainly nobody expected something as widespread as these attacks were. But that about brings it up to date as far as we can determine at this point, Dan.
Bob Schieffer live in Washington. This is CBS News continuing live coverage of the incredible acts of terrorism that were put forward today. Reporting, I am from CBS News World Headquarters in New York, and here's what we know and what we don't know up to this hour. It's been one of the most horrifying attacks ever against the United States on home soil. Terrorists crashed two airliners, separately, not far apart, two hijacked airliners.
Good afternoon, everyone. We continue to monitor network and keep an eye on the situation on the attack on America, but we want to bring you some local reaction to what is happening on the national front. Rumors in Tulsa that the terrorist attack in New York would send gas prices to $3 a gallon has led to long lines at a number of gas stations across town. One line in particular circled a Quick Trip in downtown Tulsa at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Some say they had been waiting in line for 20 to 30 minutes just to get to those pumps. News on 6 reporter Diane White is at one of those locations at 11th and Utica. She joins us now. Diane, what's the situation where you are?
Well, Leanne, you said it correctly. They're cars are lined up around the block. You know, it's not as bad here at this quick trip here at 11th and Utica as some of the others we've seen around town. We were down south not too long ago near 81st and Lewis. Traffic was lined up for half a block. Same thing over at 15th and Lewis over at the Albertsons gas station. There people are lined up and they actually had people out directing traffic. They seem to have this one fairly under control. So far the prices around town that we have seen have stayed steady at about $1.55 for regular unleaded. But as you said, those rumors that prices could go, you know, over $2, possibly $3 have sent people here to top off their gas tanks just in case, to be prepared for it. I've put a couple calls into different sources I have, several owners of area gas stations around town waiting for some calls back to see if there's any word if and when prices could go up today and how high they realistically could go. So it is too soon to tell, but as you know, as everyone has been saying, you know, encouraging people not to panic, not to, you know, rush to overdo it, whether it's at the grocery store, the ATM machine, or at the gas station. But here at 11th and Utica, it is a fairly long line at the Quick Trip, but traffic's moving pretty steady right now. But I think pretty much any station around town that you go to today, you'll see this type of situation, and no sign that that's going to be changing anytime soon. Of course, as I said, we're trying to get some more factual information as what could and will happen with gas prices. Leanne?
A lot of uncertainty, obviously, in a number of areas, and thank you very much for that report. Once again, officials not only here in Tulsa, but certainly across the country, urging calm in light of all of the tragedy that's going on. But ATM, grocery stores, even Promenade Mall has closed already today, and gas prices appearing to be going up higher throughout the afternoon. We have a Tulsa connection, if you will, to the attack on America. 6 Tulsans with Morgan Stanley were at the trade towers this morning when the planes crashed into those buildings. Now, we understand from the mother of one of them they are all okay. We understand they were on the 61st floor of the tower that was not hit. They began to evacuate, made it to the 29th floor when the second plane hit their building. Then they were able to get out safely and make it back to their hotel. They were at the Trade Center buildings for training. We'll continue to keep an eye on the situation locally and keep you updated throughout the afternoon. Keep it right here on Channel 6.
At Moffett Air Force Base in Nebraska. Remember, the president started the day in Florida. He was on a out of Washington trip to Florida. Then he turned up at Barksdale Air Force Base outside Shreveport, Louisiana, made his second statement of the day. Now, we're told Moffett Air Force Base in Nebraska. Why would he go there? Well, for one thing, the DEFCOM planes are headquartered at this place in Moffett Air Force Base, we're told, and that is that there are special aircraft which, in case of, say, a nuclear attack or some other national emergency, that the president could board one of those aircrafts. They have special facilities in case of a national emergency. Now, I want to emphasize the president's been traveling in Air Force One, which has very sophisticated equipment, but is not, in fact, a so-called DEFCOM plane. That's a special aircraft. We don't know that President Bush is boarding one of these DEFCOM planes. We're told what we know, and all we know, is that he went from Barksdale Air Force Base in Shreveport to Moffett Air Force Base in Nebraska, and he's now receiving what's called as an up-to-date briefing at the air base in Nebraska. Where he intends to go after this, if anywhere today, is unknown. We'll try to keep you posted as we go along on the president's movements, but a decision was made. He said first, when he was in Florida, he said he was going back to Washington. But a decision was made that he was not going to do that. It was unannounced, as probably should not have been. He wound up in Barksdale Air Force Base, as I say, and now is at Moffett Air Force Base in Nebraska, where it's said that he's getting a briefing. And let me pause and say that I've made a mistake here. The responsibility is mine and the blame is mine. It is Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska, not Moffett. Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska. So the situation at this hour, let's review. The casualties are many. There are many dead, and New York hospitals are overflowing with the wounded from the collapse, the twin collapse of the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. There have been some fatalities, the number unknown, at the Pentagon when an aircraft was crashed into the Pentagon. American commercial airlines say that at least 4 planes were hijacked this morning as part of what appears to be a concerted effort at terrorism. American Airlines says 2 of its planes were crashed into the World Trade Center. That would be American Airlines Flight 77, Dulles to Los Angeles, and American Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles. And let me note, asterisks bottom of the page, mentally, if you will, that there's some discrepancy. The eyewitnesses, several eyewitnesses, said they thought that one of the planes that hit one of the World Trade Centers was not a large airliner. Now, a Dulles to Los Angeles flight would figure to be quite a large airliner, and a Boston to Los Angeles flight would figure to be quite a large airliner. We have no explanation for that. A Boeing 757, one of the planes believed to have crashed in the World Trade Center, and a Boeing 767, another plane believed to have crashed into the other World Trade Center. That'll perhaps be sorted out as time goes along, but American says it believes that its 2 planes, these 2 planes, crashed into the World Trade Centers. Then United Flight 175, also a Boeing 767, large aircraft, flying Boston to Los Angeles, was hijacked in flight. And then United Flight number 93, Newark to San Francisco, another Boeing 757, was hijacked. Those are the 4 planes known to have been hijacked. Bill Richardson, one time, in fact, until fairly recently, head of the Department of Energy in Washington, also once the United States ambassador to the United Nations, very experienced politically, and also someone who's been involved with intelligence information about terrorist networks, is with us in our Washington Bureau. Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you again.
Thank you, Dan.
Try to give us some perspective here, and also let's address the alleged bin Laden connection to all this.
It seems to me, Dan, and I used to every morning get an intelligence briefing that I don't get anymore, but my sense, Dan, is that this was a coordinated attack. It took a lot of resources. It basically points to a sophisticated network that would be bin Laden. I recall when I was UN ambassador trying to get him extradited, going to Afghanistan, and basically getting stiff-armed by the Taliban. Now, I think what is very important here, Dan, is besides dealing with the tragedy, besides supporting the president fully, he is fully in charge, and we should come together as a country. I think it's important that we ensure and take steps right away so that this doesn't happen again. I think we need a massive effort to upgrade our terrorism capability. I think the war is not just a missile war or a military war. We've got terrorism that crosses borders. Secondly, I always sensed that when I was in the government that we had a lot of very good agencies, a lot of good people dealing with terrorism, but somehow we need better coordination. I would put a terrorism SAR. I think also we need a national commission appointed by the president to look at what happened and what steps we need to take, bipartisan, to deal with this massive attack on America. So those are the steps that I think we need to take. Obviously, we need to upgrade our human intelligence. As Senator McCain said, basically spies infiltrating some of these terrorist cells, but also satellites, because this is such a massive attack that I think we needed both more human intelligence, but also more satellite and the kind of sophisticated intelligence that we've been investing so much in.
Mr. Secretary, based on your experience with looking into these kinds of things, and you said you made a trip to Afghanistan trying to get the Taliban government to help with catching Osama bin Laden. After there were attacks on the U.S. embassies in Eastern Africa in 1998, President Clinton authorized 2 sets of missile attacks, cruise missile attacks, one against in Afghanistan, one in the Sudan, in retaliation for what he said were clear indications that Osama bin Laden, and pointed out bin Laden's connections to Sudan and Afghanistan. My point is that after those attacks, bin Laden became even bigger in the minds of those haters of America, particularly those who are of Muslim religion, than he was before. So what I'm grasping for here is some indication of what does a nation such as ours, what are the options for this or any other president when this kind of thing happens? The last time, one of the last times we launched these missile attacks, And frankly, the evidence is that they didn't do much good.
Dan, I think the president has a limited option here, and the option is if we can find bin Laden, locate him, get good enough intelligence, a massive retaliation against them. I think that's called for very clearly if he is the perpetrator. The second thing, Dan, is we need to get the international community, our allies, our friends, developing countries, to recognize that terrorism is a worldwide threat, that this has happened to everybody, so we've got to get more international cooperation, NATO, Asian nations, African nations. And thirdly, there's got to be a response against the countries like Afghanistan that may harbor these terrorists, or certain countries in the Middle East, that if they don't turn them over, and they have them, they can't use legalisms, and that they would also be subject to a very tough response. I think, Dan, with terrorism, you deal with it, needless to say, we need a stronger intelligence capability. We need to be better prepared. But we also have to have an international effort. We can't do it alone. But I think the most important step here, Dan, is we got to rally around the president, rally around as a country. This is an unprecedented attack. We've been violated. But you've got to start planning for the next day to ensure that this never happens again.
Former Secretary of Energy, former Ambassador to the United Nations for the U.S., Richardson, we thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Thanks for being with us. We mentioned that the missile attacks, the twin missile attacks against Sudan and Afghanistan targets in the wake of the embassy bombings, the U.S. embassy bombings in East Africa in 1998. I think it was said, probably said by me, that the indication is they didn't do a lot of good. Let me amplify on that to say that Sander Berger, who was head of the National Security Council at the time that decision was made, among many others, has said, look, just because we didn't get bin Laden, just because we didn't hit the targets in some cases maybe we thought we were hitting, one of the purposes at that time was to send a message that we have reach, that we can reach the terrorists wherever they are. So for fairness and for accuracy, one needs to tack that on to the statement that, well, the evidence is that those missile attacks may not have done much good. Fuad Ajami, our CBS News consultant, longtime expert on foreign affairs, not just in the Middle East, is with us here for context and perspective. Fuad Ajami of Johns Hopkins University, you've been listening and monitoring carefully to what the leaders of the Taliban have said today. Now, among other things, they've said that bin Laden is not connected to this.
Right. Well, this is the Taliban, so you have to take whatever they say with some skepticism. The Taliban would like to hunt with the hounds and run with the fox. They have given sanctuary to Osama bin Laden, but they now insist that Osama bin Laden has been domesticated, that he doesn't have the logistics, he doesn't have the base with which to do these kinds of operations. I think we have to treat this with caution, and I think you've been doing, you've been trying to give this story the context that it deserves, and to deal with the horror without really trying to name people and designate culprits, because we simply do not know. But we do know that Osama bin Laden has been active in this kind of industry of terror. He's a wholesaler of terror. And we do know that in the East Africa bombings of both Dar es Salaam and Nairobi, he was implicated. We suspect that he was implicated on the attack on the USS Cole, where two of his followers, we think, in effect hit one of our destroyers. And so we have arrived at this point now. And of course the Taliban will be very, very cautious this time around, because they suspect that this time the response will not be pinpricks, it will be a very serious response.
Fuad, you've been studying this kind of thing for so long. There's always talk when this kind of thing happens. Couldn't happen without some state being involved.
Right.
Iraq, Iran, Libya,
right.
Syria, North Korea, run down a list.
Right.
Is that talk realistic?
Well, it really, honestly, we just have no idea. I mean, I think this is a very slippery, the whole realm of speculation this far. I mean, we do know that obviously these kinds of terrorist operations must have sanctuaries. You know, it's not just one or two people who could do it. And we do know that it's the fate of a liberal power like us, like this great superpower, to be envied, to be resented. And look at this attack. This attack targets the Pentagon, and the World Trade Center. It targets the symbol of our military might and the symbol of our financial, economic might. So both New York and Washington are the main targets. And it is a message to a great power that even though our wingspan is broad, even though our economic resources are vast, even though our military infrastructure and our military might is vast, we are vulnerable to these kinds of operations. And we do know that there is a tremendous amount of anti-Americanism in large parts of the world. In large parts of the world, there's a tremendous amount of anti-Americanism. In the world of Islam in particular, we understand this. But there is this anti-Americanism, and people like bin Laden feed off it. And bin Laden, in many ways, he is this, not only is he active in a place like Afghanistan where they give him sanctuary, but there's sympathy for him everywhere. Because bin Laden, if you will, he holds out the message that this great hegemon, this great superpower that straddles the world can still be hurt. And we are hurt by this. We have seen this.
Well, no doubt we're hurt. We believe hundreds and possibly thousands of our fellow citizens dead. I want to hold to this point about certainly no one can speculate, and I've said repeatedly and want to say again, that early reports and speculation in these kind of situations, they are frequently wrong.
Sure.
Oklahoma City comes to mind. But right behind that, let me pause for a second and help our viewers and listeners. You've said, look, there is centered in the world of Islam, which is not monolithic any more than Christianity or Judaism or anything. There's centered, hate America elements. But I'm sensitive, I want to be sensitive to the fact that there are many loyal Americans, peaceful, law-abiding Americans who are Islamic heritage.
Of course.
And we need to pause, I think, for just a second, if I may say, and let's talk about that. What as a national attitude we should have toward our fellow Americans who are of Islamic religion?
Well, I think you've said it, Dan. I mean, you've even mentioned the Oklahoma City bombing as the cautionary tale. That as we jumped to look for Middle Eastern sources of that deed, it turned out to be just a clean-cut American kid who was responsible for it. So I think no one is really jumping to conclusions, but obviously 4 planes that get hijacked. This isn't, basically your garden type, your garden variety episode. This is a very major episode. We've crossed the Rubicon. In effect, that our sense of immunity to the currents of the world and to the passions and the furies of the world now lies behind us. I mean, we said this in a small way. In 1993, the first time the World Trade Center was hit some 8 years ago. But this is a different order of magnitude altogether. And our sense of immunity to the passions that play on other societies, I think, is gone, and gone forever. I mean, we think that these things go on in Europe because Europe is close to the fire. And Europe is close to there's a world to its east, which is problematic, and then there is a world to its south, which is unstable. But we have entered this. And the experience of the Israelis is a great cautionary tale. Liberal societies are vulnerable to these kinds of attacks because there are all kinds of protections that individuals are accorded. And we accord them this because there's no other way. There's no other way of doing it. It's the price of being a liberal democratic society. It's the price we pay for power. Power begets nemesis in the world. So we sit astride the world, but in effect we pay the price of this ascendancy, the price of this kind of power. And we have this sense of innocence. We carry it with us. And we are innocent of these kinds of furies and these kinds of passions. But obviously, bin Laden doesn't think we're innocent. He thinks that we support the House of Saud, which he himself is a Saudi citizen and would like to overthrow the House of Saud.
In Saudi Arabia.
Exactly. And bin Laden thinks that we are implicated in what Israel is doing. And bin Laden thinks that we represent secularism when he would like to see a theocratic world in the Islamic world. And so the bin Ladens, their main threat in many ways is to the poor Islamic world that they have wrecked and ruined. And we are visited by these kinds of furies today.
Well, Fouad Ajami, as we look at these pictures, these horrifying pictures, some of them live, some of them on videotape today.
Yes.
And this picture, I mean, this is going to go down as one of the great photographs of all time, the plane actually coming into the World Trade Center. The 20th century was marked by wars characterized by clanking machinery. and clashing ideologies. Is or is not what we're seeing today the face of 21st century war?
I think you're absolutely right. And this is the freelancer. This is the individual. Like it could only be, like here we sit, we are trying to understand the story. And fundamentally, in the end, it took 4 people, let's say, this, if it's really these 4 people who hijacked these planes, it will turn out to be, if the past is any guide and we ever get to the bottom of this story, it will turn out to be 4 young people in their 20s. They are available for these kinds of missions. They believe that this is the way to paradise or the way to redemption. And here we are talking about the whole idea of building, I mean, it's ironic and painful in retrospect. We're talking about the idea of building a missile shield for this country. Well, missile shield doesn't protect you against 4 kids who can get on 4 planes and take these planes and smash them into the World Trade Center and into the Pentagon. So it is the face of the 21st century, and it is the age of the freelancer. And we live with this. It's our fate, and it's the fate of power because of this connection between power and the nemesis that is always generated by power.
But as you point out, when a nation is what I call a combined superpower, and the world's only combined superpower, that is a military superpower and an economic superpower, you have many vulnerabilities. There is the vulnerability of missiles from rogue states, which the so-called missile shield is supposed to finish against. But then there are these other vulnerabilities, some of which have been exposed today. Fuad Ajami, thanks. Thank you. Hope to talk to you as we go along. I want to straighten out one thing now that we have it straightened out. Here's what we know about the aircraft involved in this morning's events. American Airlines Flight 11, that's the one took off from Boston, headed for Los Angeles, was hijacked, a Boeing 767 with 81 passengers and 11 crew members. This was the first of the 2 planes that struck the World Trade Center, apparently the first. Then American Flight 77, Dulles Airport near Washington to Los Angeles, a Boeing 757 with 58 passengers and 6 crew. This is the plane that apparently hit near the Pentagon. Now that's a change from what we believed was the case before. We thought that American Airlines had said both of its planes hit the World Trade Center, and about that we were apparently wrong, that the information we gave you was not correct. We now believe that American Flight 11 was the first to hit the World Trade Center. American Flight 77 coming out of Dulles hit the Pentagon. Then United Flight 175, Boston to Los Angeles, a Boeing 767 with 56 passengers and 9 crew. This apparently was the second plane to hit the World Trade Center. Now, with this new information, both of the aircraft that hit the World Trade Center originated in Boston, bound for Los Angeles. Both of them were Boston to LA flights. One an American Airlines flight, the other a United flight. And then United Flight 93, originating in Newark, New Jersey, headed to San Francisco with 38 passengers and 7 crew. This is the plane that apparently went down in Somerset County in western Pennsylvania, about 80 miles from Pittsburgh. Those are the 4 planes that we know of that were hijacked today. 3 of them plunged by suicide people who commanded the hijacking operation into targets, 2 at the World Trade Center, 1 at the Pentagon. We go to Mika Brzezinski in downtown New York. Mika.
Well, Dan, behind the fire trucks and the smoke and all the confusion that is now 10 blocks behind me, right down the West Side Highway here, is a horrendous and unimaginable mystery. Who made it out alive? The trade towers have vanished, and in their place, an ominous, slow-moving plume of smoke. Evacuations were so quick from the scene, from schools and buildings and apartments. There was no cell phone service at all, added to the confusion, and there's so little information coming about it out of the scene about the injured and the dead that people are literally lining up on the West Side Highway, waiting and watching. That is all they can do. Now, we know of terrorist acts throughout your reporting in other parts of the country, but it's safe to say most people here can barely deal with what happened right here in New York City. I'm joined by 2 guys here, Michael and Christopher, and they actually saw much of this disaster unfold before their eyes. First of all, Christopher, where were you?
I was in a nearby office building, several blocks away, in a conference room. on the northwest corner of the building, so we unfortunately had a very clear, unobstructed view of both towers. About 20 of us in the building or so, colleagues actually, gathered on one of the floors, one of the high
So you
floors.
heard the first hit?
Yeah.
You gathered and saw?
At least I didn't see the first hit, so we kind of gathered in this room, and we're just kind of discussing the events, and just within a matter of minutes, we noticed, again, what appeared to be, in such a short period of time, what appeared to be a large commercial plane at a low altitude, high speed, just, going right into the second tower. And it collided with the tower, the plane disintegrated, the building shattered, basically, and just a ball of fire. And,
In the room, the
shrapnel.
people around you, what? Was it silence?
It was, it's kind of hard. It's kind of really hard to, I believe so. Just complete and utter disbelief.
Christopher, tell us a little bit about the chaos in trying to literally get from where you were to where you are now. I understand you ran down 46 flights of stairs. Take it from there.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as we saw the second explosion, essentially, we just thought we're in, a 50, 60 floor building. We could be the next target. So we had no idea what was happening. You see two explosions like that, and everybody kind of just realized, wait, we're in danger too. And people just started, it wasn't chaos. It was just everybody was going as fast as they could down the stairs, and going down 46, 50 flights, it was pretty tough. We get outside, and then all of a sudden you see just this fireball coming out of the towers, and it was just a surreal experience.
Yeah, Bedlam. And the blasts, of course, Dan, as we know, there was 1, 2, and then 3 as the towers collapsed. And one security expert from inside the financial center said literally hundreds of people from beyond the police line were covered by the falling debris and the building itself. Dan.
Mika Brzezinski in downtown, lower Manhattan. President Bush, having started the day in Florida, made a short statement there, calling this an apparent terrorist attack. Then he flew to Air Base in Shreveport, Louisiana, made another videotape statement there, somewhat longer in both statements, assuring Americans that their government was continuing to function and that those responsible for this would be found and be held accountable, and asking for the prayers and thoughts of families most directly affected by today's tragedies. Then the president flew on to Nebraska, to Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska, where he was last reported to be receiving, quote, a briefing on the situation. And at that particular Air Force Base in Nebraska are the DEFCON planes, which are aircraft outfitted particularly to carry presidents aloft in catastrophic situations. Not to say that President Bush is going to go on a DEFCON plane. So far as we know, he plans to continue to fly on Air Force One. But where he will go, where he will wind up, we do not know. He did not go back to Washington as he said he was going to do out of Florida. More about that as we go later on. Now we're approaching the half-hour mark. Every half hour, an hour, we try to recapitulate what we know, what we don't know, bring you up to date on the situation, and we'll do that in a very few moments. But let me point out a couple of things before doing that. First of all, New York hospitals continue to be absolutely inundated with the wounded from today's events in and around the World Trade Center. Some patients have been taken to outlying hospitals, suburban hospitals outside the city. There is a shortage of blood, as you would expect under these circumstances, and the American Red Cross is keeping open the facilities for blood donations in the city, in those areas of the city that are not affected by the explosions and fire and events in Lower Manhattan. So those blood donation centers are open. The FAA says that air traffic, which has been grounded in the country in an unprecedented act since early this morning, that tomorrow noon is the earliest the FAA intends to have air transport authorized again. Overseas flights headed for this country were ordered to either U-turn or to find landing places outside the United States. NATO was holding what was described as an emergency meeting, which was due to begin about a half hour ago. A senior official is expected to brief shortly at FBI headquarters in Washington. We will, of course, be monitoring that, probably carry it live for you. Also at the Pentagon, where there's been very little information about the extent of damage today, understandably little information. The Defense Department wanting to give out as few details as possible, but there has been damage at the Pentagon. There have been some fatalities there. The Defense Department confirmed that several hours ago, and some injured. But we'll also be receiving a Pentagon briefing somewhere along the line this afternoon. The pictures you're seeing now on videotape are from the World Trade Center area. Let me point out that it wasn't just the collapse of the twin towers of the World Trade Center, one tower and then the other, where 50,000 people generally work on any given workday and where thousands more generally visit, but there were buildings around the World Trade Center that in the avalanche of debris, the concrete and steel and other materials raining down the whole area, there were other buildings in that section of New York, Lower Manhattan, that collapsed at or about the same time as the World Trade Center. The mayor of New York, Mayor Rudolph Giuliani, has said that there's been a, quote, tremendous loss of life. In an interview with CBS News, he wouldn't even speculate as to how much loss of life. There, at last report, there were people known to be still alive in the debris of the World Trade Center collapse. Efforts were being organized to try to get to those people. Now, this is an unprecedented show of terrorist horror, what you're seeing today. The 110-story World Trade Center collapsed in this shower of rubble and dust and destruction after two hijacked airliners, the airliners carrying a lot of people themselves, slammed into the sides of the twin symbols of American capitalism. And Fuad Ajami from Johns Hopkins University pointing out before that the two main targets today, one a symbol of America's economic power, the World Trade Centers, the other the symbol of American military power with the Defense Department. And no one can believe that those two main targets were selected at random. They were selected for their symbolic importance to the nation. New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani said, and I quote him again, "Now the number of casualties will be more than most of us can bear." Now, this was a systematic terrorist attack that included another hijacked plane crashing into the Pentagon. And we very early on this morning said that this was the Pearl Harbor of terrorism. Then following that, at least one U.S. senator picked up on that theme, comparing this to the incidents of 1941's Japanese Pearl Harbor attack that launched World War II. This day, national security was quickly moved up all around the country. The terrorists directed the two planes into the towers in the middle of the morning rush hour. There was no coincidence at the hour they did it. It was right at the height of the rush hour, right at 9 o'clock. And you say, well, how did this happen? Well, we don't know, but apparently two planes bound from Boston to Los Angeles were hijacked almost simultaneously. Somebody had to go into the cockpit of the plane, somebody had to command the plane, and somebody said, in effect, I'm a suicide bomber, an airborne suicide bomber. And they crashed the planes into the World Trade Center. And much the same thing is believed to have happened with the crash into the Pentagon. Now, as for what happened in western Pennsylvania in the Pittsburgh area with the plane crashing there, the details are sketchy. And yes, we did report that the FBI believed that there had been a plane crashed at or near the Camp David presidential retreat in Maryland, but that has remained a vague, unconfirmed story throughout the day. What you're watching on your screen now, debris and people, yes, humans, coming down from the upper stories of the World Trade Center before those World Trade Center towers collapsed. Some of the World Trade Center's 50,000 workers were seen leaping from windows to their certain death. That included, in one case, according to eyewitnesses, that included a man and a woman holding hands as they leaped from the World Trade Center as the flames engulfed their floors. Some people jumped from as high as the 80th floor. This happened as the planes exploded into fireballs. Unimaginable, these things, but part of today's reality. Now, first reports had at least 600 people undergoing treatment at hospitals. Early reports said 150 of those were in critical condition. At least another 1,500 so-called walking wounded were taken to Liberty State Park in New Jersey for treatment. The mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, says it may take 2 days before a final figure of the dead and injured becomes known. No one would be surprised if it didn't take longer than 2 days. Yes, there was a New York mayoral primary vote scheduled today in New York that was canceled. I don't have to repeat, but will, that the financial markets closed immediately. They'll have a conference call tonight to determine whether the financial markets will open tomorrow. Hospital officials have been preparing for the worst all day, and they've gotten the worst. The Bellevue Hospital medical director, Eric Mannheimer, called this, and I quote him, a catastrophe of unparalleled proportions. Now, speculation, and please mark the word, italicize the word speculation about the attack, rather quickly focused on terrorist fugitive Osama bin Laden, who was last reported in Afghanistan. Afghanistan's Taliban government, the radical fundamentalist Islamic government of Afghanistan, moved quickly in a public relations effort, understandable from their point of view, to say two things. One, that they deplored this. Two, that they had nothing to do with it. And three, this would surprise some people, the Taliban spokesman saying that Osama bin Laden had nothing to do with this. Exclamation point, pause. That's what they said. And again, we want to come back to nothing but speculation so far. And we pointed out before, and we will point out again, that there are high-level intelligence people in this country and around the world who believe the United States had made a mistake by always attributing almost every terrorist act to Osama bin Laden. There's a school of thought that says we've built him up much larger than he is. I'm not subscribing or not subscribing to that point of view, simply pointing out that there is a point of view, a belief that among some, that we've made too much of Osama bin Laden. But it's way too early to make any conclusions about that. It's just simply to note that speculation centers around Osama bin Laden, as it has in almost every other case of terrorism over the last 6 to 8 years. Although it's true that a lot of people in the United States never heard of Osama bin Laden before the explosions at the U.S. embassies in Eastern Africa in 1998 and the ensuing cruise missile attacks by the United States directed at targets in Sudan and Afghanistan. Before that, Osama bin Laden, he was known in intelligence circles and certainly known in the Middle East and around Afghanistan, but was not all that well known in the United States. A high-ranking federal law enforcement official has told our Washington Bureau that no one has been ruled out, but our initial feeling is that this is the work of bin Laden. That government official spoke only on the condition of anonymity. Chris Yates, a well-known aviation expert at Jane's in London, said, and I quote, only a small handful of terror groups could have pulled off this operation. And he says, and I quote him, I would name at the top of the list Osama bin Laden. In Afghanistan, a spokesman for the Taliban rulers denied that bin Laden had any role. However, a London-based Arab newspaper man said that followers of bin Laden warned 3 weeks ago that they would carry out what he called, and I quote him, a huge and unprecedented attack on U.S. interests. For whatever that may or may not be worth. President Bush ordered a full-scale investigation to what he called hunt down the folks who committed this act. That's a direct quote. Now, American Airlines initially said the Trade Center was hit by 2 of its planes, both hijacked, carrying a total of 156 people, but the airline later said that that was unconfirmed, and now we believe that one American Airlines plane hit one of the World Trade Centers, and then a United Airlines plane hit the other World Trade Center, is what the current belief is. Now, CBS News correspondent and 60 Minutes 2 correspondent Carol Marin is downtown and has a report. Karen? Carol?
As I'm making my way toward the Trade Center, along the water line, thousands of people were walking towards me, streaming out, almost not talking, trying to get through on cell phones that didn't work. Some of them crying, all of them looking pretty agonized. All of a sudden, I heard a roar, and I saw one of the towers blow and then collapse and fill the horizon with smoke, and I yelled, oh my God. And I saw from street level as though it had exploded up, a giant rolling ball of flame, and the firefighters screamed, "Run!" And I turned to run, but I fell, and I felt someone scoop me up, tell me to throw my high heels off, and I was running in my stocking feet with him. And finally, as we ran and ran, he slammed me into a wall and covered my body with his. I could feel his heart beating against my backbone. And I think both of us were sure we were dead, because there was no way you could run fast enough and there was no way to avoid it. But somehow we escaped the flame, which was immediately followed by a storm of debris. We were breathing, it felt like giant particles of plaster, and there was smoke, so that if you tried to put your hand out in front of you, you couldn't really see it. It was the thickest, most intense particle and smoke I've ever been in. And somewhere along the line, the firefighter handed me off to a New York police officer. The thing that struck me, though, was that I didn't see many wounded people in the street, which led me to believe, at least where I was by the Trade Center, they had never even gotten out of the building. I thought I was going to die. It is as close as I've ever come as a reporter to thinking I was going to die.
Carol Marin, who was downtown early this morning when this catastrophe hit. I mistakenly said she was down now, which is what I thought, but this was a replay of a videotape interview we did with Carol Marin earlier in the day. Now, it's impossible not to compare this coordinated air attack, this undeclared act of war, with the attack on Pearl Harbor almost 60 years ago, the Japanese sneak attack on Pearl Harbor, December 7th, 1941. And it's just as clear as can be that December 7th, 1941 will be forever remembered as, in President Franklin Roosevelt's phrase, a day of infamy. But so too will now September 11th, 2001, go down in American history as a day of infamy. At this moment, you may want to recall that Pearl Harbor was a disaster that brought the United States of America together and propelled it to victory. A thought to ponder as we go through this afternoon. Now, around the world, there have been some expressions of solidarity with the United States. Tony Blair, the Prime Minister of Great Britain, made an eloquent short talk to that effect earlier in the day. Others among the United States allies in the world of freedom and democracy around the world have expressed similar sentiments. There have been some expressions of celebration. Palestinians on the West Bank some were said to shoot their weapons in the air today in what was said to be a celebration. Now, what we're waiting on right now is a briefing at the U.S. Defense Department. A Pentagon briefing is expected to brief shortly, and as mentioned earlier, a senior official of the FBI is also expected to brief very shortly. Admiral Craig Quigley will be briefing at the Pentagon. Now, if you're saying to yourself, well, where is President Bush? The answer is we don't absolutely know. He was last reported to be at the air base in Nebraska getting a briefing. He had gone there from Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana outside Shreveport. He had gone there from being in Florida earlier in the morning. And as we await the beginning of one of these briefings, you're looking at scenes. This is a live picture in Manhattan. Perhaps, I think the world's best-known skyline with the Empire State Building off to the mid-left in your screen with that high, looks like a stick, little known, that was supposed to be a dirigible landing place high atop the Empire State Building. That's what it was designed to be, but no dirigible was ever able to get in there. And in that place, the Empire State Building, one of the landmarks of our country, recognizable all over the world. This is what the skyline, the New York skyline, looks like today. The World Trade Center's gone, both of them. Yes, devastatingly gone, right to the ground. Both of them crumbled, each after having been hit separately by hijacked American airliners. And we may be able to show you what the New York City skyline looked like before today. You can imagine, as you've seen the postcard pictures, if not all of your life, for a long, long time. But both the World Trade Center buildings, which had become, they really had replaced the Empire State Building as the principal landmark of New York City, both of them are gone. The former foreign minister of Israel, Shimon Peres, is in Jerusalem. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Minister. I appreciate very much your doing this. Do you think this terrorist attack on the United States is because of its close friendship with Israel?
An attack on the United States. Attack, stop civilization and bring all of us back to the jungle. And I think we have to do whatever we can not to permit another war with terrible consequences to be spread over. May I say that each of us feel today like an American. Our heart is with the families, with the victims. It's full of pain. But we know the United States is a great and a strong country, and as you've won so many wars and suffered so many agonies, again, you and us and all of us will emerge stronger and more hopeful. I want to say that we have to draw consequences, all of us. We have had, or we are having armies against enemies that practically do not exist, but we have dangers without strategies and without armies. The most important consequence today is to develop a strategy against terror. It can happen every place, everywhere, and cause untold of damage and victims and blood and tears. And the time came for all of us to get ourselves organized. By the way, we send our own rescue team, which is already on the way to the United States. We shall do whatever we can to stand on the United States, which is leading the world, defending democracy, and enabling all of us to remain as a civilized community.
Shimon Peres, you know our country, my country, well. And you know that there are any number of people in the United States who believe these bombings today are a direct result of U.S. support for Israel over the years in the Middle East. To those people who say that, what say you?
Well, you know, there were other acts of terror that has nothing to do with Israel, including in the United States itself. Terror is a terrible way of destruction and killing. And you have all over the world acts of terror that has nothing to do with Israel. Terror
Mr. Peres,
is a
if you'll
new
excuse me a
phenomenon.
moment, I know that you will understand this. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but Karen Hughes, the principal assistant to President Bush, has begun to brief, and we'll pick her up in progress.
Evacuated for security reasons and to protect our workers. Your federal government continues to function effectively. We have a federal emergency response plan, and at President Bush's direction, we are implementing it. We began to implement it immediately after the first attack in New York this morning. We contacted American forces and embassies throughout the world and placed them on high alert. The United States Secret Service immediately secured the President, the Vice President, and the Speaker of the House, and they are all safe. They have also secured members of the National Security Team, the President's Cabinet, and senior staff. As you know, President Bush was in Sarasota, Florida when the first attack occurred this morning. Air Force One has now landed at Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha, Nebraska, and the President is in a secure location. He is in continuous communication with the Vice President and key members of his cabinet and national security team. Vice President Cheney and our National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, are in a secure facility at the White House. I have just come from there. The Secretary of Transportation and other members of our White House senior staff are gathered at a command center there, and we are coordinating with other branches of our federal government. The Secretary of Defense remains at the Pentagon. and the Secretary of State is en route back to Washington from his trip to South America. President Bush is conducting a meeting of the National Security Council as we speak. They are meeting President Bush from his location and other members from different locations in Washington and other locations. As many of you have been reporting, the Federal Aviation Administration ordered all airports closed, and all planes which were in the air were directed to land at the nearest airport. International flights were diverted to alternate locations outside of the United States. Transportation Secretary Mineta has directed the Federal Aviation Administration to suspend operations until at least noon tomorrow. So no airline flights will operate until at least then and until the FAA announces that operations will be resumed. Secretary Mineta has also issued orders controlling the movement of all vessels in United States navigable waters. The Federal Emergency Management Agency has activated 8 urban search and rescue task forces in New York, and 4 of these highly trained teams are at work here in Washington at the Pentagon. Every federal agency has implemented continuity of operations plans to make sure the government continues to function effectively. While the markets closed today because of the situation in Manhattan, the United States financial system has continued to operate. Banks have been open all day. The Federal Reserve has operated regularly and continuously. The Department of Health and Human Services has mobilized medical personnel and supplies to provide help to local authorities who are working so diligently to respond and try to help the victims of these terrible attacks. President Bush has committed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to identify and bring to swift justice those responsible for these despicable attacks. The Department of Justice is setting up a hotline for families who fear that their relatives may have been victims of one of these attacks, and we will be announcing that telephone number shortly. Our fellow citizens and our freedom came under attack today, and no one should doubt America's resolve. President Bush and all our country's leaders thank the many Americans who are helping with rescue and relief efforts. We ask our fellow Americans for your prayers for the victims, for their families, for the rescue workers, and for our country. Thank you all very much, and we will continue to update you as information is available and confirmed.
Karen Hughes, who many people believe is one of the 2 most influential advisors around President Bush, briefing at FBI headquarters in Washington. Karl Rove, another Texan, transplanted Texan, but Texan being the other widely believed second most important person around President Bush. Karl Rove is believed to be with President Bush. The president was last reported at the Air Force Base in Nebraska, being debriefed there after going first to an Air Force base outside Shreveport, Louisiana, where he made a videotape short talk to the nation. He'd gone there from Florida. When these events first began unfolding this morning, the president said in Florida he was going back to Washington. He did not do that. The official reason being that the Secret Service, among others, thought that they, under the circumstances, it would not be the most advisable thing for the president to go back to Washington. But what you see, if you look at the map, at least mentally, the president's gone from Florida to Shreveport, Louisiana, to the air base, Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska. Where he goes next is anybody's guess. But Karen Hughes just briefing at the FBI headquarters. Now, John Chester, a spokesman at the Pentagon, has a briefing underway there. Let's go to it live.
One thing I do... Right, that the military, the service secretaries...
Well, we're obviously having some audio difficulties there at the Pentagon. We'll bring you up to date on what they said there. What we know about the Pentagon already is that an apparent hijacked aircraft, again, a commercial airliner, was crashed into the Pentagon, and actually into, we're told, a helipad right next to the Pentagon. There was damage to the Pentagon itself. Flames and smoke consumed a portion of the Pentagon for a while. Mark well, since the Pentagon opened in 1943, this is the first time it's actually come under a direct attack. Nothing even approaching this had ever happened at the Pentagon before. After a somewhat long delay, the Defense Department confirmed that there had been fatalities, how many we do not know, at the Pentagon, and we saw some of the injured being treated and then carried away earlier in the day. But we don't have a lot of information on what happened at the Pentagon just yet. Now, I'm told that we now have some audio from the briefing, so let's try again to go to the Defense Department and pick up on the briefing. John Chester. Well, 2 strikes on that. We obviously don't have the audio of Mr. John Jester. Sorry, that mistake is mine, for which I apologize, but Mr. John Chester, we couldn't pick up the audio. This is one of those days when obviously we're doing the best we can to bring you as many live reports as we can. There's no way we can do it perfectly. Now, we had talked to Shimon Peres in Israel just as we were going, just before we went to Karen Hughes. And he was pointing out, this is a paraphrase of what he was saying, that yes, the United States has stood with Israel all of these years, but that under these circumstances, the Israelis certainly understood, perhaps better than some, the enormity of what was happening this day. And we do apologize for having to interrupt that interview in progress, but of course we did so to go to the Karen Hughes briefing. Now, we're coming up to nearly the hour mark, and as the hour mark passes, we'll bring you up to date on all of the facts and details as we have them. But in the meantime, let's go back to Washington and our chief Washington correspondent, Bob Schieffer. Bob?
Well, Dan, I am here with Senator Chuck Hagel, who's a member of the Foreign Relations Committee. He has been to a series of briefings. Let me ask you quickly, Senator, because we're pressed for time, we're going to come back. Is the talk now about reopening the Capitol tomorrow?
Yes.
And why would that be?
Well, the security, we believe, is clear, will be clear by tomorrow, and we don't want to shut down our government and our country. The terrorists win here. As long as we're securing our nation and our structure and our leadership, then I think we should move on, and we intend to do that tomorrow.
And Dan, Senator Hagel, of course, is the senator from Nebraska, Offutt Air Force Base, the former home of the Strategic Air Command, is where the president is. When we come back, we can talk to Senator Hagel about why the president went there. Dan.
Bob Schieffer in Washington. Bob, on the roof of a building in the far distance, you could still see some of the smoke from the Pentagon. The fire has subsided in the Pentagon, having been put out. The smoke may go on for a number of hours, perhaps even days, depending on how much damage. We don't really know how much damage there was done to the Pentagon. Understandably, the Pentagon is not giving out a lot of information about what the situation is there, it, after all, being the military heart of U.S. defenses. Now, here in New York, I want to show you what it looks like in Lower Manhattan at the moment. This is now, what, 7 hours after the first aircraft, hijacked commercial airliner, hit the first of the Twin Towers. Great smoke still billowing out. There has been smoke on the water and on the land for these 7 hours. And this smoke does not show any signs of going away anytime soon. Rescue crews on the ground, this shot taken from up high. Rescue crews on the ground frantically trying to do several things. One, attend to the wounded, some of whom are still on the scene, and two, put out the fires, and then try to search for people still believed to be alive in the rubble and ruin of the World Trade Center. They're organizing efforts to find those people. Some fire and police casualties have been reported. The full extent we do not know. There have been no fatalities reported among fire and police, but make no mistake, there have been at least some wounded among the fire and police help. You are watching continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America.
Good afternoon, I'm Terry Hood. It is a day none of us will ever forget. The special edition of the Tulsa World, this afternoon's Tulsa World, is out, Attack on America. A horrific picture for a day that has been full of tragedy, full of almost unimaginable events. Now, here in Tulsa, we want to keep you updated on what's going on locally. Here in Tulsa, rumors that the terrorist attack in New York City would send gas prices to $3 a gallon are leading to very, very long lines at all local gas stations. News on 6 consumer reporter Diane White is monitoring the situation live at a gas station at 11th and Utica and joins us now with an update. Diane?
Well, Terry, the line has let up just a little bit here at 11th and Utica. Still a pretty steady flow of cars coming through. So far, the price at this quick trip has not changed. Still $1.55 a gallon. We did drive around town a little bit during the past hour, and some stations have raised the price to $1.69. That's for regular unleaded. And we found lines throughout the city as well at various stations, Quick Trip, Citgo's. Also, we were at the Albertsons not too long ago. They're directing traffic through there over at 15th and Lewis. And just kind of a nice little heartwarming story in the midst of all of this chaos. There was a woman there just on her own went and bought a couple cases of cold soda to pass out to people waiting, just to kind of lower the temperature. You know, people are understandably jittery and tempers have been flaring. So she wanted to help calm things down and just do her little gesture. So that was just kind of a nice little story to see in the midst of all of this that's been going on. But so far, most stations around town, somewhere between $1.55 and $1.70 a gallon for regular unleaded. Lines are fairly long, and they could get longer as we get closer to the end of the day as people come home from work. Terry?
All right, Diane White, thank you. Now, Governor Keating ordered the closing of the state capitol and state government offices after the terrorist attack this morning. Keating calls today a day of agony and infamy and activated the Oklahoma National Guard to fly blood or other supplies as needed to New York. The Tulsa chapter of the American Red Cross hopes to use a military transport to fly as many as 1,000 units of blood to New York later today. Now, the governor says state law enforcement authorities are on full alert and they are in contact with the FBI. He says they're watching for any suspicious circumstances. News on 6 anchor Paul Sorrell has been at the National Guard headquarters in Tulsa. He joins us now with an update. Paul?
Terry, you know, after the attacks, President Bush ordered all U.S. military forces, both home and abroad, to go to high alert. And here at the Oklahoma Air National Guard, they responded by going to what they call Protection Force Delta, which is the highest alert they can go to. Now, what that means is that the base is on a virtual lockdown. The entrance has been barricaded with concrete blocks. Armed guards are searching all vehicles that approach the gate, and they are turning away anyone who cannot show a valid military ID and prove they belong here. We've also seen military police patrolling the grounds looking for anything out of the ordinary, anything suspicious. And Terry, they have also moved the cars that are parked on the base back away from the buildings out here. We're told that about 300 people are working on the base today. A lieutenant colonel came out and briefed us a little while ago. He said everyone out here was shocked at what they saw on television this morning. But this afternoon, they're going about their business as military professionals, making sure that their facility, their aircraft, and their people are safe and secure until commanders in Washington determine that this terrorist threat has passed. Terry?
All right, Paul Sorrell at the National Guard headquarters. Thank you. We're going to go back now to national coverage. We will keep you apprised of any local developments and have another local recap for you here in about an hour. Have a good afternoon.
That a police lieutenant was trying to warn them away at the time that the building was coming down. He had his arms high in the air, trying to get them to run, and they said that that lieutenant was hit by falling debris and, as best they could tell, was severely wounded. We've talked to a number of firefighters and paramedics who have been at the center of this hell and have come out covered in soot and dust and have told us amazing stories of heroism. One fireman told us that when the second tower came down, they were completely covered in black smoke and swirling dust, and the firefighters held each other's hands in kind of a human chain in order to get out of that area. Another firefighter, actually a retired firefighter who ran to the scene as soon as he knew what was happening, came out and told us that he didn't see any wounded people around the World Trade Centers. He just saw what he described as parts of bodies. I tried to get him to tell me how many he thought he saw in terms of the number of people killed, and he said it's much, much too many to be counted. Dan?
Scott Pelley in Lower Manhattan. Thomas Paine, 1894, quote, "These are the times that try men's souls." And so is this time that try men's souls. Also, there are times that test the mettle, that test the very character of a nation. Each generation, in one way or the other, faces some kind of maximum test. Who is to say that this is not ours? Timeline: plane crashes into tower of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan shortly before 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Just after 9 a.m., second plane crashes into the second tower of the World Trade Center. It's believed that a American Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles, a Boeing 767 with 81 passengers and 11 crew, was the first of the two planes that struck the World Trade Center just before 9 o'clock. The second plane that hit the second World Trade Center is believed to have been now United Flight 175, also Boston to Los Angeles, a Boeing 767, 56 passengers and 9 crew aboard. Then President Bush in Sarasota, Florida, shortly after 9 o'clock, calls the crisis, quote, an apparent terrorist attack and, quote, a national tragedy. He takes off, says he's going to Washington. He does not. An aircraft crashes near the Pentagon, just outside of Washington, D.C. in Northern Virginia, about an hour after the attacks in New York. Now, it's believed that the plane that hit the Pentagon was American Flight 77, Dulles Airport near Washington to Los Angeles. That was a Boeing 757, 58 passengers and 6 crew. That American Flight 77 believed to be the plane that hit near the Pentagon. Continuing our timeline, just after 10 a.m. Eastern Time this morning now, that would be, of course, 7 o'clock on the Pacific Coast, government buildings in Washington, including the Capitol and the White House, are evacuated with officials citing a credible threat of a terrorist attack. Vice President Richard Cheney, for intents and purposes, has minute-by-minute command inside the White House itself, said to be in a very secure position down below ground. The Federal Aviation Administration shut down all aircraft takeoffs nationwide. That was around 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. The FAA says that it does not expect to have any air traffic in the country authorized again until about noon tomorrow. Shortly after 10 a.m. Eastern Time, one World Trade Center tower in New York collapses. That was about an hour after being hit by the first plane, American Flight 11. Then senior law enforcement officials said a car bomb exploded outside the State Department in Washington, D.C. Then Federal Protective Services later denied any car bomb attack had occurred. Financial markets suspended trading in the wake of the attacks. That was sometime between 10 and 11 this morning. Then officials at Somerset County Airport, that's near Pittsburgh, said a large plane crashed in western Pennsylvania, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. That happened at about 10 a.m. That would have been the fourth aircraft. That is believed to have been United Flight 93, Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, with 38 passengers and 7 crew. That plane, United 93, is believed to be the one that went down in Somerset County in western Pennsylvania, not far from Pittsburgh. Then 10:38 a.m., a fourth explosion rocked what remains of the World Trade Center. This was after the second tower collapsed at 10:28 a.m. So you had one tower go down, and within about a half hour, the second tower went down. Then authorities all across the country were in the process of going on alert, tightening security at strategic facilities, evacuating high-profile buildings. U.S. monuments and museums in Washington, D.C. and in Philadelphia were closed. Tall buildings in some other places in Chicago were shut down. The Securities and Exchange Commission said all financial markets would be closed for the day. Whether the financial markets will be open tomorrow or not remains an open question. They will have some kind of conference call tonight to decide that. We go now to Washington and Bob Schieffer with information on what President Bush has and has not been doing. Bob?
Dan, I'm with Senator Chuck Hagel. He, of course, is a senator from Nebraska and is on the Foreign Relations Committee. He can give us a little information about why it is, Senator, that the president went to Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska.
Well, Bob, as you know, that's a very secure base, Strategic Command. It's the former SAC Command headquarters, and we have as secure facilities below ground as any in the world. So there's no surprise why he went there. I just spoke a half hour ago to some people from Omaha saying that there were a couple of small U.S. Air Force jets that just landed behind the president. We don't know who's on those. I suspect some rather high-ranking officials of the government to confer with the president.
Well, I had heard earlier from sources on Capitol Hill that the president was going to get some extensive face-to-face briefings. It may well be that some officials from Washington have flown out there.
That's probably right, and as I said, that's a very secure location, Strategic Command headquarters in Omaha.
Senator, what do you make of this situation?
Bob, how can one adequately express the horror, the outrage, the terror? What's happened in this country today will forever change America. I said early this morning, it is, as Dan Rather just remarked, each generation faces a challenge. This is the Pearl Harbor of our day, far worse in many respects. But I suspect whoever did this, and we will find whoever did it, has awakened a sleeping giant, to paraphrase another time 50 years ago.
You know, I was just thinking this morning as I was listening to all this unfold, we've been expecting this big partisan scrap in Washington as the president came back from his vacation. Everybody was in disagreement on every issue. Suddenly, all of that has gone by the by. It seems like it was 10 years ago. The Congress has come together. I described it earlier as kind of a mild sense of rage on Capitol Hill, because I noticed that Trent Lott, Tom Daschle have put out a joint statement saying just what you have said, that the two parties, the country, will come together to find these people and to punish whoever did it.
Well, we must. This is a great nation because we're a great people. America will not tolerate this, nor should we, nor can we. And we will come back together, and we will build back, and we'll be stronger for this. And it is testing us in terrible, horrible ways.
How much do we know right now, Senator?
Well, Bob, I don't claim to know very much, quite frankly. I don't know how much we really know. We are focusing where we must focus first. Secure this nation, secure its leadership, then at the same time take care of those who need our help, the wounded, the injured. And in the process, we are starting to gather information. We will start to unravel that and get the facts. And there will be a very high price to pay, Bob, to whoever did this.
Dan?
Bob Schieffer in Washington. Jim Ogonowski is the brother of an American Airlines pilot, John Ogonowski, who apparently died this morning in the crash of the American Airlines Flight 11. Mr. Ogonowski, first of all, thank you for being with us. Our condolences. And I'm told this is actually on videotape. That'll happen in live television. So in answer to that question, here's what the brother of the dead American Airlines pilot, John Ogonowski, Jim Ogonowski, had to say.
I'm Jim Ogonowski, and as you all are aware of the tragedy that's impacted our country today, it's been reported that my brother John was the captain of American Airlines Flight 11, which was hijacked out of Logan Airport this morning en route to Los Angeles, California. John leaves behind a loving family, his wife, 3 lovely daughters, his parents, brothers and sisters, numerous aunts and uncles, friends, loving community. Our family is obviously grieving, as is the whole nation, for what has happened today. I personally think I'm in shock. I'm in some type of denial. I keep looking at the cornfield behind me, hoping that my brother comes walking on out. This tragedy has not only impacted us as a family, but our whole community, and as a nation, our whole country. On a personal side, I ask that I'll come out for this last time, but please respect my parents and the rest of the family's wishes to be alone at this time. I'll give you a little personal on John. He was 52. He was born in Lowell at St. Joe's Hospital. My other brother Joe was born at St. John's Hospital. He went to St. Stanislaus School on High Street in Lowell, and then he attended Keith Academy. And after that, he attended what is now University of Lowell. It was Lowell Tech at the time. He joined ROTC in the late 60s when it was not cool to be in the military. He joined the military right after being commissioned as second lieutenant in the Air Force. He flew in the Air Force on T-37s and T-38s, and he capped his career off on C-141 transports right at the close of the Vietnam era. He then pursued his lifelong dream and left the military to become an airline pilot. In 1979, he was hired by American Airlines. He's flown for them for 22 years. The most recent years as a captain on a 767.
Jim Ogonowski, speaking of his brother, John, who was the pilot of American Airlines 11, which was the first plane to hit the first World Trade Center building this morning. Poignant moment when he said, "I keep looking at the cornfield behind me and hoping my brother will walk out of it." Now on videotape, the most recent remarks of New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani just a few moments ago.
I have to commend not only the people that I was with, but all of the people of the city. We literally escaped with them from the debris, and they handled themselves with bravery, they handled themselves with dignity, they handled themselves in a way that reduced the loss of life. We didn't have panic, we didn't have people running and hurting other people, and people of New York City really distinguished themselves. And I just want to say this once again. New York City is a lot stronger than this, and we're going to overcome it, and the people of New York City are going to give an example of how you stand up to terrorism. You just don't be afraid, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
New York City Mayor Giuliani just a few months ago. And by the way, the mayor says that so far there are confirmed 2,100 wounded in New York so far. Now, that's an early count, and one does not want to fuel any unjustified optimism. But there are many people who believe that the early count might be higher than that. And as we piece together eyewitness information, it's clear that a lot of people got out of the World Trade Center in a hurry when they realized that something was wrong. Many of them came down the stairwells. We've had report after report of people without panic, understanding that a bad situation was developing, got out of the World Trade Center. Now, while some 50,000 people on your average day work in the World Trade Center and thousands more come there as tourists, and while throughout the day there have been, the belief has run strong that many, many people must have died, we want to pause and caution. Nobody knows how many lives have been lost. What we do know is that a lot of lives have been saved, and they were saved by people knowing what they needed to do under an emergency situation and carrying it out with some calm. We go now to Bill Plant at our Washington Bureau. Bill Plant, one of the most experienced White House correspondents anywhere in broadcast journalism. And Bill, you can give us some perspective on what the Secret Service advised the president and why.
I can indeed, Dan, but first let me show you something. We've just received this extra edition of the Washington Times, and this one-word headline, perhaps as well as anything else, sums up what has happened today. This is just the beginning of the reaction that we'll be seeing for days and weeks to come. We were told by the Secret Service that the president wants to come back to the White House. Sources tell us that they're very anxious to reestablish a presence for Mr. Bush at the White House, the seat of the nation's power. It's very symbolic, and the president and his advisors want to do it. But the Secret Service is understandably concerned. They want to be sure, before they say yes to that there is no further danger. So that decision is pending. We're also told by sources that there really was no intelligence whatsoever, no warning of what was to come. No arm of the U.S. government, either military or civilian or National Reconnaissance Agency, none of them apparently picked up any warning about what was about to happen. A short while ago, the president's counselor, Karen Hughes, conducted a briefing at the FBI. She said that she had been in the secure underground room at the White House, the Situation Room, with other White House staffers during the day. And that, by the way, is now linked, we presume, to the president at Offutt Air Force Base for a secret teleconference on the security situation. But Ms. Hughes told reporters at the FBI that the activities of the federal government continue, and this is obviously a point that the administration is very anxious to make, to say that the federal government continues to function despite what happened today. She described in great detail how the Defense Department was being run from inside the damaged DoD building, the Pentagon, and how various other government agencies were under the control of the people who are supposed to be running them. The Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, has 8 teams of people on the ground in New York for search and rescue, 4 teams here in Washington at the Pentagon. The whole idea of this briefing was to reassure the nation that the federal government continues to function. And that, of course, as we said, Dan, is why they want to get the president back to the White House as soon as they can.
Bill Plant in our Washington bureau. You may want to note that the president was visiting Florida today, where his brother is the governor and up for re-election. Those two things may or may not be connected, but the fact is that President Bush was in Florida this morning. When he first heard about what had happened at the World Trade Center, he said that he was breaking off his trip and would be flying back to Washington. I believe that's correct. But obviously, as events developed, the decision was made that the president would not return to Washington, and he still has not returned to Washington, so far as anybody can figure out, and as far as we can determine, that he went instead to Barksdale Air Force Base outside Shreveport, Louisiana. There he videotaped another statement to the American people, somewhat longer, among other things calling for the prayers of those families most directly affected. And then, unannounced, he took off and went to destination unknown, but it became known that that was Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska. Now, as Senator Chuck Hagel explained to Bob Schieffer not long ago, while these pictures were being shown on American television, the decision was being made to take President Bush to that air base in Nebraska because, said Senator Hagel, it is among the most secure U.S. military bases in the world. It was formerly the headquarters for SAC, the Strategic Air Command, which featured B-52s in the air at all times as part of our defense in the Cold War. So the president was taken there for a briefing. Obviously, there have been some discussions about the symbolism of the President of the United States being kept out of the White House. And, you know, was it a good idea for him to return immediately? The decision obviously was made no. And now a decision in progress, if indeed it has not already been made, of where the president is to spend this night. I want to go to Bob Orr in our Washington bureau as well as you look at videotape of what happened here in Manhattan earlier this morning. Bob?
Federal authorities have to figure out over the coming days is how did this attack take place? I mean, how was it that hijackers managed to penetrate the nation's aviation system all at the same time at 3 of the busiest airports? Now, it's very important to know, as we watch the pictures, what exactly happened today in terms of a timeline. Just before 7 o'clock at Boston and at Newark and at Washington's Dulles, some number of hijackers, it's not clear yet how many, made their way through the normal checkpoints, boarded planes like everybody else, and then we know what happened from there. The timing is important. These are probably among the busiest times for any of the nation's airports. That is among the most vulnerable points during the day. The other thing to remember here is that all of these attacks apparently were suicide attacks. And it's always been a fear of the U.S. aviation experts that this is the very kind of attack that we are most vulnerable for. Very, very hard to stop. I mean, a lot of the system is built on the belief that most people want to remain alive. If you have somebody who is perfectly willing to die in the attack, then you mean you have to catch them at that magnetometer, that screening place where they look for guns. We don't know how the hijackers commandeered these airplanes. Perhaps the cockpit voice tapes, if they can be found, will shed some light on that. But they may have used guns, maybe they didn't use guns. But if there were enough of them, it's a conceivable theory that these pilots may have been overpowered, and you don't need a gun to do that. And once somebody has control of that airplane, it's going to go where whoever has their hands on the control puts it. It's a real dilemma, but whoever planned this attack chose some of the busiest airports at one of the busiest times of the day, and also, I think it's worth noting, chose 2 of the largest symbols of the U.S. aviation system. United Airlines, the biggest airline in America, and American Airlines, the second biggest. And I think that all of this came together at a point in time where the system just could not handle it. Dan?
Bob Orr. true or untrue that major airlines are supposed to keep the cockpit door locked during flight. Frankly, I fly a fair amount, and it's been a long time since I've seen one of those locked doors.
Yes,
but is that supposed to be the rule?
It is the rule, and it's a weakness in the system. Oftentimes, there are things in the system where the rule is not followed to the letter. We don't know, and I think it's worth reminding people that we don't know, Dan, how these hijackers made their way into the cockpit. But perhaps the door was unlocked, perhaps there were enough hijackers on the plane that simply force was used. But it is something that I assure you the FAA is already going back to look at. There have been a number of GAO investigations, a number of oversight hearings on Capitol Hill, looking at these very issues. What do we do at the screening points to make sure that we have maximum security? And then what do we do in the air to give the pilots the best chance to save the plane and the people on board? Obviously today, something went very, very wrong. It was a very deliberate attack and one that was obviously well planned. Dan?
Bob Orr, as we continue to show pictures of what happened in Lower Manhattan during and after the collapse of the World Trade Center, and occasionally show pictures of the Pentagon being hit by a hijacked plane, let's talk about what are supposed to be security things on the ground. No one wants to be flip about this situation, but anybody who travels knows that what was supposed to be security systems on the ground at most, if not all airports, number one, are manned by people who are outsourced contractors and who are paid, if not minimum wage, something near minimum wage. I've heard airline travelers talk about this for years. Has anybody in Washington been aware of, it's hard to get an absolute first-class security system when it's low pay and nobody really seems to be paying attention. Quite frankly, at your average airport, there's been a sense, rightly or wrongly, that somebody who scored in the high 90s on a dumb test could get through what passes for security at most of our airports.
Unfortunately, you're right, Dan. It's been long known to be the weak point in the system. We have these metal detectors that are set up at the security screening points, and they're only as good as the people monitoring the equipment. In most cases, there's a split jurisdiction. Usually it's the airport authority that's in charge of security until you get into the gate area. And then once you talk about the gate area, it's up to the individual airlines to secure that tarmac spot and their airplanes. Now, this is something else that I don't know whether we've talked about it through the day, but something else that will be looked at. There is also, I suppose, a possibility this could be some kind of inside job. This could have been somebody working on the tarmac at Boston and also at Dulles and also at Newark. I don't know that. But a couple of points are worth making here. When tests have been done on these X-ray checkpoints, many, many times the testers are able to get weapons through those points, explosives, and guns. It usually leads to an uproar on Capitol Hill. It leads to all kinds of threats from Congress that a crackdown is about to happen, and it just simply hasn't happened. This is a system built largely on trust, built largely on the fact that we haven't had an episode certainly like this. We haven't even had a hijacking in this country for quite some time. The emphasis is on keeping guns off of airplanes. And the thought is if you keep a gun off an airplane, you'll stay away from the hijacking regime. But if you have, and I repeat, Dan, if you have a suicide terrorist willing to die in the attack, it could be. He could walk right through a manned checkpoint. He could fit the profile of all the normal passengers and through some kind of means on the plane take control of that airliner. A number of things, I think it's safe to say, went wrong today. And it was proven once again today that the system is not very good. And today it failed terribly.
Bob Orr in Washington with me here at CBS News World headquarters in New York as you continue to see photographs, actual pictures of what happened here in New York this morning at the World Trade Center. Fouad Ajami, distinguished professor at Johns Hopkins University. Fouad Ajami, let's talk for a moment about the reaction. You travel the world as much as anybody I know. True or untrue that fairly recently, when U.S. intelligence said, well, we have some indication that some terrorists are up to something, the U.S. fleet in the Mediterranean was put to sea, U.S. Marines training in Jordan saddled up and were told to get out of there very quickly because we have a break coming up. What's the effect of this in geopolitical terms around the world?
Well, we stand sentry That really is the image. We stand sentry in a world that in many ways depends on us and resents us at the same time. That is the inescapable dilemma of American power at this time. We stand sentry. We guard the sea lanes of the Persian Gulf. We are dominant there. We keep the oil flowing. We maintain the security of Western Europe. And then there is all these attacks and all these challenges to this power.
You are watching continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America. Dan Rather with Fuad Ajami in New York. Fuad, we were talking about this symbolism is regarded by those who carry out these terrorist attacks as very important. You pointed out earlier, no coincidence that they chose a symbol of American economic power, the World Trade Center, a symbol of American military power by attacking with this hijacked plane, the Pentagon. But the symbolism, and I heard myself, you confirmed that you heard, any number of people overseas, some in leadership positions saying, I'm not saying it's wrong, I am saying the United States has to think carefully when it does things like it receives an intelligence report and it puts its ships at sea, pulls out its Marines. Now I'm asking you, around the world today, this is a victory, one, it catches my throat to say it, but it's a victory for the terrorists today, cowardly as they are, dastardly, ghastly acted it is, a victory for them in real terms. They've killed Americans, they've damaged these symbols. What is it in symbolic terms?
Well, we're the great optimists, and the rest of the world, in a way, is tugging at us. And in a way, the relationship between success, which we represent economically and militarily, and failure is an unhappy relation. And consider as well that if someone like Osama bin Laden, let's say it's bin Laden and his freelancers who've done this, that Osama bin Laden could do this to American power and to American prestige, and that our president would have to go to some other, to some base somewhere in the heartland of the country because Washington, D.C. itself is dangerous. I think, there is a kind of a sense of glee and satisfaction that's derived in many, many societies and among many people who are poor, who are radicalized, who are resentful. And it is the fate of power to be envied, to be admired, and to be resented at the same time. This is our destiny. This is the American destiny today.
And in terms of terrorism, there is the tyranny of the weak.
Yes, of course. I mean, terrorism is the great equalizer. All our defense budget, all our great scientific power, all the systems we put in place, they were penetrated, as we know, by four, again, as to the extent that we can tell and to the extent we can read in advance, by four young people who actually were willing, as Bob Orr said, these systems were built on the premise that people don't want to die. If people want to die, these results can be obtained.
This now, President Bush, we are now told, is about to leave Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska to return to Washington, D.C. This is the second time today that they've said he'd be returning to Washington, D.C., so we shall see, but that is the unofficial word, as I get it, as we get it here at CBS, from Nebraska, that the president, having gone from Florida to Louisiana to Nebraska, is now at least intending to return to Washington, D.C. David Martin, our national security correspondent, is ready to talk about what the U.S. is doing nationally and internationally as we speak. David?
Well, Dan, all these movements by the president are part of moving him around from alternate command post to alternate command post. All of this a precaution against the possibility that these attacks aren't over, that there will be additional attacks. And that's why, for instance, that the U.S. military has put all of its bases on the highest state of alert. And that is why the Pentagon has ordered aircraft carriers to New York City, amphibious ships to New York City, cruisers and destroyers to Washington. They'll be there to help in the cleanup, to serve as floating hospitals, but also to serve as air defense for these cities which have already been hit by air attack. We have a helicopter right overhead. I apologize if it's hard to hear me.
All right, David, go right ahead.
All of this is the first order of business here is to protect yourself against further attack. The second order of business is to dig out from the last attack. And the third order of business is to find out who did it and do something about it. Obviously, we are not very far along the road of finding out who did it or in formulating a plan for retaliation. But no military officer I've spoken to today has any doubt that if a culprit can be identified, there will be a military retaliation. This is viewed quite simply as an act of war against the United States.
David Martin is our national security correspondent. I don't know of anybody in print or broadcast who has better sources among in the intelligence and defense communities. There have been conflicting reports. On the one hand, we've been told today by several people, including New York City Mayor Giuliani, and very recently, I think one of the senators said, look, we had no idea this was coming. On the other hand, there have been repeated reports in recent weeks, and I would say over, let's say, the last 6 weeks, that some terrorist somewhere was planning something because, among other things, a part of the U.S. fleet was put to sea in the Mediterranean. The Marines were withdrawn from an exercise in Jordan. And indeed, there were calls from officials in intelligence agencies, which I don't feel free to talk about the details, but to journalists even, saying, look, something is up, but if you know how we came by this information, please don't talk about it. Now, that's on the one hand. On the other hand, is contrasted with these reports today, well, we had no idea this was coming. Try to sort this out for our viewers.
Well, this is the constant problem you have of this noise level of threats all over the world of varying degrees of credibility, and you have to pay attention to all of them because, of course, the one you don't pay attention to could be the real threat. And so the U.S. for months now has been reacting to intelligence that it has picked up about the possibility of an attack here or an attack there. There was, according to the intelligence officials that we've talked to so far, no intelligence that indicated anybody was planning anything like a coordinated air attack against sites like the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. That does not mean, however, that when people go back over all the intelligence that's been collected for the past several months, they won't find little clues here and there, which if they had put them in the proper perspective at the time, might have been a tip-off to this attack. And I am sure one of the things that's going to happen as a result of today's attacks is a major increase in intelligence spending because, of course, everybody will want to know why the U.S. spends $25 billion a year on intelligence, yet cannot pick up what was obviously a well-coordinated and very large conspiracy to attack these installations.
Well, David Martin, no doubt a lot of viewers will be saying that's a pretty good question. Dateline New York City, from where we're broadcasting, there are reports now that 2 more buildings at the World Trade Center complex, 2 more buildings of the World Trade Center complex are burning and are in danger of collapsing now.
Tell them to come back.
The fire is said to be in buildings 7 and 5. Buildings 7 and 5 of the World Trade Center. This morning, Trade Center towers 1 and 2 were hit by airplanes and then collapsed. For those of you familiar with Lower Manhattan and the World Trade Center complex, a huge complex, there are a total, well, I should say there were a total of 7 buildings at the World Trade Center. 2 of those, the 2 towers, are gone, obliterated. Now, buildings 7 and 5 are said to be burning and in danger of collapsing. Mayor Giuliani referred to this a little earlier, in fact, quite a bit earlier in the day, but he did not identify the buildings. Now, for those of you who just may be joining us in progress, 2,100 people are known to have been injured in the collapse of the World Trade Center building. There are no figures available on how many people have been killed and other people wounded. The mayor of the city, Mayor Giuliani, has said that the loss of life will be, quote, in his words, tremendous, but we do not know. We don't really have any idea of the extent of loss of life, and it may be quite a while. Some people are still said to be trapped in the debris, and efforts have been made to find those people still alive and wounded in the debris of the World Trade Center. No figures available on the number of people killed and or wounded in the hijacked plane attack on the Pentagon. Now, Barbara Olson, wife of the Solicitor General of the United States, Ted Olson, is reported to have been on the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. You may recall Ted Olson was prominent in the news as he helped President Bush in his secure the election effort in Florida, and is now Ted Olson, was named Solicitor General of the United States as President Bush came into office. His wife, an attorney and a very well-known Washington personage, was on the plane that crashed into the Pentagon, we're told. She is said to have called her husband to say the plane was being hijacked. This is according to CBS News in Washington. No further information available on the fate, of course, of Barbara Olson, the wife of Solicitor General Ted Olson. David Martin has more at the Pentagon. David?
Dan, there has been one persistent rumor throughout the day that that fourth airliner, which crashed in Pennsylvania, was actually shot down by a U.S. military jet. And about a half an hour ago, a Pentagon spokesman categorically denied that, said it did not happen. So that's perhaps one rumor that we can put to rest.
David Martin at the Pentagon. Let me show you a view of the New York City skyline from just across the river, the Hudson River. This is the view from New Jersey. You know, many people go to New Jersey for a look at what was the magnificent skyline of New York City. And if you're over there today, this is what you see. This is on videotape, but this is a favorite view of Manhattan, Lower Manhattan, which had the tallest buildings in the World Trade Center, the Empire State Building being at more mid-Manhattan, if you will. One wants to pause, take a breath. What a day. What a time. Another day that will no doubt live in infamy in history, and the story is still developing. Now, if you're at home saying, well, I'm hearing a lot, but I'm not getting a lot of facts, let me say to you that the facts are few. We don't know how many people have been killed in New York, or for that matter in Washington. Many more in New York than in Washington, and the nature of things being what they were. We don't know how many people have been injured. 2,100 was the last actual injury figure, and everybody said, you know, that's just the early figure. What we do know, we have reporters on the scene. New York hospitals in and out of the area around the World Trade Center have been inundated with casualties. Doctors, hour after hour, have been doing triage work. Triage meaning deciding who should be treated and who can afford to wait later. This is the live picture of Air Force One leaving Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska. President Bush reportedly headed back to Washington. We've noted before, we note to you again that he was headed back to Washington earlier today when he left Florida, but we are told on advice of the Secret Service, among others, the decision was made to take him to Louisiana instead. From Louisiana, went to Nebraska. Now, as you see, as Air Force One heads east, the president is said to be headed back to the White House, as had been mentioned several times. In terms of symbolism, obviously it would be desirable to have the President of the United States in the White House and spend this night in the White House. But of course, national security and the President's security comes first. Bill Plant is at the White House. Bill?
Dan, actually, they won't let us near the White House just yet. We hope to get back there soon. There are a couple of ways the president could get back. He may be on that plane, and we think he is coming to Washington. He could also take one of the other many planes in the fleet. At this point, you can be certain that the Secret Service is doing all that it can to maintain maximum, if you will, flexibility so that nobody can be certain where the president is. You know, I was reminded earlier today, there is a couple of times a year an exercise at the White House which all White House staff members have to take part in. And it is an emergency evacuation exercise timed for a crisis, such as the one that happened today. And in the past, and I've watched this over the years, some people take it lightly. And yet, when it happened, when something like today happens, the people were evacuated, the grounds were evacuated, and apparently the people who needed to go to the command bunker, the Situation Room, beneath the White House, went there successfully. And now we expect that the president will want to spend, as you said, the night in the White House because he doesn't want to look like he's in hiding. That's probably the last thing this administration or any other wants after an attack such as the one which happened today. And Dan, in the category of putting rumors to rest, let's just repeat that there was a rumor earlier today that there had been an aircraft which struck near the Camp David presidential retreat in Maryland's mountains. That is categorically not true, we are told, and it may have been confusion with the airliner that went down in Pennsylvania. So we await the arrival of the president. We hope to get back to the White House ourselves so that we can watch the process of government and the process of getting to manage, getting their arms around this enormous tragedy. Let me just show you, if you would like, another late newspaper extra, this one from the Washington Post. The headline says, "Terror hits Pentagon, and World Trade Center. Dan?
Bill Plant in our Washington bureau, not at the White House. Bill is one of the most experienced White House correspondents anywhere, but he's confined to the bureau for the moment. Now, to clear up this business about Camp David, and yes, we mentioned earlier in the morning what had been passed along to Jim Stewart from a high-ranking FBI official that was believed that a hijacked plane had crashed somewhere near the presidential retreat in Camp David, Maryland. If you look on your map, we're talking about a rather confined area of the Northeast when we talk about Washington, Maryland, Camp David, Pennsylvania. Now, to sort of straighten this out as best we can, apparently United Airlines Flight 93, bound from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco with 38 passengers and 7 crew. This plane was hijacked. And while it was in the process of being hijacked, the FBI, operating on evidence from the FAA, believed that the plane had gone down somewhere near Camp David. Instead, it apparently went down in Somerset County in western Pennsylvania. That's about 80 miles from Pittsburgh. So here's the deal on the aircraft. About 7:45 a.m., American Airlines Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles takes off. United Flight 175, Boston to Los Angeles, takes off at 7:58. United Flight 93, Newark to San Francisco, all these West Coast bound flights. In fact, all of these West Coast bound flights, that took off about 8:01 a.m. American Flight 77 took off about 8:10 a.m. Dulles to Los Angeles was its schedule. Now, apparently American Flight 11 was the first to hit the World Trade Center. Then United Flight 175 was the second to hit the World Trade Center. And then that American Flight 77 from, this is a scene of that plane, the United Flight 175, hitting the World Trade Tower, the second to hit it. Then American Flight 77, the one from Dulles to Los Angeles, that plane hit near the Pentagon, and then the United Flight 93, Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, went down in Somerset County in western Pennsylvania. And as Bill Plant just said, that this clears up the business about Camp David. Scratch Camp David off the list, that while it was widely believed and it was reported that a plane had crashed near Camp David, apparently that hijacked plane went down in western Pennsylvania. It's understandable under the circumstances, if sort of the geography got a little bit off on that report. Now, we have more pictures coming in from more places about what happened in lower Manhattan today, and I want to show you a montage of pictures. In the backdrop of this, there are at least 2,100 people wounded. That was just the early count, 1,500 walking wounded. The wounded figure is bound to go up considerably as you look at the effects of the collapse of the World Trade Center. How many people are dead? No one knows. Both the mayor of New York and various police spokesmen have said we should brace for the possibility that many, many people are dead as a result of this. And frankly, it's hard to imagine that they aren't. Although, as we pointed out earlier, people inside the World Trade Center towers, many people kept their heads, and as soon as they realized something was wrong, began to get out. Heroic New York firemen and policemen and many other workaday heroic New Yorkers helped in getting people out of the building, leading people out of the building. And so many lives were saved, but unquestionably many were lost. You look at this debris. Mind you, heavy steel beams, heavy concrete, marble, as well as steel and iron crashing down from 110 stories up in a ball of fire and explosion. It will be a long time, many, many hours, if not indeed days, before any reasonable assessment of how many people were actually killed and wounded here in New York. Now, in the Pentagon, where there was one plane crashed into one section of the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., as we reported earlier, the Defense Department said there's some fatalities there. We know not how many, and some wounded, but nothing on the scale of the World Trade Center here. Let's go back to Bob Orr in our Washington Bureau. Bob?
Dan, there's one very interesting thing that we have just learned, and it's about the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. This may turn out to give investigators their best information as to who was behind these attacks and what their motive really was. This is very interesting. This plane took off, as we watch the pictures in New York, this plane took off at 8 o'clock, 8:01 to be precise, from Newark. to San Francisco. But it didn't crash until 10:20. Now, this is a horrifying thing to think about if you know that that airplane was in the air more than 2 hours. The other thing is, just a short time ago, I got to take a look at the radar track of this particular airplane, and it's quite striking. As it takes off from Newark, it does exactly what you would think it would do. It heads west across Pennsylvania. It goes across northeastern Ohio, gets all the way to Lake Erie up off of Cleveland, when it suddenly does a U-turn and heads back towards the East Coast. Now, we don't know what led to the crash. We did hear from the Pentagon that there were rumors that the plane may have been shot down. Pentagon says that those are not true. There was no military intervention to bring any of the planes down. But the plane crashed in a rural Pennsylvania field. Very important point here. That means the cockpit voice recorder on that plane should be readily recoverable. And that's important because the cockpit voice recorder will record the last 30 minutes of whatever was going on in the cockpit. So if the plane was commandeered, as we believe, if there were things like gunshots or screams or any kind of threats being made, that will tell investigators exactly what was going on. And I've been told by sources that it is a top priority tonight for U.S. investigators to retrieve that cockpit voice tape and try to unravel part of what happened today. Dan?
Bob Orr, in our Washington Bureau, President Bush is said to be flying from Nebraska back to Washington, D.C. Whether or not he intends to actually spend the night in the White House is undetermined, unannounced. We'll keep you posted as time goes along. Sandra Hughes, our CBS News correspondent, is and has been for some time at Los Angeles International Airport at LAX. Sandra Hughes. Sandra?
Dan, we can't get back inside Los Angeles International Airport. It is being evacuated, and they've cordoned off an area, a pretty wide area around the airport. What we understand right now is that the FBI is inside right now, making sure everyone adheres to that evacuation order. Fire trucks, police cars, emergency vehicles have been flying by us with their sirens and their lights on heading into the airport. What we understand is a suspicious package was found near the international terminal, but officials say that it has been dealt with. A little while before that, another suspicious package found at a nearby power plant. It turned out to be nothing. But I think what this is saying, Dan, is that there's a heightened sense of alert here in Los Angeles. People are suspicious of things they see, and that's to be expected. Oddly enough, when I was inside the airport, some of the passengers I talked to who were not able to board their flight said that this was not going to have an impact on whether they fly again, that this was not going to give them a heightened sense of anxiety when they fly. But Dan, even though we were not directly hit by these horrendous acts of terrorism here in California, with 4 of those flights en route to California, there are going to be many, many victims here, and the folks in this state are going to be dealing with it for a long time. Dan?
Sandra Hughes at LAX in Los Angeles. Our CBS News coverage is originating at our World News headquarters here in New York, but we have correspondents worldwide, and we've concentrated our coverage on Lower Manhattan, where the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center have collapsed. I'm going to turn to Fouad Ajami. Before I do that, Fouad, Dateline Berlin, the United States put its forces on alert as governments worldwide held crisis meetings. Security has been tightened at embassies, airports, and public buildings and braced for more possible attacks. At a Dateline by Reuters out of Berlin. But Fouad Ajami, Johns Hopkins University, we talked, look, nobody knows. We will say another time, we can't say it too often. Nobody knows who's responsible for these attacks. There have been accusations once again about Osama bin Laden. Nobody knows. But in terms of those states, which is by their deeds, not their words, deeds, have demonstrated that they are capable of aiding and abetting and hiding terrorists. Let's tick them off.
Okay.
We're talking about actual states.
I think the states, I mean, you know, the famous remark, round up the usual suspects. The usual suspects, we've tended to look at Iran. Iran was involved in a trail of terror, but the Iranians have exited out of that industry a while ago. The Iraqis, I mean, we are always talking about Iraq, and the Bush administration came in talking even about unseating Saddam Hussein, that they didn't really want to live with Saddam Hussein like the Clinton administration, but they want to overthrow Saddam Hussein. So is this again, is Iraq a state to worry about? I think in this case, if we really, the Taliban regime in Afghanistan must be really the one to worry about, and must be the one to, in many ways, focus on, because they are the ones who harbor Osama bin Laden and give him shelter and sanctuary And the last time that we accused them of harboring bin Laden, they didn't really pay a terrible price for it. So obviously this is a very different question. But the states we're talking about, I mean, would the Syrians do it? Unlikely.
Libyans?
Well, the Libyans, you know, the last time we talked about the Libyans, you may recall, was like something like 15 years ago, that the Libyans were active in the world, and then they took time out after the attack on them by the Reagan administration in 1986. And after that, Gaddafi somehow dropped off the radar screen. So I'm not sure states would involve themselves in
North Korea?
That's an interesting question. And I think, again, I mean, I actually personally, just if I were to make a wild guess and just, I don't think we're really dealing with states. We're dealing with something beneath the level of states.
Some kind of worldwide terrorist network. And
yes.
That isn't to say that they pick up the phone and talk with each other every day, that you can connect the dots, but what would make something below state-sponsored terrorism very effective, maybe they get money from some state or what have you, but the less they say to one another,
yes,
the less they communicate, the more effective they can be.
Yes, absolutely.
Fuad Ajami. Now, in New York at the moment, the situations in most hospitals are beginning to stabilize somewhat. Hospitals in the immediate area of the World Trade Center were overwhelmed in the early going. It's fair to say that they're still overwhelmed, but the situation is beginning to stabilize somewhat. I want to say again that the American Red Cross has kept open in most sections of New York City, those stations where you can go to give blood, and there has been, an anticipated shortage of blood. Blood supplies were already short, and on a nationwide basis, including New York. So just to note that if you're saying to yourself, what can I do? One of the things you can do is give blood, and the American Red Cross is one of those places you can contact to do that. This is a scene from outside St. Vincent's Hospital, an old hospital with a marvelous reputation in New York, and a great reputation particularly for dealing with emergency situations. But of course, no one has ever seen an emergency situation to match this one. And as you watch these photographs of the effort to help the wounded, let us say that according to the Associated Press, the United States government suspects Osama bin Laden in terrorist attacks, and the Associated Press quotes 2 U.S. officials. Now, they don't say at what level those officials were. However, this is just more of what we've had during the day. And again, we come back to, and it's not to make light of any situation, anytime there's been a terrorist situation in the last at least 5 years, Osama bin Laden's name gets mentioned. And there's a whole other argument about whether we have elevated bin Laden to icon status through much of the Muslim world. And keep in mind, the Muslim world, quote unquote, as it's called, stretches from the outermost reaches of Indonesia all the way, through Africa and on into the United States. We have a fast-growing population, Muslim population in this country. Let me pause again and say that there's been a lot of stereotyping of people of Islamic religion in this country, and it's something that, as a free people, we say to ourselves, we want to generalize about people, and nobody wants a mother in Omaha who is of Islamic religion worried about her kids going to school tomorrow. And that's very, very important for us to note as we go through yet another time when U.S. officials are talking about Osama bin Laden, an expatriate of Saudi Arabia who seeks to overthrow the government of Saudi Arabia, among others. When you go through that sort of talk, inevitably, if unthinking people may go to stereotyping some of our fellow Americans who are just as loyal to the country, find themselves just as abhorrent of violence as any of the rest of us. Now, President Bush is said to be on his way back to Washington after earlier diverting himself to first Shreveport, Louisiana, and then to Nebraska. In from the White House, President Bush is to address the nation tonight. No time has yet been set, and from where he will be addressing the nation, no one is saying, other than to say the president is headed back to Washington, D.C. That is not to say firmly, finally, and officially he's going to be in the White House, although we know that during the day that there's been a real effort by the president and those around him to get the president back to the White House for the symbolism of that. Now, in terms of the wounded at the Defense Department, we've had a number of calls, people saying, well, You haven't said how many people were killed or hurt at the Pentagon. We haven't said so because we do not know how many people have been hurt or wounded there. We'll get David Martin to bring us up to date on the best available information about that just as we go past this.
Good afternoon, I'm Terry Hood. We're going to take you now to a news conference at Tulsa International Airport. Mayor Susan Savage, Chief Ron Palmer, and Fire Captain Hubert Rouse are updating us on the local situation.
What an eerie feeling it was coming into this airport today. I think we probably have more members of the news media here than we do the traveling public. But I think for just a moment I'd like to make a couple of comments. The horrific and unconscionable acts of deadly violence today in New York, Washington, D.C., and Pennsylvania against our fellow citizens and against our nation have filled us with many, many emotions. Fear, grief, concern, anger, sadness, as we only begin to understand the magnitude of the loss that will result from these cowardly acts. Our hearts and our prayers go to the victims and the families of those whose lives have been lost, including hundreds of emergency service workers, and to those who have been injured. What we hope to do here today is to update Tulsans about the activities underway in our city and the preparedness of our community to respond should the need arise. And we have obviously our top emergency service folks here. Police, fire, EMSA, the Emergency Operations Center have all been in close communication both with state and federal agencies and with one another today to review our operation plans and to ensure that should the need arise in any capacity, we respond to the fullest extent possible. We have successfully diverted, or several, roughly 11 flights have been successfully diverted here to Tulsa. Those passengers have been transported to either hotels or to other places, and I have several human interest stories that I think might be of general interest to our citizens. The Chaplain Corps was active at the airport today, and let me give you a couple of examples of some of the challenges they faced. A traveler, and this was reported to me by the police fire chaplain Danny Lynchard. A traveler was grounded in Tulsa today who was en route to MC Anderson Clinic for cancer treatment. She was able to make the decision based upon the assistance we provided to her locally whether to receive treatment here or to actually be driven by someone from Tulsa to Houston. Restaurants have called to volunteer free meals for travelers. The chaplain office was used as a distribution center for information on free restaurants, lodging, and taxi services. I, as well as most of our folks in this room, have been contacted from local companies to offer those kinds of services. Numerous people simply wanted to talk to the members of the Chaplain Corps. One in particular was the mother of an individual who worked at the World Trade Center, who obviously had a tremendous emotional response. We have now reached the stage where there are a lot of rumors that are being generated, and one of the things that we intend to do and have started is our Mayor's Action Center, and Louis Van Lanningham, who runs the center, is here. We'll coordinate information with our emergency service providers through the Emergency Operations Center. So people who are hearing rumors, who are trying to get information, who need to know a place to contact should call the Mayor's Action Center, and that number is 596-2100. We will process that information, get them to the right person, and act as a clearinghouse. We are preparing, the FAA, as we understand it at this moment, is preparing to reopen the airport tomorrow. We will be under an unprecedented level of security, and it is important to stress, while I don't know all of the details of what the security requirements will be, I think we can anticipate there will be no opportunity for curbside service. There will be no opportunity for non-travelers to enjoy the airport for a while, and those who are not who don't have a need to get on an airplane to go somewhere really to the fullest extent possible should stay away from the airport. We anticipate that there will be a host of requirements that the traveler will have to undertake, and those travelers should allow themselves probably double the amount of time that they normally require. Tomorrow at noon on the City County Plaza, the Tulsa Metropolitan Ministries has organized for us a prayer service, and the public is invited to that. It's from noon to 1 at the City County Plaza. And as a final note before I turn it over to these other good folks, let me remind our citizens that this is a time for understanding and compassion. We have had disturbing reports today of people fighting over gasoline as prices have risen. We have had disturbing reports of price gouging. I think it is important to remember and to keep and to put into perspective that thousands of people have lost their lives today. And we can do our part by getting along with one another. Chief Palmer.
The police department response started this morning during my staff meeting. We were interrupted by the television reports of the World Trade Center incident. We stopped the staff meeting to watch that unfold. During that staff meeting, I got called from the local FBI office and then again from the Oklahoma City FBI office to talk about if this is a nationwide event or something that was centered primarily on the East Coast in the nation's capital in New York City. We got good reports from them stating that they had no threat in this area that was known to them, and we proceeded to go about doing our business during the day with that thought in mind, with some updates from them during the period of time all throughout the day. The biggest problems that we have faced as a police department today have been, one, of course, our concerns for our brothers and sisters in New York City that have fallen. Secondly, the airport has driven their threat level up at the airport, as you all are aware, where our bomb squad is intimately involved with the airport authorities to make sure that the airport is a safe place to be. Of all my 800 people, I have right now 7 on 12-hour shifts, and that is my bomb squad. The mayor spoke briefly about pump rage and the issues of people acting out almost at gasoline locations. We tried to confirm some of the supply issues about gasoline to the best of our knowledge through 3 different sources, that there is not a issue about the supply of gasoline in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and that how that rumor spread and how it fired that up at the pumps, I do not know. My observation at noontime of what was happening at gasoline stations throughout the city and my travels outside my office and what was going on at 3 o'clock, it appeared that frenzy has at least subsided, and I think we should reinforce that to the best of my knowledge, we don't have the gasoline supply problems that were either reported or envisioned earlier on in the day. The police department remains ready to respond to any event that might occur in the city of Tulsa. We are not deploying extra troops at any location at this point. We are responding to certain requests by certain individuals on an ad hoc basis, and will continue to do so into the evening until we are certain that the threat for this city and in all the cities in the United States that may affect Tulsa, Oklahoma have subsided. That is about all I have to report for the police department. I'll turn it to my colleague, Tom Baker.
Go ahead.
I'll just say, as Chief Palmer did, that we began this morning first by coordinating communications with his office to be aware of any threats or alerts that we might need to be considering. We also brought our command staff officers in and some of our field operations chiefs just to review some of the procedures that we would normally go through, making sure that all of our equipment was ready. There wasn't anything that had happened to be overlooked. We then followed up with another meeting later this afternoon to report back, and we've included in that meeting IMSA, TEMA, and other city departments just to have that level of coordination. As Chief Palmer stated, we are not calling in extra people. This isn't an alert. All we are doing is raising the level of awareness of training and equipment that we have ready at any time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have received one unfortunate bit of information that there are some unscrupulous people who are making phone calls to citizens identifying themselves as firefighters, attempting to raise donations for injured people in New York City, and that is a false request. There's nothing coming from our firefighters union or their international that is legitimate in any way like that. So if you can pass that on, we would greatly appreciate it. I think I would also echo in closing Chief Palmer and the mayor's comments. This morning, hundreds, maybe thousands of people's lives were taken in the name of hate. Also, hundreds and maybe thousands of people's lives, including those of police officers, firefighters, emergency medical workers, lives were given in the name of love and honor and duty. And I think that's the most important thing for our community to focus on as we go forward, working with one another in a nature and in a state of love and honor and duty.
I would ask Carl Pritchard, the Director of Operations here at the airport, to update you on their activities today. And then joining us are Mike Thornbrew from Quick Trip and Jamie Cox from Sun Company. We thought you might have some questions regarding gasoline prices, and they agreed to be here today.
I, too, would just like to echo the sadness and the seriousness of this event, and the airport has certainly trying to respond in terms of protecting and assisting the traveling public that have been using the facility today and need to use it in the future to continue on with their travel, hopefully tomorrow. We have increased our alert activity security-wise in anticipation of an official emergency amendment to our security plan, and we anticipate that in the next hour or so. And I think it's already been said fairly well, but just to reemphasize that, it will certainly impact the traveling public in a time-consuming way, and we would urge everyone to be certainly tolerant of that and understanding that it's going to take a lot more time to process their travel needs, and in the immediate future at least. And we will have extra people on duty throughout tonight, and we will wait till tomorrow and see what is the official position from the FAA in terms of our emergency amendment to our security plan. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to try to address those.
I think we're going to open it up to questions.
Good afternoon. I probably spoke to everybody in this room once or twice today, and I'm pinch hitting for Chester Cadieux, who's the president and CEO of Quick Trip, who, like many thousand passengers, his plane was grounded today. I'm just make a brief statement, and we'll try to answer any questions that we can. Quick Trip, quite frankly, at this juncture, we're focused on one thing and one thing only, and that is to make sure that the supply for this market is not disrupted in any way. And we will, on a minute-by-minute basis, be in contact with our partners from the refinery community, from the pipelines, and from the transport carriers. In fact, really the only problem that we've witnessed today beyond the long lines is we haven't not been able to get our transport carriers in to drop off their supply. And there are men and women working in the stores right now, my hat's off to them. They've had a very hectic day, and they have performed very admirable, and we're very appreciative. And I'll stop there because I'm sure there'll be more questions.
You've been watching a news conference at Tulsa International Airport as local officials update the city on the status of our emergency preparations and the situation. It appears now that Tulsa International Airport will reopen tomorrow under what Mayor Susan Savage called an unprecedented level of security. They say anyone planning to travel should allow double time to get to their flight, and people who are not traveling should stay away from the airport if at all possible. They also say there's a lot of rumors going around in the city, one of which concerns a gasoline shortage. Chief Palmer said to the best of their knowledge there is no problem with the distribution, and you just heard that echoed by the representative there from Quick Trip, that apparently the supplies, gasoline supplies into Tulsa do look fine at this point, and they're asking people to remain calm. We're going to send you back now to national coverage. We will keep you updated on the local situation should anything develop, and of course we will be back with complete details of our local activities on the news at 5.
Plant has more on that for us now, Bill.
Bob, President Bush started his day in Florida, where he was doing 2 education events. One yesterday, he stayed last night in Sarasota, Florida, and this morning he was reading to a group of school children when he got the word. An aide came up and whispered in his ear what had happened in New York when the first plane hit the first tower of the World Trade Center. He finished reading to the children, and a few minutes later, he made a statement, and then got on a plane and said he was heading back to Washington. But as it turned out, the president did not go to Washington. Security concerns were paramount here, and he was taken instead to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. And on the ground in Barksdale, he taped a statement, which was later played back for us, and this is what the president had to say at that time to the American people.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested. But make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
President Bush, that was the videotape that he made outside Shreveport, Louisiana, his second statement of the day. The earlier one, a situation in Florida where he spoke very briefly, had happened about an hour and a half, 2 hours before that statement was made. Russ Mitchell, who's been helping me here at CBS News World Headquarters in New York, has a development and someone to talk to. Russ?
Thank you very much, Dan. And we're here now with Patrick Andre. He works on the 71st floor of building number 2 at the World Trade Center. He's a trading manager at Morgan Stanley. Mr. Andre, thanks for joining us. You were there when the second plane hit. Describe to me what happened.
We were evacuating the 71st floor when suddenly I heard a boom and fire and smoke engulfed the floor. and all the tiles for the ceiling started crumbling down.
The tiles from the ceiling.
Yeah, from the ceiling started. Yeah, and at that point, the two other co-workers who were with me, we decided to go down the stairs, and leave the building.
You went down 71 flights of stairs. Tell me, you said the building didn't shake, but you obviously felt an explosion.
Yes.
What was going through your head when you felt this?
That I'm making sure that everybody who were on my floor were out of the building, evacuated, and a repeat of 1993, since I was there the last time.
That's right. You've worked in that building for 15 years. You were there in 1993 during the terrorist attack then. Let me go back to you going down 71 flights of stairs. How many people were with you? What did you encounter along the way?
There were about 4 people with me at that point, since we were the last one to leave the 71st floor. And in mid-level, we encountered a young lady who was an handicap with crutches and asking for help. And between the 3 of us, we helped her down to the lower floors.
Now, when you got downstairs to the bottom of the building, what did you think? What was the first thing that you did?
That we got some fresh air. And the police and FBI agents were there guiding everyone out of the, to move out of the building. And so it was a relief, really.
Describe the scene, what you saw when you looked outside.
Fire.
Fire.
From building number 1, and debris, a piece of steel falling from that part of the building, the front part, into the lower ground. Yes, the ground was covered with steel, glass, paper from those floors, yes.
You had to be frightened.
Yes, I was.
Yeah. Describe that feeling. I mean, here you are. You're actually there. We're looking at it. We're looking at these pictures here, which are just horrific. This looks like downtown Beirut a few years ago. Rudolph Giuliani said it looks like it was bombed during World War II or something. What's going through your head? You're in the middle of all this.
Well, I guess, like I said, my primary responsibility was the evacuation of my floor. And before anything, I mean, not to panic, and keep my head on my shoulder and making sure that everybody was out. And that was the primary, the primary responsibility that I had.
Your primary responsibility was to get everyone out. Now, what happened? Where were you when the building collapsed? When Tower 2 collapsed?
I was in front of City Hall, between City Hall and GNR Music World.
Which is about, what, 3 blocks away?
About 3 blocks away. And I'm looking up my building, number 2, in flame at the upper level. And then suddenly, I'm looking at the building collapsing like paper.
Yeah.
And, that's really frightening me at that point.
Excuse me, Russ Mitchell. Please forgive me for interrupting, but apparently another building in the World Trade Center complex has just collapsed downtown. This is a live photograph of yet another building. Keep in mind that the World Trade Center complex, check me as I go here, please, sir, has 7 buildings total. Has the 2 towers. They're gone.
Yes.
Now, we reported some time ago that 2 other buildings in the World Trade Center complex were in danger of collapsing. One of those buildings has collapsed. There is an unconfirmed report that is building 5, but we do not know that. Other sources are apparently reporting there's building 5 in the complex, but we do not know that. What you are looking at, these are live pictures here. We've mixed live and tape, tried to make it clear to you throughout the day what's live, what's videotape. This is live tape, and you can tell it's at least another building collapsed because the density and the amount and frankly, the altitude of the smoke has increased so dramatically in that area. Keep in mind, and we've said this before, we say it again, what you're seeing are high shots. Now, here we're going to show you a videotape of the collapse itself.
Describe that feeling.
Now we go to videotape, the collapse of this building.
It's amazing.
Amazing, incredible, pick your word. For the 3rd time today, it's reminiscent of those pictures we've all seen too much on television before when a building was deliberately destroyed by well-placed dynamite to knock it down. And so therefore this smoke that we were talking about, and keep in mind there are firemen, policemen, other workers down there working, searching for people in the previously collapsed World Trade Center 2 towers, fates unknown. This is an incredible situation. This has never happened before in the United States. This is the most serious attack on U.S. soil that's happened since the Civil War, which of course was something completely different. Here on the front edge of the 21st century. And it's a good thing we held off on the confirmation, because we now are able to report with confidence that Trade Center Building 7 was that building that collapsed.
Correct.
Not Trade Center Building 5. Now, Trade Center Building 5, keep in mind 7 buildings in the World Trade Center, 2 twin towers, they collapsed early this morning after being hit by planes. Then this afternoon we were told buildings 5 and 7 were in danger of collapsing. Building 7 of the New York Trade Center, a large building, in most other cities would be one of the largest buildings in town probably. Trade Center Building 7 has collapsed. CBS News correspondent and 60 Minutes 2 correspondent Scott Pelley is on the scene. Scott.
Dan, we were literally at the base of building number 7 about an hour or so ago with a number of New York City firefighters and police officers. At that time, the building was fully involved in flame. There were large panes of glass crashing down into the street. And at that moment, the firefighters told us that there was a good chance that building number 7 was going to collapse. That appears to be what has happened now. I don't know exactly how many stories the building is, Dan, but standing at the base of it, watching it burn about an hour ago, it looked to be something on the order of 50, 60 stories, as you said, a very, very large office building. And I don't know whether they were able to evacuate all of the emergency personnel before the collapse, but I can tell you that an hour ago, there were a number of firefighters and police officers in the area. They were watching building number 7 burn because there was frankly nothing they could do about it. The inferno was huge. So much of the building was collapsing into the street bit by bit that they were unable to do anything with it. And now it seems that building number 7 has finally collapsed, at least the 3rd building to fall in the World Trade Center today.
Scott Pelley in Lower Manhattan. I don't believe Scott Pelley hears me, but Scott, on the off chance you do we know anything about Trade Center Building 5, which was reported near collapse?
Dan, I don't know, but when we were down about a block from the base of the World Trade Center towers about an hour ago. And there was a great deal of concern at that time from the firemen that building number 7 was going to collapse, building number 5 was in danger of collapsing, and there is so little they can do to try to fight the fires in these buildings because the fires are so massive. And so much of the buildings continue to fall into the street. When you're down there, Dan, you hear smaller secondary explosions going off every 15 or 20 minutes. And so it is an extremely dangerous place to be. Heavy, dense black smoke choking the firefighters down there. Very little they can do to save these buildings. We don't know what the condition of building number 5 is at this moment.
Scott Pelley, and we're told Associated Press quotes authorities as saying that building 7, the one you just saw collapse on videotape there, and this has happened within the last few minutes, that we're told that the building had been evacuated. Sir, you know the World Trade Center complex. What was building 7? Do you know?
It was Salomon Smith Barney.
Salomon Smith Barney. Say again.
It was built for Salomon Smith Barney.
So Salomon Brothers and Smith Barney were in that building, they headquartered there. But I want to emphasize that we're told that the building had been evacuated because it was in danger of collapsing in some time.
I don't know.
And in building 5, which is reported on...
This is Morgan Stanley building as well.
And you work in Morgan Stanley again.
Building 5 is the operation for Morgan
Thank you
Stanley.
very much. And we get back to the point which has been made earlier in the day, repeated here, that the terrorists, whomever they may be, yes, there's a lot of talk about Osama bin Laden and others, but whomever this together, did so, a coordinated attack, attacking the 2 symbols of America's superpower status. The financial district the Twin Towers now and hearing about these other buildings, part of the World Trade Center complex around the towers, being centers of American financial institutions, and then, of course, another of the hijacked planes hitting the Pentagon. Not by coincidence, they chose these targets for their symbolism. Now, we're coming up to the top of the hour here in our continuing CBS News coverage from our world headquarters in New York. We do have coming in additional video that you haven't seen before, taken by private individuals, and we're going to show you some of that as we pass the top of this next hour. We also, as we've been doing all day, at the top of the hour and then at the half-hour mark, try to bring you up to date on the situation, the latest information, and put a frame around this incredible day, a day that will leave an infamy in United States history. There are no reliable even estimates of the total number of dead and wounded in New York at this time, and it may be quite some time before we have that information. Another building in the World Trade Complex has collapsed. You are watching continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America. Dan Rather at CBS News World Headquarters in New York as our continuous coverage of this day goes on. Now, we have new videotape of the attack on the World Trade Center. Let me caution you that we're giving this to you more or less raw. This is strong material, and some of the language you will hear. We want to hear the sight and the sound of what happened this morning. But unfortunately, on this particular piece of tape, and one of the pieces of tape you're about to see, some of the language is strong. So if we can roll that videotape now or as soon as possible. One of the Trade Center buildings has been hit at a high floor, maybe above floor 90, by one aircraft. That would be American Flight 11. Now look at the plane coming in the middle. Oh, what a picture.
Don't touch it. Oh my God!
That plane hit the second building at a much lower level. First plane hit very high up on the one tower, maybe floor 90 or above. Second plane at what? I don't know, maybe floor 71 and up.
Yes.
You may want to run that videotape again. This we just got into our newsroom, this videotape. And not long after this, first one and then the other, these towers collapsed. And now we've had Building 7 of the World Trade Center, where Salomon Brothers Smith Barney had their headquarters. We're going to re-rack that videotape and show it to you again. As we do the re-racking, say that we don't have any confirmed figures on the number of people killed at the Pentagon or the number of people wounded there in Washington where a hijacked plane hit. We have no idea of the New York fatalities. Here again is this photograph. The building on the left is about to be hit by the hijacked incoming plane.
Holy fuck! Oh my God! Oh my God! Jesus fucking Christ! Don't touch it. Oh my God!
A ball of flame envelops the second of the World Trade Center towers. Untold death and destruction. As after being hit by the second plane, the second tower eventually collapsed after both of these twin towers collapsed. Now Building 7 in the World Trade Center, after being evacuated, we're told, collapsed. In the debris below, people still trapped. This is new videotape that had not been seen before. Dateline Washington, the Pentagon now says, and we've checked and double-checked this, 100 people believed killed or injured. There's no differentiation. We still don't know how many killed, how many injured at the Pentagon, but the Defense Department says its best available information is 100 people believed killed or injured at the Pentagon. And while the Pentagon symbolically was one of the two targets today, that the death, the wounding, and the damage at the Pentagon, nothing to compare with what's happened with the World Trade Center complex. Paramedics waiting to be sent into the rubble today were told that once the smoke clears, it's going to be massive bodies, quote unquote. That's Brian Stark, an ex-Navy paramedic who volunteered to help. Stark said paramedics were told that, quote, hundreds of police and firefighters are missing from the ranks of those sent in to respond to the initial crash. Now, mind you, this is only one person speaking. New York police and firemen rushed to the scene this morning, as is their destiny when they volunteer for such work. They place themselves in harm's way. And it has been thought throughout the day that certainly some police and firemen would turn up missing. And according to this paramedic, he says he was told, quote, that hundreds of police and firefighters are missing. Let me caution you, we do not know that for a fact. And as we've said repeatedly, and I say again now without apology, sometimes the first information you get from the scene turns out to be wrong information. We do our best to nail down the facts. We'd rather be last with information than be wrong. We try to give information to you as quickly as we can get it. In this kind of situation, I know you will understand when I say there's no way that we can do it perfectly. We do our very best. And our number one job, the number one job here is accuracy. Now, among the other facts that we know is that the president is on his way to Washington. I'd have to say I don't really know that to be a fact, that that's been officially announced that he's on his way to Washington. The president will be addressing the nation tonight from Washington, we're told. Will he be speaking to the White House? We do not know that. Now, we're in effect handling all kinds of hot information and material here. We have, I'm told, more videotape that's never been seen before today. That you saw a minute ago about that second plane hitting the World Trade Center had not been seen before. We have additional videotape now of what happened here in New York earlier this morning. Watch this. This is, I haven't seen this before. I'm seeing it for the first time as you do. The first building hit at high floor by the first plane is in smoke. The second building has just been hit with a plane.
The whole building's gone.
I beg your pardon. It was the collapse of the first tower. Now let's go back over this videotape we'd not seen before. The tower that was hit by the first plane is still standing. It won't be for long. Remember, this all happened this morning between 9 and 11 a.m. In the second building, now you saw, we'll show these videotapes to you in sequence. First, you have the videotape of the plane coming, and it was coming at pretty high speed, much greater speed than the first plane that hit. We have videotape showing the building hit, and then this second videotape taken from some distance of the first of the towers to collapse. Perhaps we can re-rack that videotape at some point. Strange, eerie. I used the word, if it is a word, Dantesque earlier in the day. How instead of a ball of flame going up and great billows of smoke going upward, they came downward into and toward the earth itself. But that's because the building collapsed. Now, this is the collapse, the first of the towers to collapse. We just secured this video.
The whole building's gone.
The whole building's gone. Indeed.
Holy fucking Jesus!
We do apologize for the language on the videotape. One can understand people seeing this incredible sight. And when you see this, you're reminded why everyone in authority is saying we should be prepared for eventually finding out many dead, many seriously wounded, and at this hour, as night has not yet fallen but begins to creep in on New York City, there are people trapped in the rubble. And when the third building collapsed, World Trade Center building number 7, people who are making efforts to save those people in the rubble who are trapped in there, some of those people were in peril as that Trade Center building number 7 collapsed within the last hour, hour and a half. Now what you're going to see next is videotape of the second World Trade Center building collapsing. from a different view than you've seen it before. This is, again, new videotape. One of the World Trade Center buildings has already collapsed. The second, the actual first one hit by the plane, is still standing. It is a smoking ruin in its upper floors. These World Trade Center towers have absorbed a tremendous shock of fast-flying airliners, highly inflammable aviation fuel. The one building has collapsed. And once it starts to go, how quickly it went. These home videos, taken from across the way, from a place that once had a spectacular view of a spectacular New York skyline. And the smoke told the story. Scott Pelley will bring us up to date on the situation in Lower Manhattan. Scott, it's an unsettling moment to see, again, different views of those buildings collapsing and indeed the aircraft hitting the second building. But what's the situation down there right now?
Dan, the smoke that you see rising behind me now is from World Trade Center building number 7, which collapsed about 15 minutes ago. This is a very large building. It's 47 stories tall, at least half a block wide. This would have been a catastrophe in its own right, Dan. The building has been on fire all day since the initial attack. About an hour ago, I was down there with a CBS News camera crew, and we were talking to firefighters and police officers. Building number 7 was completely involved in flame. Flames were shooting out of the building. Large panes of glass were falling into the street. The firefighters explained that there was nothing they could do to try to put the fire out because it was just simply far too dangerous, and they warned us an hour ago that the building might collapse, and indeed that is what has come to pass. Apparently, some of the city's emergency operations were located in that building. The fire department is telling us now that they have lost some of their communications at this point. The building, of course, being on fire, being at the scene of the attack, had been evacuated much, much earlier. There was no one in the building at the time that it collapsed about 15 minutes ago. However, I will tell you that when we left there an hour ago, there were several New York City police officers and firefighters down there making sure that no one else came into the area. Dan?
Scott Pelley on the scene reporting live from Lower Manhattan. Now we're going to show you again videotape of World Trade Center Building 7. This is the one that just collapsed within the last hour and a half, 2 hours at the outside. This was a 47-story tall building. This is a scene on the ground just after this building came tumbling down. And yet new bellows of the horrible smoke. And the stench from the smoke began to fill Lower Manhattan all anew.
Clear shot, please. Right, clear shot.
We're going to re-rack this videotape for you because what we intend to show you, and we have on videotape, is the collapse of that World Trade Center building number 7, which housed Salomon Brothers and Smith Barney. I look away because our friend here, who's an eyewitness and who worked in the building. And by the way, let's get a picture. Another, you know, he wouldn't call himself a hero. Here's a man in our studio who's given us some eyewitness reports here today, who calmly got together, led people out of the building. It was his responsibility. He took it upon himself to get people out and then get himself out. Was there actual panic as you did that?
There was panic among the staff, yes. But the important thing, everybody got out on time before.
Well, you won't say it, but I will. You got everybody out.
Yeah.
David Martin is outside the Pentagon. David.
Dan, the U.S. is trying to do two very different things here simultaneously. One is to hunker down and button up and protect against the possibility of still another attack, and that's why the Pentagon has put all of its bases on the highest state of alert, and the State Department has put all American embassies around the world on the highest state of alert. But at the same time, the U.S. wants to create an impression, at least, of a quick return to normalcy, and that is one of the reasons why the president is coming back to Washington tonight. You know, he spent the day moving about from military base to military base as much as he would in the event of a nuclear war. That now is ended, and they are bringing the president back to Washington to try and create this impression of a return to normalcy. But obviously, as you can see behind me, we are a long, long way from normal. One of the obvious questions here is who did this? And the early suspicions are focused on Osama bin Laden, the terrorist who seems to have made it his life's calling to attack Americans around the world. And in this case, I think, in contrast to previous cases, there is very little doubt that there will be some form of military retaliation. What form it will take and when it might happen, I think it's much too early to tell, but I think it is all but inevitable.
David Martin, two questions. The last quote we had from any official at the Pentagon was that 100 people were believed killed or injured. Any later information about that?
The only number I've heard, Dan, which is 20 dead, but no one expected it to end there. The services that had offices in that part of the building have asked all of the people assigned there to call in so they know who made it out. And there are still, among all the services, hundreds of unaccounted for, but you don't know if that's because they didn't make it out or simply because they haven't called in. But if you just take a fully loaded commercial airliner, you know that the death toll is going to go much higher than 20, no matter who was caught in the building.
Well, that's a good point. And the belief is that American Flight 77, headed from Dulles Airport near Washington to Los Angeles, a Boeing 757, this is the plane that's believed to have crashed in the Pentagon, had 58 passengers and 6 crew. And while one might hope and pray that somebody among those 58 passengers, 6 crew survived, it seems highly unlikely. So there, right there, you would have, you know, in the 60s, the number of people dead, killed at the Pentagon. And the wife of U.S. Solicitor General Theodore Olson was aboard the jetliner that crashed into the Pentagon. She called him as the plane was being hijacked. She twice called her husband and described some details of the hijacking, including, now this is Barbara Olson, an attorney, very intelligent woman, the wife of the U.S. Solicitor General, the new one, Theodore Olson. She said that the attackers were using knife-like instruments. When she called her husband, she said the attackers, this is on the plane, that would have been the American Airlines Flight 77. She said that the attackers were using knife-like instruments. Now, the officials who quoted this conversation to the woman's husband declined to give any further details of the conversation. In a brief telephone interview from his home, Theodore Olson said his wife was on the plane and that they crashed in the Pentagon, and he said, I wish it wasn't so, but it is. Olson argues President Bush's cases before the Supreme Court. We're going to go back to David Martin at the Pentagon. David, I understand you have some additional information or insight, and then I have an additional question for you, please.
You were talking about the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. Someone made the point to me that all of these planes were cross-country flights that had just taken off, meaning they were all carrying full loads of fuel, which would obviously increase the destruction that they caused when they crashed into a building. Whether that was part of the plan or whether it just worked out that way, we of course don't know, but it would certainly indicate, at least initially, that considerable thought and planning went into this attack.
Indeed, David, including that they hit the World Trade Center at the height of morning rush hour, right at 9 o'clock. First one building, then the other, right at the very height of rush hour here in New York City. David, stand by because I have some questions about possible U.S. responses. You say, you know, the U.S. will respond. The how and why of that I'd like to discuss with you. But first, we want to go through a sequence of pictures of what happened here in New York today at the World Trade Center, including two pieces of videotape that CBS News obtained exclusively and we've shown only in the last half hour or so. So the sequence of events that will not necessarily be in order, but this to review for you and give you the latest picture information we have is the way it was this morning between 9 and 11 a.m. New York time, Eastern time. One plane has hit the upper tier, but watch the left-hand corner of your screen. The second World Trade Tower has not yet been hit. It's about 9 a.m. Here comes the plane, very high speed, cuts almost through the building. Great balls of fire, tremendous bellows of smoke. The voices you hear in the background, the people in the home or the place where these pictures were taken. So the second building was hit. Now, you note the plane went in at about, that aircraft hit that tower at floor about 71. The first building was hit, 90 or above, say. So both buildings are now smoke and flame. Now, different view. Both buildings are aflame. And then the building that was hit second comes tumbling down. That was the one where the airplane came in particularly quickly and hit the building at about floor 71. The Chrysler building in the background. Now the second tower, which was actually hit first by American Flight 11, begins to crumble. And disappeared. And since then, the most recent collapse, which happened just a short while ago, Building 7, a 47-story building as part of the World Trade Center complex, collapsed. That building had been, we were told, completely evacuated. But the fate of people on the ground, including rescue workers, as it came tumbling down, we simply don't know. But it had been threatening to collapse, had been on the verge of collapse for a long while, so perhaps most of the area had been evacuated. But who could have anticipated this kind of incredibly dense and fast-moving smoke, which covers many blocks in New York? And like some white monster, came quickly down side streets and major thoroughfares. Now stay with me here, stay with us here. CBS, this is another, see the plane? This is another view, more videotape. This plane.
Against a backdrop of gentle blue sky, a terrorist arrow pierces the heart of a city and a nation.
Oh. Those two sequences we should see again.
One more horrifying than the next.
And we will show you.
This was a United Airlines flight 175.
Some of this video has just now become available. And in the aftermath, well, if you've been with us, you know what happens. We're going to try to re-rack up. That's the opposite side of the second tower hit. You know, we had different views during the day, but this was photographed from that side of the building. Now, we're going to re-cue that sequence of videotape. This includes new videotape material obtained by CBS News over the last hour and a half. We have shown some of it. Now, this is the latest new video we have. You see the plane coming in high speed, aiming for the mid-level, and hits it.
Pierces the heart of a city and a nation.
That was the second flight, United Flight 175, and this is a reverse side of the building. See, the plane actually pierced the building.
There were several angles.
Virtually came out the other side. Yet another view, the plane hitting.
It's almost like the building swallowed the plane.
Yeah. Yes. And here you see this aircraft below. Did you see that? You had to be looking closely on the right-hand side to see it hitting there. And indeed, Russ Mitchell said it's almost as if the building swallowed the plane and then belched back up. Well, nobody's ever seen photographs like that because nothing like this has ever happened before. We go to David Martin at the Pentagon.
Dan, we were talking earlier about trying to give the appearance of a return to normalcy. Well, now we have one other appearance of normalcy, which is the fact that Defense Secretary Rumsfeld will give a briefing later this evening in the briefing room in the Pentagon. In other words, we're going to be allowed to go back into the Pentagon, and obviously, as that is designed in part to give a show that you can damage the Pentagon, but you can't sink it, that business continues in there as normal. Now, obviously, one of the pieces of business that's going to be continuing now is planning for some sort of military retaliation, although I think it's much too early for us to really have any good idea what that might look like.
David Martin, we're going to go to Bob Orr, who has some new information in just a moment, but once in the Far East, an intelligence operative who was talking about revenge for things, terrorist events, used the quote, he said it was an old Oriental expression, revenge is best served cold, which the thought was that you don't want to enrage, lash out immediately. Now, given the fact, and it is a fact, that after the 1998 attacks on the U.S. embassies in East Africa, the United States government responded in fairly quickly with 2 separate cruise missile attacks, many missiles, at Sudan and Afghanistan. My question to you, David Martin, when you talk about some kind of retaliation is certain, what has been the thinking before this happened about the advisability of responding immediately or waiting and, in effect, serving revenge cold?
Well, they have 2 lines. One is that we will strike in a time and place of our choosing, and that supports the argument that you don't have to do something right away. But after those cruise missile attacks on the Sudan and Afghanistan, the argument was that that was not retaliation, that was preemption, because Osama bin Laden was planning further attacks against the U.S. and they had to disrupt his operations. So I can see that that argument would apply here as well. The U.S. could say it has intelligence that this was not all the attacks that were planned, that Osama bin Laden had further attacks planned and they had to act quickly to upset these plans. On the other hand, I can see them wanting to take their time and get it right so that we don't have another largely ineffectual strike as we did following the embassy bombings. The strikes did not get Osama bin Laden and obviously did not have any lasting impact on his operations since he has been behind most of the threats that the U.S. has had to react to over the years. And of course, if the evidence indicates that he was behind this as well, then of course we really didn't do much to stop him with that earlier strike. And I think all that would argue for some very large military response, perhaps including going after him on the ground, which of course is always risky because of casualties. But I think the proportion of the offense, I mean, let's face it, this was the worst sneak attack on America since Pearl Harbor. And when you put it in that context, I think the American public would support taking casualties to go after the person who was behind that. But all that's still pretty far down the road, Dan.
Indeed, David Martin speaking live from the Pentagon. President Bush will address the nation tonight. CBS News will cover it live. We'll be staying on the air live. Very quickly, Russ Mitchell has some new information about attending to the wounded in New York.
That's right, Dan. The Health and Human Services Department has activated a national medical emergency system. This is an unprecedented move that will dispatch about 7,000 volunteer doctors, nurses, pharmacists, and other medical staff to areas affected by Tuesday's attacks, which of course would be New York and Washington. The timetable for this, Dan, I'm told, is immediately.
Russ Mitchell, 7,000 volunteer doctors sought from around the nation to come help in New York with what is a massive healing and tending to the dead and wounded operation, which will go on for weeks, if indeed not months. Now, Bob Orr in Washington has a new insight on this information from Barbara Olson, who was aboard one of the planes hijacked, about knife-wielding or knife-type instruments in the aircraft, and Orr's going to put that in perspective for you just at the top of the hour. Now, at the top of every hour and at the half-hour mark, we try to bring you up to date on the latest video we have, the latest pictures we have, the latest information that we have, and we'll be doing that just past the top of the hour on many of these CBS stations. The aircraft involved this morning, American Airlines Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles. That was the first of two planes to hit a World Trade Center building. The second was United Flight 175, Boston to Los Angeles. That was the second plane to hit a World Trade Center building. American Flight 77, Dulles, near Washington to Los Angeles. This is the plane that hit near the Pentagon. Then United Flight 93, Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, is the plane that apparently went down in Somerset County in western Pennsylvania. They believe they might get the cockpit recorder from that, and if they do, it could be valuable information. You're watching continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America.
This is the News on 6, a special edition. Attack on America.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended.
Now, what do you do against terrorists? This is ridiculous. We've got to find a safer way to live.
Two hijacked airplanes crash into the World Trade Center in New York City. A small plane careens into the Pentagon. An apparent direct hit by terrorists leaves Americans horrified over the unprecedented attacks and a devastating loss of life. Good evening, I'm Terry Hood. Welcome to a special edition of the News on 6 at 5. We'll join Paul Sorrell in just a moment. First, though, here's a look at how the devastation unfolded. Shortly before 8 this morning, Central Time, a plane crashed into one of the World Trade Center's twin towers. You can see smoke billow into the sky more than 100 stories above the ground. We later learned that plane, American Air Flight 11, was on its way from Boston to Los Angeles with 92 people on board when it was hijacked. 18 minutes later, another hijacked aircraft, this time United Airlines Flight 175, slammed into the second tower. That plane was also en route from Boston to LA. It had 65 people on board. Now you can see the plane pass around the first tower and plow into the one behind it, sending a fireball explosion high above the streets of America's largest city. Shortly after 9 o'clock this morning, one of the flaming twin towers buckled and collapsed, sending the entire building crashing down on the streets of Manhattan. At about the same time, another plane, a 757 en route from Dulles Airport in Washington to Los Angeles, went down. American Airlines Flight 77 crashed into the Pentagon with 64 passengers and crew members aboard. Then came word that a fourth plane, United Airlines Flight 93, had crashed in western Pennsylvania on its way from New Jersey to San Francisco. 45 people were on board that plane. Not long after, the destruction continued with the collapse of the World Trade Center's second tower. Officials in New York say the number of people killed or injured could well be in the thousands. The government believes today's catastrophe was an organized attack on America. Although it's not yet known who's responsible, at this hour, authorities here in Oklahoma and across the country are on alert, tightening security at strategic facilities and evacuating high-profile buildings. U.S. monuments and museums in Washington, D.C. are closed tonight. Today's attack on America has had wide-reaching effects right here at home, including on gas prices. Consumer reporter Diane White joins us live from the streets of Tulsa with word on that story. Diane?
Well, Terry, we have gotten reports from people all across green country that prices have jumped 10, 20, 30, even 50 cents a gallon. Here at the Quick Trip at 11th and Utica, the prices have remained steady, still $1.55 a gallon for regular unleaded. However, earlier today, we did spot one Citgo station not too far from here at 3rd and Utica. It had raised its prices to $1.69 a gallon. That was for regular unleaded. We also spotted several get-and-go stations around town had also risen to about $1.69 for regular unleaded. Lines were long at stations throughout town. In fact, workers at the Albertsons at 15th and Lewis helped direct traffic outside the station to keep it running smoothly. We also found a woman who showed up to help cool off the crowd, literally, by passing out cold soft drinks that she bought herself.
Mainly because I was at a Quick Trip for 30 minutes waiting and saw a couple fights. Yeah. I thought, okay, the world's in havoc enough if we can't keep a little peace in our own town. So I thought I'd come to park it at one of the gas stations and try to cool everybody down a little.
Just a nice gesture from a local Good Samaritan. Things are pretty calm here at 11th and Utica. No long lines. Prices have stayed steady. And a warning tonight from Governor Keating as well as Attorney General Drew Edmondson in Oklahoma to retailers to not gouge prices. Don't take advantage of consumers during this national crisis. That is the warning out of Oklahoma City. And Attorney General Edmondson says that his office will investigate any complaints of price gouging. So if you think that a station in your area is doing that, you need to call the Attorney General's office or the Corporation Commission and report that. Terry?
And Diane, unfortunately, we've had a number of reports that is going on today.
Yes, we have. In fact, I got several emails and calls shortly before I left to come out here this afternoon from people, and mainly in areas outside of Tulsa, the prices are even above $2 a gallon. So the governor's office, though, says it will crack down on those retailers who are caught doing that. So we'll have more on that tonight at 6, too.
All right, Diane White, thank you. Now, shortly after the devastation began, the ripple effect continued into the financial markets. New York streets, usually bustling with business, were instead caked with soot and residue from the collapse of the World Trade Center. New York is a center for world trade, and many people wondered what impact today's attack would have on the economy, both at home and abroad. We spoke today with financial expert David Healy for some perspective. He says closing the stock market was a protective measure.
A lot of folks are confused about a lot of things. First thing is the New York Stock Exchange is not in that building. It's about 20 blocks away. They have shut it down for today. In fact, all the financial markets are closed today. They haven't announced yet about the rest of the week. If I was guessing, I would say it would probably be for the rest of the week until these things stabilize.
Healy says the stock market's closing helps protect both clients and the markets. He also says the Federal Reserve is still open, and in case you're worried about your investments, most reputable brokerage firms are insured. Terrorists today used commercial aircraft as weapons. We're going to breaking news now with CBS and CNN.
Laden to justice, and Osama bin Laden at last report was being hidden in Afghanistan. The Taliban's position, which they stated today, was that we don't have any evidence that Osama bin Laden's been doing anything. And the Taliban leadership today, early in the day, this was their words, another pretty big explosion there in Kabul. Let me break off and let's listen to this reporter.
At the airport, to us hearing the detonation at the hotel is about the same duration. So I am using that as an estimate to gauge that those missiles again are falling in the area of the airport. First, we're seeing the flash, and then we hear the detonation some several seconds afterwards, and they appear to be coming from that airport area, in some cases several miles away from it.
This reporter is saying that missiles have indeed struck Kabul, Afghanistan. We have no independent confirmation of that, but the reporter on scene, Mr. Robertson, says that this is a missile attack in Kabul.
Those reflections of missiles landing elsewhere, the flashes as they explode and reflecting off the clouds, but it's not a good indication. We certainly don't hear any detonations coming from that particular direction at this time. The anti-aircraft fire that we were seeing a little while ago is not coming up from the city. The city, apart from the detonations we were hearing a few minutes ago, appears very, very calm. The visibility here is excellent. We can see all the way across the city. It lies on a plain that's surrounded by the mountains here in Kabul. We have high mountains to the right. These mountains were used by the Mujahideen as vantage points for shelling the city several years ago during the Mujahideen infighting in Kabul. The last 5 years, the Taliban have been in control of this city, have been trying to extend their control over and across Afghanistan. And the Foreign Minister this evening...
That is Nick Robertson of CNN reporting live from Kabul in Afghanistan, where, as you could see, and he described, it appears that at least an oil refinery tank of some sort.
And we've just shown you live pictures from CNN. Apparently, the U.S. is bombing Afghanistan. We'll, of course, bring you information on that as soon as it becomes available. Something we've not seen before. Terrorists today used commercial aircraft as weapons against the U.S. Almost immediately, the Federal Aviation Administration ordered airports across the country to ground all flights. News on 6 reporter Tammy Marler joins us now from Tulsa International Airport with the latest there. Tammy?
Terry, I don't know about you, but I have never seen Tulsa International Airport this empty. If you'll look down the corridor, very few people left here after the FAA grounded all flights. This is the first time in aviation history that there is not one single commercial flight flying over North America right now. Officials say the Tulsa International Airport is on the same level alert as they were during Desert Storm. Now, that was when America was at war. Here in Tulsa, 12 flights and 871 passengers were diverted from their original destinations. Thousands of passengers are stranded here, renting every available car, searching for hotel rooms. City officials say they will do their best to accommodate these unexpected visitors.
We've had tremendous response from our community, as we always do. Restaurants have stepped forward to offer free meals. Hotels have stepped forward to open up their doors for lodging. Here at the airport, our volunteers and our chaplains corps met with dozens of people who were who were seeking services, seeking assistance from.
Now, we are hearing that flight operations should resume at around noon tomorrow, but we are trying to get that statement confirmed through the FAA. We should know later on this afternoon. But airport officials say expect gridlock. There will be gridlock in all of the nation's airports, including Tulsa International. And they say expect at least a 2-hour delay. So come 2 hours early if you have a flight out of Tulsa tomorrow. Terry?
Tammy, I know in the news conference earlier, Mayor Savage said that the airport would open tomorrow at an unprecedented level of security. Do we have any idea what she meant by that?
Well, we do know that they are going to have bomb dogs out here from the Tulsa Police Department. They are not going to allow curbside check-in for baggage, and they are also going to severely limit parking out along the concourses, and they're going to be checking the parking area as well. Also, there's going to be much more intrusive baggage checking, according to airport officials.
All right, Tammy Marler at Tulsa International Airport, thank you. On the phone with us now is a woman who was 1 block from the World Trade Center this morning. Her name is Randy Morse, and she joins us live now by telephone. Randy, can you describe what you saw this morning?
Hi, Terry. All I saw, I was walking down the street. I did hear the loud bang, but honestly really thought nothing of it, because I figured it's New York, it's the morning, it's construction, traffic. I did, however, turn around. I did see a large cloud, just huge cloud of smoke coming out, and debris falling. It just looked like a bunch of confetti falling, and everybody then, we were all running for cover because there was so much debris, smoke, there was some ash, some glass falling, and everybody just running to where they could be covered so it wasn't covering anybody.
My goodness. Now, you're obviously still in New York. Have things calmed down considerably? Are people still out in the streets? What is the situation like there now?
It has calmed down considerably. This morning when I finally did make it to work, the streets were just chaotic. Everybody was leaving their offices. The streets were just completely packed with cars, traffic. It did, though, calm down quite tremendously toward the later afternoon. I finally ended up taking a ferry home, but it has, I think, calmed down completely. The city really did keep everything under control.
You know, we always think of you New Yorkers as being a pretty tough lot. You think people there are pretty scared tonight?
Definitely. I know for sure that I am. I think if I actually did see that plane going through the building, I don't know what I would have been thinking. Taking the ferry home and seeing the part of the World Trade Center from the back of the ferry, just seeing this huge cloud of smoke and no buildings in front of you. was just an unbelievable sight to even imagine.
But tomorrow you plan to get up and go to work, kind of business as usual?
I do. I'm going to try. The company that I do work for said that they would, of course, call us in the morning and let us know if we do need to come into work tonight. However, I will try to go back to work tomorrow as business as usual.
All right,
Randy. Get on with it.
Randy Morse, thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Terry.
President Bush ordered all U.S. military forces, both home and abroad, to go on high alert today, and that means a virtual lockdown at the Oklahoma Air National Guard headquarters in Tulsa. The entrance to the base was barricaded with concrete blocks shortly after the terrorist attacks this morning, and this evening armed guards continue to search all vehicles that approach the gate. They're turning away all civilians, including a delivery truck driver who told us he did not mind the inconvenience.
I think it's good. I was in the Navy, so, I think they should do whatever they have to do.
What do you think about today's horrible events?
I think it's really, really bad. We were all in a driver's meeting, and one of the guys' wives called and told us what happened. We all rushed in to watch TV, and we couldn't believe it.
The Oklahoma Air National Guard has units currently stationed in Kuwait, where they patrol Iraq's southern no-fly zone. A base commander says they're actually scheduled to return to Tulsa next week, but that in light of today's events, that could easily change. President Bush addressed the nation this afternoon from Louisiana. He vowed to hunt down and find those responsible for the attacks. And once again, just minutes ago, CNN was showing pictures of